Chapter 1. The so-called three-body technique, that is. Tons ha. The sun shines into the Konoha Shinobi School. Teacher Chnin, Hidechi Tanaka, who is in charge of teaching the elite class, writes and draws on the blackboard. Hearing the grunt coming from behind, his cheeks twitched. Although I know that I might be cut off, as a teacher, I can't help it. With blue veins appearing on Tanaka's face, he turned his head and roared. Yu. Drinking is not allowed during class time. The class suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were on the figure holding the bottle and drinking. Old, is the teacher crazy? How dare you control Yu? He is afraid that he has forgotten our former teacher, and now he has to go to the hospital for checkups from time to time. It's over, the teacher is going to be chopped off, right? Many people in the class were sweating coldly, looking at that figure in fear, the overlord of this class. Tunha? What did you say? Yu was a little drunk at this time, and he hiccuped, his eyes blurred. Can you please stop drinking? After all, you are still young, and drinking is not good for your health. Tanaka looked at Yu and looked at him, shaking all over. Impulsive. I'm still too impulsive. Why can't I get rid of this impulsive fault? Yu, this guy, is an out-and-out little drunkard. I heard that he has been holding a wine bottle since he was 2 years old and has been drinking until now. And most importantly, the strength of this guy is terrifying. Get rid of his alcohol love. Yu is definitely an out-and-out super genius. Even the super genius who has graduated early, Hatake Kakashi, is not the opponent of this guy. Hidechi Tanaka still remembers what Yu said when he took over this class and everyone introduced themselves. My name is Kim Yu, and my hobby is drinking and cutting people. Yu said drunkly. The most important thing is that he was not originally in charge of the elite class. The original teacher is now on injury leave and has to go to the hospital for checkups from time to time. Not only physical reasons, but also many psychological reasons. The reason? The teacher once smashed Yu's wine bottle, and then he was chopped by Yu. One knife, just one knife. The teacher who was an elite Chnin was seriously injured. Compared to the physical pain, what made the teacher unacceptable was that, as the teacher of the elite Chnin, he was severely injured by his student. And that year, Yu was just 6 years old. Now, Yu is 8 years old, the ghost knows how strong this guy is. In case he misses and hacks himself to death, it really doesn't make sense. Don't drink? How is that possible? Yu grinned and delivered the wine bottle to his mouth. Tons. Ding. It is detected that the owner is drinking to pleasure, Kendo comprehension +1. Ding. It is detected that the owner has been drinking to a blur, chakra +1. Ding. It is detected that the owner is excited by drinking, and his physique is +1. Yes, Yu is a traverser, bound to a system called Bacchus. Just drink, you can become stronger. But what makes Yu a little strange is that drinking, in addition to the basic attributes such as chakra and physique, the rest of the points are added to the Kendo comprehension. But there is nothing wrong with it, after all, hacking people is very sensational. Just like Yu's self-introduction, his hobbies are drinking and cutting people. Tons. Yu gulped and drank, and the bottle of wine soon bottomed out. Is it gone? Yu opened his eyes wide and wanted to see if there was any wine in the bottle. But the hand seems to be out of my control, and the dangling thing is not in front of my eyes. Damn it, don't move. Yu grumbled, and his left hand grabbed the right hand holding the wine bottle vigorously, trying to put the wine bottle in front of her eyes. Tanaka's face was full of black lines. From his perspective, it was Yu who moved all over and couldn't see what was in the bottle. Then, Yu-kun, I have a bottle of wine here. A cute girl with curly hair and red eyes quietly pulled Yu's clothes. Qiao's face blushed, and sneakily took out a bottle of wine and handed it to Yuyu. Seeing the wine, Yuyu's blurred eyes suddenly lit up and took it over. Hey? This lady, she looks so cute, do you want to drink with me? Yuyu turned his head to look, and watched Yi Kurane grinning. When Yi Kurane exclaimed, he took Yi Kurane next to him and said with a smile. Yes, Yuyu-kun. Yi Kurane's beautiful eyes were full of shyness. Looking at Yuyu's handsome face, his pretty face flushed. Took a deep breath of Yuyu's scent, a little obsessed in his red beautiful eyes. Yuyu. Even if you drink in class, you have to empty the female classmates in the same class. I really can't bear it. Not far away, a slightly anxious little boy saw this scene and immediately stood up with a slap on the table and roared loudly. It is the son of 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma. Hey? Which BD are you? Don't bother me drinking with this lady, be careful I chop you. In Asuma's angry eyes, Yuyu narrowed his eyes and brushed Yi Kurane's cheek with his right hand. A hole. Asuma couldn't help it anymore, clenching his fist, and rushed towards Yuyu. P.S. The new book is released, please beg the reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 2. Asuma. Asuma is crazy? You dare to throw a fist at Yuyu? He will definitely be hacked to death, what should I do? Seeing Asuma rushing towards Yuyu, the class was in an uproar. Who is Yuyu? That was the one who severely injured their former teacher with a single knife. Lien is hailed as one of the greatest geniuses since the establishment of Konoha Shinobi School. Hitaki Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang who surpassed Sunin in World War II, was defeated by Yuyu. Although Asuma is the son of 3rd Hokage, but in terms of strength, it is almost unworthy to give Yuyu shoes. That's it. Seeing Yuyu's eyes gradually becoming dangerous, Tanaka suddenly panicked. If Yuyu hacked Asuma to death, how would you explain to 3rd Hokage? Hey! Yuyu narrowed his eyes, let go of Yi Kurane's right hand, and took out a knife from his side. The blade is about 80 cm long and 1.6 cm wide. It is a standard Japanese sword. This is... Hideki Tanaka paused at what he wanted to stop, and the look in Yuyu's eyes suddenly changed. Yuyu, who was holding the handle of the knife, changed drastically. If you were a little drunkard just now. Yuyu at this time is a terrifying evil spirit. Asuma, who was being watched by Yuyu, halted in his footsteps, and his slightly worried face was full of panic at this time. From his perspective, Yuyu is like a demon at this moment, being watched by Yuyu's ghost-like eyes. Asuma felt like a prey placed on a chopping board, with nowhere to escape. Hey! No! Yuyu! Under Hideo Tanaka's horrified gaze, Yuyu held the hilt of the knife and severely cut it at Asuma. It's over, it's over. Asuma's eyes were full of fear, and cold sweat instantly spread all over his body. At this time, he felt extremely regretful in his heart. Why are you so impulsive? Seeing Yi Kurane being held in your arms by Yuyu, you lose your mind and rush towards Yuyu. He knew that Yuyu was a terrible monster, and he was not your opponent at all. Yes, dying. Asuma closed her eyes in despair, and then felt a sharp pain in her body. Puff! Under the horrified gaze of everyone in the class, Asuma was chopped in half, and blood was constantly splashing. Ah! Asuma! It's over, Asuma was hacked to death by Yuyu. The class suddenly panicked and looked at Yuyu in horror. Crack! Tons ha! Yuyu held the handle of the knife in his right hand and the wine given to him by Yi Kurane in his left. Did you drink too much? I didn't even pull out the knife. Yuyu, whose face was full of drunkenness again, laughed. Hey? This. The people in the class rubbed their eyes and looked at it intently. Sure enough, the knife Yuyu was holding was still in the scabbard. And Asuma was also unscathed and slumped on the ground. How How is it possible? I just saw clearly. Tanaka-shiu rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face full of disbelief. He swears that he was not mistaken just now. From his perspective, Yuyu cut Asuma in half with a single knife, and the blood kept splashing. The reaction of the classmates also proved this point. From everyone's perspective, Asuma was definitely cut by Yuyu. But what is going on now? Yuyu didn't even pull out the sword, and Asuma was unscathed. Difficult, can it be said? Magic, illusion. Tanaka looked at Yuyu in shock. There is only one explanation. And that is the power of illusion. However, Yuyu is only 8 years old and has an unparalleled talent in kendo. Now even illusion, can he be recruited by this elite chunin? However, can anyone use illusion while drunk? If Yuyu knows Tanaka's brain tonic, he will laugh out loud and drink 2 more glasses. It wasn't something like illusion, but a fusion of kendo and aura. Me, I survived. Asuma opened her eyes, limp on the ground, looking at her hands in disbelief. Just now, he swore that he really felt that he was cut by Yuyu. That kind of pain, that kind of despair of death, can't be wrong. But why? Tons ha. Yuyu took the wine bottle, drank freely, and exhaled comfortably. Ding! It was detected that the owner was drunk and shocked the audience. Reward, black knife, Kiyoshui. The reward has been deposited in the owner's home. The system prompt resounded in Yuyu's mind. Sword? Good thing, Chu Shui, so familiar name, what is it? Yuyu pondered drunkly. What's the matter with him? Why do you want such a mind-bending question? Is the wine bad? Yuyu didn't pay attention to it after thinking about it for 2 seconds. Hey, UBD, get out of the way, in front of me, you can't even drink wine. Yuyu looked at Asuma who was still sitting slumped in front of him, and shook his hand in disgust. I won't go anymore, I cut you off. When Asuma heard Yuyu's words, his eyes were full of horror. I don't know where the strength came from, his limp body was shaken, and he ran back to his seat with a crawl. Chapter 3. The so-called 3-body technique. Tons. Hidechi Tanaka still writes and draws on the blackboard. But everyone is no longer thinking about listening to the class. Everyone focused their eyes on the figure who was drinking from time to time. Boys, with fear and a little admiration. Girls, some are afraid, but some are admiring eyes. No one, because although Yuyu is addicted to alcohol, his looks are too handsome. The broken black hair and long narrow eyes looked a little blurred because of drunkenness. Although they are still young, the perfect facial features make these girls unable to look away. Strangely enough, people who drink alcohol can look very ugly. But Yuyu became more handsome as he drank. Yuyu attributes all this to the effect of the Dionysian system. But Yuyu doesn't care very much. It doesn't matter what you look like. Isn't it good to drink 2 more glasses of wine when you show up unexpectedly? Tingling bell. At this moment, the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, and Hideo Tanaka breathed a sigh of relief. Students, Get Out of Class is over, pay attention to safety after school. After a quick word, Tanaka Hidechi left the classroom. Wooden Golem, go quickly, my aunt told you to go home for dinner. Yeah, I just remembered it, and hurry up. After a few simple conversations, the boys in the class fled and left the classroom. Even most of the girls left the classroom. The reason is that, looking at Yuyu's posture of drinking too much, even the girls who greet Yuyu's body are afraid that Yuyu will go crazy with alcohol. When others get drunk, they will be beaten. As for Asuma, who was frightened by Yuyu, she hid her face and ran away. Under the eyes of everyone, he rushed up to fight Yuyu desperately. As a result, Yuyu didn't even get out of the sheath without a knife, so he was frightened and weakened. As the son of 3rd Hokage, Asuma felt extremely ashamed. Now he just wants to leave this sad place and go home to heal. Lin, let's go home together. Uchiha Obito came to Rin Nohara's face with a twist, lowered his head and said with a flushed face. Forward. After waiting for a long time without waiting for Lin's response, Uchiha Obito looked up, only to find Lin was walking towards Yuyu. Come on, a toast, all Pepsi is removed, only wine and poetry remain. Yuyu, who was obviously too drunk, was talking nonsense about the verses of the previous life. Yes, Yuyu-kun? Are you okay? Yui Kurane came to Yuyu's side, his red eyes filled with worry. Yuyu-kun obviously drank too much and couldn't understand what he said. Yuyu-kun, you drank too much. Nohara Lin came to Yuyu's side, her little hand supported Yuyu's falling body, and said worriedly. Hey, the two little beauties are very beautiful, do you want to have a drink with me? Yuyu raised his head and saw Yui Kurane and Nohara Lin, his mouth cocked. While talking, Hong and Lin's somewhat dazed expressions with both hands held them in his arms. Yes, Yuyu-kun. Hong and Lin stayed in Yuyu's arms, a little flustered in her beautiful eyes. Although they are not unwilling, but... Hong and Lin glanced at the other person in front of them, their eyes a little complicated. Hoo. Just when Hong and Lin wanted to say something, a slight breathing sounded. Hong Helen looked up and saw that Yuyu was actually asleep. Lin. Yuyu. UBD. Uchiha Obito looked at the dream goddess being embraced by Yuyu, and he was first sluggish. Then he was furious, regardless of the strength gap between himself and Yuyu, and went up to desperately. What are you doing? Go away. Lin was in Yuyu's arms, lowering her voice and glaring at Uchiha Obito. Lin, but... Seeing Lina's angry eyes, Uchiha Obito stopped her figure. Go away, keep your voice down, don't wake Yuyu-kun. Hey. Uchiha Obito stayed where he was. Looking at Lin's angry eyes, listening to Lin's words. Uchiha Obito suddenly felt like crying. He clearly wants to rescue Lin, who was bullied by Yuyu. She was even disgusted by Lin for fear that she would wake Yuyu. What are you doing standing here? Go away, what should I do when Yuyu-kun wakes up? Lin frowned. I know. Uchiha Obito bit his lip, turned and walked slowly outside the classroom. Obito, the footsteps are softer. At this time, Lin's words came into Uchiha Obito's ears, his body trembled, but he obeyed Lin's words, taking every step very carefully. That figure is very lonely. Chapter 4. Yuyu's home. Well, I'm a bit thirsty. Yuyu opened his eyes in a daze, feeling a little chapped lips. Yuyu-kun, water. Thanks. Yuyu watched a slender hand holding a glass of water and handed it in front of him, subconsciously took it, and drank it in one fell swoop. Guru. The cool underwater belly made Yuyu's mind instantly sober. Red? Lin? Why are you here? Yuyu looked at the two women in front of him in surprise, and subconsciously looked around. Well, it's my home. That, Yuyu-kun, you were drunk, and Lin and I sent you back together. The red pretty face turned red and whispered. Ah, is that so? Haha, I really trouble you. Yuyu scratched his head and said with a smile. Then, Yuyu, just wake up, then we'll go home first. Lin pointed to the window, it was already pitch black. I will send you off. Yuyu looked out the dark window and stood up. No, Yuyu-kun, just take a good rest. But not wanting, Hong Helen shook her head quickly, put on her shoes quickly, and ran out of Yuyu's house as if fleeing. Boom! There was a sound of closing the door, and Yuyu blinked, a little puzzled. Is the wine bad? Have to try to figure out the little girl's mind. After less than 3 seconds of contemplation, Yuyu criticized himself severely in his heart. Speaking of it, there seems to be something forgotten, right? Yuyu remembered, and glanced at the house. Hey? I found it, that's it. Suddenly, Yuyu's gaze was staring at a sword standing diagonally against the wall, and a beam of joy flashed in his eyes. Yuyu stepped forward and drew the tative from the scabbard. Chiang! The suffocating cold light flashes, the black and purple blade. The blade is a chaotic big inverted T-shaped, with a red zigzag pattern. It's very heavy. Yuyu tried to wave it, and felt the weight that didn't match the slender blade. With the swing, the black knife made a sound of knives in the air. Black knife Kyushui. There is joy in Yuyu's eyes. With the waving, some memories also appeared in Yuyu's mind. This black knife, Kyushui, was the reward that he used to frighten Asuma and stun the audience in class. This knife is one of the 21 knives in the world of One Piece. And it is known that the only black knife among the big knives is regarded as Wanakuni's national treasure. Extremely tough, even if the dragon stood on it, it couldn't make Chiu Shui bend the slightest. The user Dragon Horse used Chiu Shui to slash a giant dragon under the sword, making it famous all over the world. Later, Ryoma handed Kyushui to Zoro and became the strongest among Zoro's 3 knives. The other black knife was one of the supreme sharp knives in Hokage's hands yet. The so-called black sword is a peerless sword that can be practiced only after using armament haki and constantly kneading the blade. After experiencing countless battles, it is no exaggeration to say that the black knife Kyushui is definitely the top one among the 21 work of the big sharp knife. Some people even guess that Chiu Shui, who has become a black sword, is not even inferior to the supreme big knife. It is the peerless knife dreamed of by countless swordsmen. And for its gorgeous appearance, Yuyu is also very fond of it. Really a good knife. The more Yuyu looked at Kyushui, the more he loved it. He took out a cloth specially used to wipe the knife and wiped it finely. At the same time, a street in Konoha. Lin, Yu. After coming out of Yuyu's house, Hong and Lin walked silently for a long time. Finally, Hong couldn't help but stood still, her red eyes looked at Lin complicatedly, and whispered softly. Yes, I like Yuyu. Lin stopped, looked at the red eyes, and said seriously. Can I know why? I remember the intersection between you and Yuyu-kun, not much. Hong looked at Lin and asked seriously. Because Yuyu is the best. A look of worship suddenly appeared in Lin's eyes. Although Yuyu loves to drink, he can't hide his handsome appearance. More importantly, Yuyu is known as one of the top talents since the establishment of the Konoha Shinobi School. The same high profile, who enrolled with them, the son of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, was defeated by Yuyu. Even at the age of 8, he was able to severely inflict Teacher Chinen with a single blow. Although it is still early to graduate. But he is already recognized as the most powerful genius in the ninja school. And Lin, the most admired, is the strong. Is that so? Red eyes were a bit complicated, but they became firm in a blink of an eye. I won't give Yuyu-kun to you easily. Hong's eyes were extremely firm. Then why do you like Yuyu? Lin looked at Hong with some doubts. And Hong have been classmates for some time, although there are not many intersections. But Lin could feel that Hong would not favor Yuyu because of Yuyu's dazzling strength. So why? Less long-winded, in short, we will be opponents in the future. Unexpectedly, the red pretty face suddenly blushed, and after a soft drink, he ran away as if to escape. What the hell? Lin murmured as she watched Hong's escaped figure. Hey, no matter what, I won't give Yuyu to you. Lin squeezed her small fist, inflated herself, and walked towards home. Hoo. After running for a certain distance, Hong stopped, leaning on her knees and panting slightly. Yuyu-kun. Hong moved her pretty nose, as if she could still smell the scent that made her a little fascinated, and her eyes were a little blurred. Unlike Lin, the reason why Hong likes, no, it should be more appropriate to describe it as infatuation. The reason for being obsessed with Yu is that Red has a natural passion for alcohol. However, Hong is still young and naturally does not drink. Let Hong discover her love for alcohol because Yu drank in class. Every time I smell the taste of alcohol, Hong loves it very much. But this is not the most important. The important thing is that, for some reason, Yu exudes a special smell of wine all over the body. The aroma of this wine is very special. After ordinary people get drunk, the taste is different from the nauseating drunkenness, without the slightest odor, and it is very mellow. This makes Hong very obsessed. Yu-kun, I will definitely not lose. Hong clenched her small fist and muttered with firm eyes. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 5. Third Hokage, at the home of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma still doesn't want to come out. Wearing a royal robe, and completely different from the old man at the beginning of the plot, and still in his prime, Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and asked faintly. I don't know what happened to this child. As soon as I got home today, I shut myself in the room. I didn't eat or want to come out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Biwako said helplessly. Is that so? I'll go and see. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is a bit tired. He has just finished his government affairs and returned home from the Hokage building. As third Hokage, and Asuma's father. What happened at the ninja school today? As soon as the class was over, the teacher Chinen who was in charge of the elite class hurriedly came to the Naruto office and reported to him. In Asuma's room. Yes, damn it, how could I? Asuma buried herself in the quilt, her body trembling uncontrollably, and a deep look of fear in her eyes. In my mind, I constantly recalled the things in the classroom. When Yu stared at him, it was as if he was locked in by an evil spirit, desperate, and there was nowhere to escape. After that, although I didn't know what happened, the feeling of death made Asuma shudder now when he recalled it. Bang boom! There was a knock on the door, and Asuma shuddered all over, and a cold sweat came out. Who? Asuma was like a frightened rabbit, even her voice became thinner. Asuma, it's me. Third Hokage's voice sounded, and Asuma's mood gradually calmed down. Crack! Father, father! Asuma looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, first felt relieved, and then lowered his head in shame. He, who has always been rebellious, feels ashamed to see his father at this moment. As the son of third Hokage, Asuma does not like others to see him in this capacity. But I have to say that this identity made Asuma when he was young, there is also some arrogance in his heart. But facing Yu, who was born as an ordinary person, he didn't even have the courage to face it. Before Yu's knife was out of its sheath, he was frightened and weakened. In front of everyone, his face was discouraged. This was unacceptable to Asuma, who was born in a wealthy family. Asuma, why don't you come out to eat? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been a bit stern with Asuma, now looks at the panic in his son's eyes, and his expression gradually softens. Asked concerned. Father, father, I. Asuma stammered and couldn't tell the specific things, but with the memories, the fear in his eyes became even worse. Come on, sit down and speak slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand rested lightly on Asuma's shoulder, patted lightly, and whispered. Asuma, who had always been rebellious, was very well behaved at the moment, and after a response, he sat down slowly. Under the comfort of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma gradually returned to normal, and slowly said what happened in class today. Who, Yu? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spit out a smoke ring with memories and nostalgia in his eyes. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the color of memories in his eyes for the time being. Enlightened Asuma. Who is Sarutobi Hiruzen? That is third Hokage. Although the strength is very different from other Naruto, but in terms of political ability, it should be the highest of all Naruto in history. The theory of the Will of Fire is even more so that the young generation of Konoha can't find north. In a few words, Asuma's spirit gradually cheered up. However, the fear hidden deep in Asuma's heart can no longer disappear. Okay, go eat, don't worry your mother. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly as he watched Asuma's apparently return to normal, but the fear hidden deep in his eyes. Yet, thinking of her mother, Asuma nodded and walked out of the room slowly. Yorin, you gave birth to a good son. After Asuma walked out of the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked slowly to the window and looked up at the dark starry sky with a complicated expression. Like nostalgia, like joy, like sadness. Chi-Mu-Yurin, originally a capable man of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The strength of the elite Genin, even in Konoha today, is considered to be the best. And Sarutobi Hiruzen admires this man very much. Sarutobi Hiruzen even named Yuyu himself. Unfortunately, in a secret mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a mistake in his judgment, leading to the tragic death of Kimuyu. At that time, Yuyu's mother was still pregnant. Knowing the news, because of grief, she caused heavy bleeding during the delivery process. After Yuyu was born, he died. Yuyu, also the son of an elite Genin, became an orphan. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen very guilty of Yuyu. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always paid close attention to Yuyu's growth. After discovering that Yuyu was drinking, he even used the transformation technique to exhort him. But unfortunately, it has no effect. But later, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that Yuyu's physique was very special. Alcohol not only does not harm Yuyu's body, but also helps him improve his chakra. So Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped asking Yuyu about drinking. It is also because of this relationship that Yuyu can enter the ninja school smoothly. Otherwise, Yuyu will not even be able to enter the ninja school just by drinking. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who cut the teacher into serious injury. Yuyu can be safe and sound. Yorin, I don't know if you would be happy to see Yuyu today, or... Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette silently, and was speechless for a while. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 6. Time is like a flowing river. In the silent, slowly passing by. After Asuma was frightened by Yuyu that day, she collapsed. Yuyu once again consolidated its dominance in the ninja school. But this time, Yuyu felt that Hong and Lin seemed to be too enthusiastic. Always bring him different wines. And during the lunch break, I rushed to invite myself to lunch. And Yuyu's choices naturally. Yuyu, eat more, this is my bento made by myself. Lin touched her pretty nose, with a look of expectation in her eyes, and handed the bento in her hand to Yuyu. Yuyu-kun, this bottle of wine is treasured by my father, you can taste it. Red did not show any weakness, took out a perfectly sealed bottle of wine, and handed it to Yuyu. Well, let me taste it. Yuyu licked his lips, first opened the wine that Yi Kurane had brought, and drank heavily. Guru. Ha! Good wine. After taking a swig, Yuyu sighed for a long time, with a touch of enjoyment in his eyes. Ding! Detect the master's drinking to reach satisfaction, Kendo comprehension +3. Sure enough, it was what Hong said, the fine wine her father treasured. Ordinary wine, every time the Bacchus system is triggered, it can only randomly +1 attribute points. But this bottle of wine adds 3 points of Kendo comprehension points at one time. Yuyu-kun, as long as you like it. Seeing Yuyu drank the wine he prepared first, Hong smiled with joy. Yu Guang looked at the side and pouted. Lin, a little annoyed, had her red lips slightly curled up. Lin was really upset when she saw Yuyu drank the red wine first. In fact, before, Lin also secretly took out a lot of wine from home. However, after studying hard day after day, Lin was finally able to make a delicious lunch. In addition, it has been discovered that Lin was stealing wine at home. Lin scolded Lin badly, and then he kept the wine even more concealed. So Lin only brought out the bento she made. Damn it, I won't lose. Lin looked at Hong's delighted expression and Yuyu's expression of enjoying drinking wine, and squeezed her small fist fiercely. The beautiful eyes turned and suddenly laughed. Yuyu, how can you miss out on drinks when you drink? Try my bento. Lin carefully opened the lunch box and said with a smile. Well, it makes sense. Yuyu was very satisfied at this time. This bottle of wine can be said to be one of the best wines he has ever drunk. Hearing Lin's words, I suddenly regretted. There is a saying in the past life, good wine goes with good food. Isn't it a pity that there is no good food to go with? When he turned to the lunch Lin brought, his eyes lit up again. I saw that the bento box, which was obviously larger than the ordinary bento box by more than one size, was filled with all kinds of exquisite meat. As the saying goes, how can you drink without meat? If it is vegetable wine, no matter how good the wine is, it will taste a little worse. Lin still worked hard for Yuyu's taste. During the previous encounter, Lin discovered that Yuyu only eats meat when drinking for lunch. So all the bentos that Lin makes are meat. Well, it's delicious. Yuyu picked up a piece of fried chicken and put it in his mouth, and said in admiration. Guru, Guru. After all, it was another sip of wine. Enjoyable. The combination of meat and wine made Yuyu's eyes narrow. Ding. It is detected that the owner has been drinking to sublimate. And his physique is +5. Ding. Congratulations to the main body for breaking through the critical value and reaching the elite Chunin level, Chakra +15. Ding. Congratulations to Master Chakra for reaching the elite Chunin level. At this time, the familiar mechanical sound resounded in Yuyu's mind. Well, breakthrough. Yuyu squeezed his fist and felt stronger than ever. Open the Properties panel. Owner, Chi Mu Yuyu. Age, 8 Physique, Elite Chunin level. Chakra, Elite Chunin class. Kendo Comprehension, Swordsman. Special, Shura Sword Intent. Comprehensive Strength, Special Jainin level. Note, there is a special bonus in the drunken state. The system is different from some of the novels Yuyu read in the previous life. The Bacchus system seems to be the same as Yuyu, except for wine, not so interested in other things, a little lazy. Therefore, the panel will be updated only when the 0 point is broken, and there will be no specific numerical display. But Yuyu didn't care. After all, in Yuyu's view, data is just a dead thing, and does not represent actual combat effectiveness at all. If you have the ability, let's talk about it again and again. Regardless of the fact that your current overall strength is a special Jainin level, it is just a dead thing on the panel. When Kakashi challenged himself, he was only able to reach the Chunin level. But after drinking, didn't you still cut Kakashi with a single knife? As for the special Shura sword intent, it was the reward given after he smashed the teacher who dared to smash his bottle and shocked the ninja school. It's the terrifying sword intent created after the fusion of Kendo and Aura. The one used to Asuma before was Shura Jianyi. Will let the enemy fall into the sword intent, as if facing the terrible Shura. If there is no tenacious will, you can only let yourself be slaughtered. After just looking at it briefly, Yuyu didn't care about the panel. After all, with such good meat and wine in front of you, why do you think so much? Enjoying the present is the most important thing. Humph. Hong looked at Lin, who was smiling happily again, snorted, her beautiful eyes rolled. The little head carefully thought about where his father still had the good wine hidden. As for the old man, who was sad because of the frequent disappearance of good wine, that red can't control so much. P.S. The new book is released, the data is a little bit unsatisfactory, I beg for the collection of the readers. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Chapter 7. I want to be a good ninja. Tons. Konoha, in the ninja school. Hidechi Tanaka took the textbook and lectured attentively. But something different from other classes is that with the sound of Tanaka's lecture, there is a swallowing sound, which is particularly obvious. Cough, cough. At the end of the course, Yu Guang from Hidechi Tanaka looked at Yuyu carefully. When I found that Yuyu was only slightly drunk and showed no signs of drunkenness, I was relieved immediately. In fact, he didn't know how many times he had responded to the school, and wanted to change to another class instructor. After all, who knows what if Yuyu drank too much one day and got drunk crazy? If you chop it yourself, there is really no place to cry. For the first time, Tanaka felt that being a teacher at a ninja school was a high-risk profession. And the danger comes from a student. This afternoon's course is all over. Next we will conduct a practical test. Hidechi Tanaka took out today's class schedule and said, "Hey? Do you want to test again? Are the recent tests a bit too much? It seems that this is the first time in the actual test." Tanaka's words fell, and suddenly there was a lot of discussion. Compared with the past, there have been too many recent tests. The theoretical test alone has been conducted 4 times this month. Shuriken and 3-body technique have also been tested many times. But the actual test is indeed the first time. There were battles before, but that was practice. The test is to be scored. Each test result will affect whether you can successfully graduate from the ninja school and become a real genin. Well, everyone is going to the playground to gather, that. Tanaka slapped his palms and said loudly. At the end, he suddenly became careful. Red, Lin, trouble you two to bring Yuyu to the playground. Tanaka looked at Yuyu, who was not attending the class at all, and carefully said to Hong and Lin. He is also very helpless, Yuyu doesn't dare to care. But the test still needs to be carried out, although the previous test, whether it is Shuriken, 3-body technique, or written test. Yuyu all got 0 points. Can you imagine a little drunkard throwing a shuriken there? Do you want to do test papers? When Yuyu tested the shuriken, the whole class hit 100 meters away. Yuyu, who was afraid of dangling, accidentally killed himself with a shuriken. But as a teacher, Hidechi Tanaka couldn't hide. After all, as a teacher, you need to stand near the target, observe the technique and speed of the students throwing shurikens, and provide guidance. The shuriken thrown by the power of ordinary students didn't have much lethality to him, Chnin. But Yuyu is different. The speed and strength of the shuriken thrown out were above him. If calculated in terms of lethality, Hidechi Tanaka will definitely give Yuyu a good one. But especially that shuriken is for oneself. I didn't even have time to react, so I was shaved off a layer of hair by the shuriken. Not to mention the written test. Yuyu couldn't even hold the pen holder firmly, and was struggling with that pen holder throughout the class. But Yuyu holds the knife, that's a thief. So Hidechi Tanaka can only ask Hong Helen in the class who has a better relationship with Yuyu. Okay, no problem. Yeah. Teacher. Hong and Lin nodded their heads and glanced at each other vigorously. One left and one right touched Yuyu's arms. Well, what's the matter? Are you here to drink with me? Yuyu looked at Hong Helen and murmured. Okay, it's you two, I won't drink the others. As Yuyu said, he picked up the wine bottle and delivered it to Red's mouth. Yes, Yuyu-kun, you should drink it. Hong fled away in a panic. Although she loves the taste of alcohol very much, the ninja's 3 prohibitions still have to be observed. And if he drank alcohol, if he got home and was smelled by his parents, he would be dead. Being scolded is a trivial matter. At that time, my father would have guessed that the wine was stolen by himself. If the hiding was more secret, how could he steal the wine for Yuyu-kun? What about you? Would you like to drink it? Yuyu didn't force it. Although his mind was a little confused, Yuyu still knew that Hong and Lin often brought wine to drink for herself. If other people dared to do so, Chu Shui in his own hands must have come into close contact with the other party. I won't drink any more, Yuyu, let's go to the playground quickly. Lin chuckled. In this way, Hong Helen played with Yuyu while supporting him to the playground. FK, BD. Obito and Asuma on the side stared at them. Hong and Lin are their goddesses. In the process of helping Yuyu, they clearly saw that Yuyu, the BD, had close contact with Hong and Lin. Asuma squeezed her fist fiercely, and then loosened it weakly. He still couldn't get rid of his fear of Yuyu. Obito is different. Obito's eyes are a little red. Seems to be torn apart. Holding a fist, walked towards the playground. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 8. Konoha Shinobi School, Playground. Tanaka's class is grouping in pairs and testing. To everyone's surprise and fortunately, Yuyu didn't even conduct actual combat tests with others. This made them breathe a sigh of relief. They don't have the guts to test with Yuyu. What if Yuyujin comes up and chops himself up? Even Hotaki Kakashi, who was known as one of the strongest geniuses since the establishment of the Konoha Shinobi School, inherited the Konoha's White Fang knife technique, was severely injured by Yuyu. Before, even Sarutobi Asuma, the son of third Hokage, was almost cut off. Don't talk about these little characters. In their eyes, Yuyu is simply a big devil. Fortunately, there is no need to play against Yuyu in this test. After orderly grouping, the test proceeds quickly. Soon, in an orderly test, this actual test came to an end. Smack smack. When everyone was discussing the actual combat test just now with a little joy, Tanaka slapped his palms and attracted their attention. Okay, the first round of testing is over, and the second round of actual testing will begin. Hidechi Tanaka took out a new scoring table and said loudly. Hey? There is a second round. How come? My brother graduated a long time ago and has never heard of a second round of tests. Tanaka's words fell, and the class suddenly exploded. An ominous premonition appeared in their hearts. The content of the second round of testing is the arena. Tanaka quickly stopped the discussion and began to announce the content of the next test. A ring battle, as the name suggests, is that one person guards the ring and the others challenge it. In this test, there was only one guard. As soon as Tanaka looked at the list in his hand, the corner of his eyes twitched. Yuyu is the defender in this test. Tanaka said loudly. Hey! Hey! Tons tons tons! The playground suddenly became quiet. At this moment, there was only the sound of a breeze. And the sound of Yuyu swigging. Ha, who called me? Yuyu breathed out a breath of alcohol and said in confusion. Hongsheng's nose moved slightly, her eyes fascinated. Lin quickly began to explain to Yuyu what Hidechi Tanaka said. Open, what are you kidding? We, challenge Yuyu. Aren't we going to die? Drops of sweat dripped from other people's foreheads, and their eyes were full of panic. Sure enough, no one wants to die. Tanaka looked at the quiet playground and said inwardly. Don't say it's these kids, if you let him fight Yuyu himself, he doesn't dare. Yuyu was the one who was able to chop his colleague into serious injuries 2 years ago. Now that 2 years have passed, who knows what Yuyu has become. Moreover, for ordinary tests, everyone will stop there. After all, they are all in the same village, and generally don't kill them. But do you expect a drunk to be merciful? In case Yuyu missed his hand and hacked himself to death, that wouldn't make sense. So. Wait a moment. Tanaka was about to continue to say something when suddenly an angry voice interrupted him. I will challenge Yuyu. Uchiha Obito's eyes were a little red, looked at Yuyu viciously, and said loudly. Hey? Obito challenges Yuyu. The crane tail dare to challenge Yuyu, who is even more talented than Kakashi. Who gave this guy the courage? Are you looking for death? This idiot. At the end of a crane. He stood up and threatened to challenge Yuyu at this time. In contrast, they didn't even dare to let go of the fart just now, and lowered their heads, fearing that they would be selected to play against Yuyu. Obito's challenge is more like a slap in the face to them. There is no courage to mock them. So they vented all this anger on Obito's body. Uchiha Obito. When Tanaka looked at the tail of the crane in this class, his eyes flickered. How can you relieve your worries? Only Dokkan. Yuyu didn't care about the look in Obito's eyes at all, speaking words that no one in this world could understand, while drinking the good wine Hong Helen brought him. Everyone has long been accustomed to what Yuyu says that no one can understand. And it didn't feel wrong at all. After all, it is too normal for a drunk person to say something that he doesn't understand. A hole. Look down on me. Obito looked at Yuyu, who didn't put himself in his eyes at all, exasperated. What made Obito unacceptable was that Yuyu was a little bit drunk and his figure was a little unstable. Lin actually made Yuyu lean on herself. This makes Obito's eyes red. Uchiha Obito. Hidechi Tanaka found Obito's name on the scorebook in his hand. There are 3 words: failed. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 9. This test, Uchiha Obito, failed. Hidechi Tanaka took a pen and said lightly. Fail? Why? Obito froze for a moment, then yelled loudly. So, what did you learn in the theory class? Tanaka looked at the tail of the crane in this class and said lightly. This challenge test is unique to this class. Because of the existence of Yuyu, a genius whose strength is clearly beyond the scope of students, this test was specially set up. Rather than being a test of strength, this second test should be said to be a test of character. Yuyu's strength is not comparable to these students. But Uchiha Obito's state at this time is obviously due to some personal reasons, so he has to rush to compete with Yuyu. You know, because of Yuyu's special nature, it is very possible to kill the challenger by mistake. Uchiha Obito's decision is not something a qualified ninja should make. The most important thing for the ninja is to complete the task. Because of emotions, they make very unfavorable actions, which are very likely to fail the task. Combining these 2 aspects, Uchiha Obito can only get a failing score. Then next. I get it, that means that guy is coming to challenge me, haha. Did not wait for Hidechi Tanaka to finish. Yuyu, who had just listened to the first half of Hong and Lin's explanation, laughed at Hong and Lin. It's been a long time since I hacked people, my hands are a little itchy, hey? What is your BDS name? Yuyu squinted and looked at Uchiha Obito. Tanaka saw that Yuyu was about to draw his sword, and his eyes were almost staring. What do you know? I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you starting to hack people? Tanaka was sweating coldly, and quickly winked at Lin and Hong, who were translators for Yuyu. I hope to make Yuyu understand that I don't want him to really kill people. Yes, damn it guy, look down on me so much. Uchiha Obito has been the crane tail of the family since he was a child. Forget it, after all, the Uchiha clan is today Konoha's largest family. It is a gathering place for geniuses. But after Uchiha Obito came to the ninja school, he also became the tail of the crane. As Konoha's #1 giant, people from the Uchiha clan enter the ninja school and are always the most shining one. But Uchiha Obito, this guy turned out to be the worst one. Being called the shame of the Uchiha clan. It can be said that Uchiha Obito's heart at this time is very inferior. The more you feel inferior, the more you want to be recognized by others. But Yuyu, this guy, didn't even look at him at all. Although I know that there is a gap between myself and Yuyu, Uchiha Obito's impulsive character has already forgotten this gap. I will let you remember my name. Uchiha Obito looked at Yuyu viciously, and when he saw Lin intimately saying something in Yuyu's ear, he just felt his breath. Immediately afterwards, he yelled at Yuyu. When Tanaka heard this, his eyes closed. No need to say anything, the BD Obito made it clear that he wanted to die. However, Obito still needs to be safe. Although it is the tail of the crane, it belongs to the Uchiha clan. How can you not let Obito have an accident in the ninja school? But Hidechi Tanaka alone cannot guarantee Obito's safety in Yuyu's hands. Fortunately, he was prepared. In order to prevent accidents, he also reported to 3rd Hokage in advance. At this time, around the playground, there are already several elite ninjas on guard at any time. Prevent any accidents in this test. Well, are you called, Yuziobo Runtu? A slightly drunk Yuyu listened to Lin's introduction and glanced up and down at Obito. My name is Uchiha Obito. UBD. Obito suddenly became angry. As soon as Obito's words fell, the surrounding students stopped taunting him. But like hiding from the plague god, he quickly stayed away from Obito. Many people looked at Obito mockingly and dared to talk to Yuyu like this. The tail of this crane is definitely dead. Obito, you idiot. Stop provoking Yuyu. Yuyu, this is just a test, don't be impulsive. He is merciful. As soon as Hideo Tanaka heard Obito scold Yuyu, a whole, cold sweat broke out. Obito quickly yelled. If this idiot really irritated Yuyu, wouldn't he suffer? Although I am very unhappy with Obito's behavior. But the sense of responsibility as a teacher made Hidechi Tanaka bite the bullet and say to Yuyu. Oh? Do it harder? I get it. When Yuyu heard Tanaka's words in a daze, his spirits suddenly came. Do it harder? Is there such a requirement? P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 10. Oh? Do it harder? I get it. Yuyu heard Tanaka's request in a daze, and suddenly became interested. Obito looked up and down a little drunkly. I don't know, you can chop it. Although I didn't have much communication with Tanaka Hidechi. But how can he be regarded as his own teacher? And after Hidechi Tanaka came, his life was really more comfortable. It's different from the guy who was cut by himself before. Hidechi Tanaka didn't talk too much. I don't care much about drinking. Don't you want to retaliate? Since the teacher has a request, of course it must be satisfied. Hey, UBD, you dare to upset the teacher, hurry up and let me, a good student, teach you for the teacher. Yuyu raised a slightly drunk face and said with a righteous look. FK. When did I say that I was a bit heavier? Hidechi Tanaka on the side looked awkward at this time. Is the teacher talking about making Yuyu a little harder? It seems, let Yuyu act lightly, I didn't hear it too clearly. The teacher is too much. Even if Obito is the tail of the crane, it is too much to make Yuyu a bit cruel. Yuyu will kill him. The students' comments came to Hidechi Tanaka's ears, and Hidechi Tanaka couldn't help crying. I was afraid that Yuyu would go drunk, so I didn't have enough confidence when I told him. The sound is indeed a little lower. But who knows, Yuyu, this guy actually heard him make him a little harder. At this time, Tanaka Zaiuyi could not wait to give himself a mouth. I asked you to talk nonsense, is it all right now? If something happened to Obito, wouldn't I be able to eat Kabuto and leave? Obito on the other side is also very angry. Seeing Yuyu's righteous face, as if he was going to act for the sky, Obito just didn't feel angry. Are you okay, student? Although he is indeed the tail of the crane. But at least the ninja's 3 prohibitions are strictly abided by. You have been holding the wine bottle all day since the beginning of enrollment, and even chopped off the teacher before. In this way, still claiming to be a good student, but still teaching yourself for the teacher. Thinking that Yuyu was still close to Lin these days, the anger that Obito had accumulated completely overwhelmed her reason at this moment. I fought with you. Obito took out a handful of kunao and held it in his hand, his eyes flushed. Stomped hard on the ground, and kunao slammed at Yuyu fiercely. Yuyu looked at Obito, who was rushing towards him, and held the handle behind him, Kyushui, who was a little different from his own figure, in his hand. It's over, it's over. Obito, an idiot, dares to deal with Yuyu with karma. Kakashi was so miserable because he swung his knife at Yuyu. When the students around saw Obito's behavior, their eyes were staring. Obito can be said to be the second person to shine a weapon at Yuyu since Yuyu enrolled. The last one is Kakashi, who has graduated and is known as a super genius. But even Kakashi, who inherited the Konoha's white fang teeth sword technique, was taught a terrible lesson for provoking Yuyu. What about Obito? It's just the tail of the crane in this class. Kakashi has been taught so badly, isn't Obito going to be killed? Watching the game, Hidechi Tanaka was also very upset, and hurriedly released signals to the surroundings. One sword flow. Yuyu made a gesture of drawing a knife. And Chi machine completely locked the rushing Obito. Obito was overwhelmed with anger and sanity. He only felt a breath and stopped involuntarily. What's wrong? Obito just felt a little unable to breathe, as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. Sanity returned to Obito's mind, looking at Yuyu's somewhat cold eyes, only feeling a little difficult to breathe. Lion Elegy. Chiang. The piercing sound of the scabbard of the knife sounded. Swish. 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 That's it. Suddenly, 3 figures jumped out from the woods around the playground. A figure that was obviously shorter than the other 2 came to Yuyu's side. The right hand was firmly gripped on Yuyu's right hand that drew the knife. The other 2 also pressed Yuyu's left and right shoulders respectively. Are you finally catching up? When Tanaka saw the 3 people who appeared, he was relieved. That's it, Yuyu. The short figure said lightly. That is, Kakashi. The classmates widened their eyes and looked at the somewhat familiar person who appeared. You can't stop the person I'm going to cut. At this moment, Yuyu grinned suddenly. Puff. A harsh sound came from behind, and Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 11. Puff. The harsh sound coming from behind caused Kakashi's pupils to shrink suddenly. Kakashi at this time is not the copy ninja in the original work. It is a swordsmanship ninja who inherited Hotaki's swordsmanship. Kakashi is so familiar with this sound. That is the sound of a sharp blade cutting on the human body. Ah! Obito's screams sounded at the same time. You fellow! Kakashi was furious at once. Turning his head quickly, he looked at Obito anxiously. As soon as he turned his head, Kakashi's angry expression froze on his face. Ah! Obito didn't see Kakashi's stunned eyes, and howled there for himself. I saw Obito at this moment, completely naked, with only a piece of cloth hanging on the important part below. All the remaining clothes were chopped into rags. There was a small scar on his hand, and a little blood slowly spilled out. Stop calling, put on your clothes quickly. Kakashi looked at Obito's shameful look and said angrily. It's a shame to yell in pain for such a small wound. Looking at the wound and the chopped clothes, Yuyu obviously just wanted to teach Obito a lesson, otherwise Obito would have died. At this time, Kakashi only felt a little depressed, and felt that he was being tricked by Yuyu. Clothing. Obito clutched the wound and looked down. What? Obito screamed, his hands quickly covering himself. His face flushed red and ran away in a hurry. This idiot! Hidechi Tanaka on the side covered his forehead. But I still breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Fortunately, nothing major happened. At the same time, the perception of Yuyu has changed a bit. It seems that Yuyu is not the kind of drunken maniac who is about to slash at the sight of people. Ding! After the master drank, he used swordsmanship to make the important person face disgraced. Kendo Comprehension plus 100. Reward: listen to the breathing of all things, steel slashing realm. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Yuyu's mind. Plus 100? Who did I just cut? Yuyu's slightly drunk mind suddenly shook, feeling a little weird. That guy seems to say, his name is Yuziobo Runtu. Yuyu thought about it carefully in his mind. Is such a weak guy an important person? However, there seems to be some impression. Yuyu, who was slightly drunk, gave up within 2 seconds of thinking about it. Recently, my brain doesn't work well. Drink 2 more glasses to replenish my brain. Yuyu murmured. The ninja, who put his hand on Yuyu's shoulder, twitched his eyes when he heard this. Drinking alcohol to replenish brain? It was the first time he heard that he had lived such a big life that drinking alcohol can fill his brain. But, what's the matter with the knife just now? Even if I didn't turn on Sharingan, I wouldn't even miss the trace of the knife. This ninja is named Uchiha Shisui. This task was directly issued by 3rd Hokage. So Uchiha Shisui and another Enbu accepted the task. Because of Kakashi's strong request for this mission. So the 3 of them came together. At this time, Shisui, who has opened Sharingan, is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Although it has not yet reached the 3 World Wars period, Shisui's reputation is instantaneous. But Konoha has already gained a lot of fame. As a genius with Sharingan turned on, even if Sharingan is not used. Vision is also many times stronger than the average person. But just now, Shisui didn't even see the trace of Yuyu swinging the knife. Drawing a knife and cutting, it can be like this. Konoha Shinobi School has been one of the most amazing geniuses since its establishment. It really deserves its reputation. Yuyu doesn't care what Shisui thinks on the sidelines. At this time, Yuyu is about to take out 2 drinks to replenish his brain. But as soon as his arm moved, he noticed that there were 2 other ninjas clutching himself. Why are you holding me? I see, you must be spies from other villages. Yuyu looked at the 2 ninjas beside him a little puzzled. After a little thought, I figured it out. These 3 guys must be spies sent by other villages. Come to the ninja school to plot a bad idea. As Konoha's ninja, how can he stand by? Spy, die! Yuyu yelled, hands hard. What? Hearing Yuyu's words, Shisui, who was a little dazed, only felt a strong force coming, his body vacated uncontrollably. You spies, take it to death, teacher, don't worry, leave it to me here. Chong! The sound of the sharp blade unsheathed is clear and sweet. Yuyu held Kyushui in his hand, staggering, and said confidently. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 12. Is this kind of power what a ninja school student should have? Shisui looked at Yuyu incredulously. Although he didn't have the slightest preparation just now, he was able to fly him and another Enbu together. When I was at Yuyu's age, I had absolutely no such power. And he is known as one of the strongest geniuses in the Uchiha clan. Coupled with that terrible sword drawing technique. Even if it is known as one of the strongest geniuses since the establishment of Konoha Shinobi School, it is too exaggerated. But Shisui couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth when you heard what Yuyu said. This genius seems to have some problems in his thinking. Hidetaka Tanaka on the side looked at Yuyu holding the knife with a look of justice. Hear Yuyu's righteous words. His mouth opened, but he didn't know what to say. What is it? I'll leave it to you. Kakashi, when did they become spies from the outer village? Tanaka felt a little confusion in his thinking. Well, the leader of the three of you spies should be this little dwarf, so let's take the knife from you first. Yu observed for a while, and focused on Kakashi. This little dwarf is the first to speak, he must be the leader. Yu still understands the principle of catching the thieves and the king first. Little dwarf. Kakashi's eyes twitched. Although I haven't seen it in a few years, the mouth of this BDUU is still so annoying. I think back to the previous period in the ninja school, I was so miserable by Yu. The accumulation of new grudges and old grievances made Kakashi stop Hidechi Tanaka, who wanted to explain to Yu. Teacher, I remember this actual test, Yu hasn't done it yet, right? Kakashi said to Hidechi Tanaka, who wanted to explain to Yu. Hey? Yes, that's right. Tanaka was taken aback for a moment, and then he stammered. Then, I will be the subject of Yu's assessment. Kakashi said lightly, looking at Yu with sharp eyes. Since I graduated early, I can say that I have experienced many battles. As early as 2 years ago, he became Chunin. Now, he has the strength far beyond the average Chunin. Although it was defeated by Yu before. But Kakashi believes that in the past 2 years, he has experienced a lot of battles, and Yu, who has been in the ninja school, has already had a strength gap. In other words, Kakashi feels like he can do it again. Today, I will wash away the shame. Kakashi seemed to see flames in his eyes, and touched the short blade behind his hand. This is the relic left by his deceased father, a peerless powerhouse known as Konoha's White Fang. As the son of Konoha's White Fanga, Kakashi has been named a genius since he was a child. He followed his father day and night to learn sword skills. However, the most proud sword skill was defeated in Yu's hands. This has always been regarded as a shame by Kakashi. Does Kakashi still challenge Yu? I heard that Kakashi is already Chunin. But, that's Yu. When the students onlookers saw Kakashi preparing to fight Yu, they were all talking about it. Although I heard that Kakashi became Chunin very early after graduating early. However, the impression Yu brought to them was even more profound. In recent years, everyone who provokes Yu has been taught terribly. Kakashi, can you really beat Yu? Yu, come on. Yu-kun, be careful. Lin excitedly waved to Yu, cheering on Yu loudly. And Hong shouted softly with some worry in her beautiful eyes. Have you heard? The little spy, it's up to me to get rid of your evil for Konoha's villagers. When Yu heard Lin and Hong's words, he became more and more affirmed in his judgment. This little dwarf is definitely a spy who sneaked in from other villages. Little spy. Kakashi felt like not just the corner of his eyes, but his entire face began to twitch. Spy, bear it myself. Little dwarf, he can bear it too. But what a little spy, Kakashi can't stand it anymore. Yu. Chong. Kakashi roared, and White Fang's short blade came out of her sheath. Oh? The little spy does a good job of intelligence, he can even know my name. Yu was slightly surprised, while watching Kakashi rushing towards him, holding Kyushui's wrist tightly. Just use you to try the power of steel slashing. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 13. Swordsmen can be roughly divided into 3 realms. Swordsman. Jianhao. Great swordsman. Swordsmen can only slash with a knife, causing damage to the enemy at close range. But if you want to slash, you must be able to hear the sound of breath of all things. It is the realm of slashing steel. As the name suggests, the state of cutting steel means being able to hear the breath of steel and cut it off. This is a kind of reference. In fact, an extremely powerful swordsman can even cut the waterfall and flames away. Because they can hear the breath of water and flames. After meeting Xi, the swordsman who listened to the sound of all things breathing could be regarded as truly stepping into the kendo. Have the ticket to become a swordsman. Ordinary swordsman, even if it is the first time to hear the sound of breath of all things. It also takes a long period of practice to be able to slash skillfully. But Yu is different. With the help of the system, Yu is already very proficient in listening to the voice of everything. Crescent Moon, Tian Chong. Yu randomly named a name, and Haki yelled. He raised the Kiashui in his right hand, and then fell fiercely. Is this, cutting the air? Shisui on the side looked at Yu's appearance, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Kakashi was still so far away, so he swung his knife and cut it off. It seems that this genius is really drunk. Shisui was about to stop Kakashi from continuing his attack, and the next second, the sudden change occurred. Hey! As the autumn water fell, a jet black pike roared out from in front of Yu. The pitch black pike suddenly turned into a dark purple slash, just like the color of the autumn water blade. Slashing is like a beast out of bondage. With the sound of breaking through the sky, he flew towards Kakashi. What? Kakashi's eyes widened, and he looked at the dark purple slash flying towards him in disbelief. Although extremely shocked, the fighting instinct over the years has caused Kakashi's body to move to the side. Puff! A dark purple slash ran across Kakashi's cheek, bringing out a touch of blood. The dark purple slash did not stand still, but continued to fly. The next instant, the bombardment hit a towering tree not far away. The big tree was cut through by the dark purple slash, and after a while, it cracked neatly from the middle and collapsed. The crack in the middle of the tree was extremely smooth, without a trace of wrinkles. One can imagine how sharp this slash was. Boom! The big tree fell, and the heavy dust lifted up, shocking everyone. Yes, a flying slash. Shisui, who was about to dissuade Kakashi, almost bit his tongue, his face full of disbelief. But the wound on Kakashi's face and the big tree that was cut open proved that this is not an illusion. This is... Kakashi wiped the wound on his cheek, his always cold face, and only shock was left at this time. Yes, a flying slash. Kakashi looked like a ghost. Wow! Before Kakashi could relax, Yu came to him in a flash. He kicked Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi screamed in pain, clutching his stomach, and lying on the ground feebly. Hey! A dark purple blade ran across Kakashi's neck. You too, this little spy has been caught by me, you better surrender obediently, or I will slash him. Yu pressed Kiashui fiercely. And with a little drunkenness, shouted at the Shisui too. Okay, so heavy. Kakashi shook his head and tried to struggle with the pain. However, he found that there was a mountain on his shoulders. Which knife is this? Kakashi was shocked again when he looked at the autumn water that was lying on his neck. The dark purple blade, the red zigzag pattern, and the shimmering cold light. All prove that this is a wonderful knife. Kakashi has a feeling. This knife was sharper than the White Fang's short blade left by his deceased father, Konoha's White Fang teeth. And don't know why, this knife is extremely heavy. Pressed on his body, he has no strength to resist at all. But after hearing what Yu Yoshizawa said, Kakashi reacted. You guy. I'm Kakashi. Kakashi roared. You are the little spy. Kakashi. Yu blinked, looking at the figure under the knife. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 14. Kakashi. When Yu heard this somewhat familiar name, he blinked and fixed his eyes on the figure under the knife. After the activity just now, and the stimulation of the reward, Yu's drunkenness has disappeared a bit. Looking closely at Kakashi's face, Yuya finally remembered. This is not the guy who has been taught by himself, and will be called Hotaki Kakashi, who is 50-50 with everyone in the future. Kakashi, it's really you. Hearing Yuya's words, Kakashi even felt a little relieved at this time. After all, Obito, who has been a classmate with Yuya, was not recognized by Yuya. I had already graduated 2 years earlier, but Yuya recognized himself after reminding him. Yuya, let me go. After some relief, Kakashi found that his posture at this time was too shameful. Lie on the ground, like a captured prisoner, with Yuya's knife on his neck. In the crowd, Kakashi's face was hot. What a shame. He was taught another lesson by Yuya. Crack. Just when Kakashi thought that Yuya recognized himself and should let go of himself, Yuya actually put the knife closer to his neck. Kakashi, you dare to betray the village and become a spy in another village? Yuya said angrily. Kakashi almost cursed at this moment. Which eye do you see that I am the spy of the enemy village? Is it entirely your own imagination? Let's see, you also went out from our ninja school before. You gave me a few bottles of good wine, and I pleaded with you so that you could rejoin the village. Yuya rolled his eyes and said solemnly. That confident look, as if Yuya is Hokage. Kakashi's complexion flushed and his mouth opened, but he didn't know what words to use to curse Yuya. What are you? Don't you want to? Yuya frowned. Is this kid so ignorant? While talking, Chu Shui had already made a close contact with Kakashi's neck. The cold touch made Kakashi shiver fiercely. Yuya. I'm not a spy, I'm Konoha's ninja. Kakashi hurriedly said loudly. To be killed by Yuya as a spy like this is too embarrassing. Who are you lie to? You came to the Konoha Shinobi School to catch me, isn't it a spy? See clearly, this is the Konoha Shinobi School. Yuya pointed to the logo of the ninja school and said proudly. Kakashi felt that his face was about to cramp. You're so smart. Do you still know Konoha Shinobi School? Then you haven't noticed it. Is the forehead protector on my head the same as the Konoha logo on the ninja school? Kakashi, who had always been indifferent, had already cursed in his heart. Yes, Yuya-kun, he is really not a spy. Hong and Lin saw something wrong with the situation, afraid that Yuya would be punished later, so she ran to Yuya's side and said softly. Yuya, he's really not a spy. Kakashi and the others are here today to maintain the test order. Tanaka thought for a long time, and finally thought of a word. He can't say, Kakashi and the others are here to prevent you from getting drunk and attacking people. Is that so? Yuya blinked, looking suspiciously at Kakashi who was under the knife. Really, look at my forehead protector. Kakashi raised his head, blushing and said. Yuya reacted and looked at the forehead protector on Kakashi's head. Is indeed Konoha's sign. Isn't this a big deal? Yuya patted his head a little drunk and murmured. I have to think of a way to remedy it. As Yuya spoke, the knife in his hand was still on Kakashi's neck. Yes. Chong. Ha ha ha, let me just say, Kakashi, why are you going to be a spy? Yuya scabbed Kiyoshui, pulled up Kakashi, patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and smiled with relief. I absolutely believe your expression on his face. Kakashi doesn't want to talk to Yuya at all now. Are you deaf? Shisui on the other side watched Yuya's operation, and the corners of his mouth twitched. You are too beautiful, right? Kakashi patted the dirt on his body a little embarrassedly, and noticed some strange eyes around him, shy and indignant. Who? Without paying attention to Yuya, he flashed and jumped away. Hey, you fellow, you haven't given me the good wine yet. Yuya watched Kakashi run away, and suddenly became anxious. This BD still owes himself several bottles of wine. Kakashi's leaping steps stopped and he almost fell out of the air. When did he say that he is going to give Yuyu wine? I was almost cut off by your BD as a spy. How many bottles of wine do I have to give you? Chakra, surging at the feet of Kakashi, who was ashamed and angry, turned into an afterimage, and disappeared in the distance. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 15. Why are you two pulling me? This BD. I want to go wrong. Next time you meet, you must cut him off. Yuyu wanted to catch up, but the arms on the left and right sides were dragged by Hong and Lin, so she grumbled dissatisfiedly. Yuyu-kun, don't be angry, I will bring you 2 bottles of good wine tomorrow. Hong comforted softly. Yeah, Yuyu, I have found the place where my house's wine is kept, and I will bring it to you tomorrow. Lin also said with a smile. Yuyu then put aside Kakashi's recklessness. Look, did you see it? Yuyu defeated Kakashi in one move. Too strong, Kakashi has already become Chunin. There is also the dark purple light that can cut the big tree. What the hell is it? If this is cut on someone. The classmates shuddered while discussing. A big tree so thick, Yuyu was cut in half so far away. If Yuyu hacked someone, wouldn't it be deadly? Asuma listened to the comments of the classmates. Because of the comfort of his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the tail of the crane, Obito, he dared to challenge Yuyu's courage. Some of the fighting spirit he had just ignited was put out again. Who wants to challenge Yuyu? He still doesn't want to be cut in half. This teacher, then we will return to Master Naruto. Shisui came to hide Ichi Tanaka and said. Thank you so much for your hard work. Hideo Tanaka came to his senses and quickly thanked him. You are too kind. Shisui looked at Tanaka looking a little lost at this moment, and understood very well. Because even he hasn't recovered a bit until now. The genius of the Konoha Shinobi School is really unusual. Not only strength, but also. Thinking of Yuyu's operation just now, Shisui only felt the corners of his mouth twitch. The 3 of them came to the ninja school to perform a mission, and they were almost cut off as spies by others. The subject is still a student at school. It would be too embarrassing if it were spread out. Taking a deep look at Yuyu, Shisui didn't stop anymore. Chakra surged under his feet, leaping towards the Hokage building. Konoha, Hokage building. Shisui and Kakashi are reporting to 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the execution details of this mission. This time, the mission was personally issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen and assigned them to the ninja school. Shisui was surprised at first. After all, for a practical test in a ninja school, is it necessary to dispatch 2 Jonin and one who has already become Chunin, a recognized genius, Kakashi? But now, Shisui understands. There is a monster in the ninja school. That's it, Master Naruto. Shisui said respectfully. Kakashi on the side lowered his head in shame. This time, he obviously took the initiative to invite Ying. As a result, Yuyu was almost assaulted as a spy. It was a shame. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen reported by Shisui, the corner of his eyes jumped fiercely. Yuyu, UBD. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed inwardly. They were able to cut Kakashi almost as spies, so Yuyu came out. In the future, we must find an opportunity to let Yuyu give up drinking. Okay, I see, go down. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyebrows tiredly and said. Yes, Master Naruto. After the Kakashi trio left, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked at the bustling Konoha outside the window. The flying slash is hard to imagine. Yuyu of this age can do this step. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. Yuyu's performance made Sarutobi Hiruzen inevitably think of someone. Overwhelm Konoha Sunin, the killing machine on the battlefield. With a single hand of Hitaki swordsmanship, slash countless ninja world powers, horizontally and horizontally in the ninja world. Kakashi's deceased father, Konoha's white fang Hotaki Sakumo. Yuyu, do you have a chance to become the next White Fang? Judging from the current situation, thinking of White Fang, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes jumped, a heartache. After losing the White Fang, Konoha's high-end combat power is no longer as sufficient as before. In addition, the current situation is unstable. Although the Second Ninja World War has ended, the effects of the war are slowly emerging. The destruction caused by the war not only did not allow the villages to recuperate, it is more urgent to transfer the conflicts in the village. In particular, Cloud Shinobi Village, a village whose main strategy is military expansion, has recently moved very frequently. Even Kirigakuer, one of the 5 ninja villages that did not participate in the Second Ninja World War, began to move around. Konoha is located in the Fire Country with the best resources among the 5 major countries. Being on top of the treasure, then you will always be remembered. Add White Fang to death. Konoha's strength is not as indispensable as before for the major ninja villages. You have to think of a way to show Konoha's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, thinking of Shisui's report just now. Suddenly his eyes lit up. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 16. Konoha Village, at Yuyu's home. It's so comfortable. Yuyu walked out of the bathroom, sighing while wiping some wet hair. Today's course ended after Kakashi and the others left. Yuyu, who is now awake, feels that this test is a bit anticlimactic. What Yuyu doesn't know is that this test actually has a premise. That is, Yuyu can't use any weapons, let people challenge him. This test is to test everyone's courage. However, after witnessing Yuyu cutting the big tree in half, Tanaka cancelled the test. This is a fart to test. You let him go up to challenge, even if it is Yuyu who has no weapons, he dare not. Let alone these students. I really drank a lot today. Thinking of what happened today, Yuyu's mouth twitched. Almost cut Kakashi as a spy. But in general, the result is still good. Obtained to listen to the sound of all things breathing, the master gained the power to cut steel. Head towards the realm of Jianhao. Well, there was an accident this time, and I will drink it next time. No wonder I was given 100 points of kendo comprehension and steel cutting power. It turned out that Obito was cut. Yuyu thinks of the rewards given by the system, and it feels like a sudden realization. It turned out to be the pseudo-boss Uchiha Obito who was slashed. No wonder I didn't recognize this drunk at all. It's not to blame Yuyu, Uchiha Obito at this time is just an outright crane tail. It's not eye-catching. It's normal that you can't recognize it when you are drunk again. Except for myself who knows the follow-up Naruto story. No one else could imagine that this fellow Sharingan's talent would be so high. Manjiki Sharingan who can awaken the ninjutsu of time and space. It has become one of the important figures influencing the direction of the Naruto world. Although it is only a chess piece, it is also a pawn of Uchiha Madara. It can also be regarded as the behind-the-scenes man behind the Fourth Ninja World War. It is not surprising to give this reward. Would you like to cut him a few times if it's okay? Yuyu touched his chin, a little eager to move. Just scratching a bit of skin and making Obito face sweeping in front of everyone, has won such a generous reward. So, how about a slightly heavier chop? Yuyu was a little moved. Anyway, he didn't want Obito's life. He just took 2 knives. Obito shouldn't be so stingy, right? However, since Obito has been rewarded for cutting Obito, how does this guy Kakashi is also an important figure in the later period, the future 6th Hokage, why is there no reward this time? But the first time I hacked Kakashi, it seemed that there was a reward. Yuyu was a little puzzled again, and after thinking about it for 2 seconds, he won't be entangled anymore. Why do you want to do so much, drink and cut people every day, why do you bother with this brain? But it's amazing to be able to listen to the sound of all things breathing. Yuyu sat cross-legged on the couch, closing his eyes, feeling it carefully. The moment you close your eyes in Yuyu and feel it with your heart, some new things that have never been noticed before are emerging one by one. For example, the couch where Yuyu is sitting cross-legged now seems to be breathing regularly. Yuyu has a feeling that as long as he swipes down along this breath, even with a rusty knife, he can split it in half. This is the realm of sword zen that can be entered after stepping into the way of swordsmanship. In this realm, you can better understand kendo. But like in Yuyu's room, a rockery for decoration, Yuyu felt that its breathing was not as clear as a couch. Although Yuyu has been able to listen to the breathing sound of all things, but the road of Jianhao has only just begun. The gap between Jianhao is also huge. Powerful swordsmen, such as the Eagle Eye in Pirate World, can cut a mountain with every ordinary slash. But a bad swordsman, but even steel can't cut it. So for the current Yuyu, a lot of breathing cannot be heard clearly. However, as long as the comprehension of kendo becomes more and more profound, you will be able to split mountains and rocks. Thinking of this, Yuyu's hands are also itchy. He stood up and held Kyushui in his hand. How can I say, now I can be regarded as a sword hero who can slash out. I have to practice swords occasionally. At this time, Yuyu is very interested. Holding Kyushui, he began to wave and chop up. Sword practice. Practice a fart. After less than 10 minutes of practicing, Yuyu snapped Kyushui together. He picked up a bottle of wine and lay on the couch. It's better to drink after all this work. Tons. Ding. Kendo comprehension +1. Ding. Physical +1. Ding. Kendo comprehension +1. This is how I practice swords. Yuyu comfortably hiccuped, listening to the system prompts in his mind, and said leisurely. After drinking happily, Yuyu hugged the bottle and fell asleep deeply. P.S. The book has been published for several days, and the collection is considered to be up to expectations. Although it can't compare to the big guys, the younger brother is already very content. But the data such as flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, reminder tickets, etc., are really horrible. My little brother begs every reader, please use your noble hands, vote for flowers and comments. Give my little brother some hope. My little brother knelt and thanked you. Chapter 17. Since that test, the ninja school has resumed daily teaching. But Yuyu once again became famous in the ninja school. Kakashi, as the son of Konoha's white fanja. It can be said that since entering the school, he has brought his own aura of genius. Soon after losing to Yuyu, Kakashi chose to graduate early. Kakashi in this period, because of Yuyu, has actually faded a lot. But then, news came that Kakashi was quickly promoted to Chunin, and Yuyu severely injured teacher Chunin. Kakashi's aura of genius returned to his head again. Not because Kakashi is not talented enough, but Yuyu is more talented. However, as Kakashi's reputation in Konoha has grown, the students of the ninja school have also discussed whether Kakashi or Yuyu is stronger now. After all, Kakashi could have already become Chunin, and I heard that he has performed many difficult tasks. And Yuyu has always been in the ninja school. People's impressions will fade away slowly over time. Compared to Kakashi, Yuyu hasn't done much dazzling behavior in recent years. Instead, various tests ended with 0 points. If it wasn't for Yuyu's strength to be there, maybe the tail of the crane would not be Obito, but Yuyu. And in the study of ninja school, students also know. You can't become an outstanding ninja by studying alone. Only by actually performing the task can you become more powerful. Besides, Yuyu's behavior in the ninja school is not studying well. But now, Yuyu has used practical actions to tell everyone who is stronger. Defeat Kakashi in one move. The big tree that was cut in half had just been transported away. Yuyu's reputation in the ninja school is getting louder and louder. There are even many students from other grades and classes who frequently crowded the door of the classroom to see how Yuyu learns. Why is it so strong? Some students even skip class and sneak into Yuyu's class to see how Yuyu learns in class. But, the people who came with the purpose of learning are all speechless. Yuyu, it turned out to be drinking and sleeping. Where is the slightest sign of learning and practicing? This makes these people choke speechlessly, unable to accept this fact. Could it be that the talent gap really makes people so desperate? As long as there is talent, even if Tenten sleeps and drinks, can he become a strong one? But before they could get anything unfair, Yuyu was impatient with this group of people. After a slightly lesson, he was completely cleansed. Most of the students in the ninja school began to study and live step by step as before. Except individual people. Finally, is it finally over? Obito was lying on the table, tears coming out of his eyes. Obito was very embarrassed at this time. I saw that many parts of his body were covered with gauze. These are Obito's most painful memories in these days. A few days after that test, Yuyu has been eyeing himself. Remember that day is the beginning of everything. Yuyu called himself to a remote corner. What happened after that was extremely miserable for Obito. Yuyu's purpose for bringing herself here, turned out to be cut yourself. At first, Yuyu didn't cut hard, just scratched the skin. But Yuyu didn't seem to be satisfied, and complained very dissatisfied with some things he didn't understand. Why are there no rewards? Is it the wrong way I chopped it? Cut too lightly. After that, Yuyu would cut himself twice every few days. Even chopping while drinking. Obito wants to run, but Yuyu's strength is so terrible that he can't run away at all. In the end, although Yuyu had a sense of measure, he cut heavier and harder. Although the depth did not change the slightest, it just scratched the flesh. But the knife edge is getting bigger and bigger. Then, he became like this. But for Obito, the hard days seem to be finally over. Because Yuyu hasn't cut him for 3 days. Haven't cut him for 3 days. Didn't I just provoke you? As for this, Obito, who was covered in bandages, couldn't help crying. You snatched your goddess, can't you challenge you yet? And that challenge, it was me who was ashamed. But Obito doesn't want this anymore. Now he only hopes that Yuyu will never cut him again. Although there is no serious injury, it hurts. I also need to heal my wounds. The previous wound is not healed. Just come over and chop you twice every few days, who can stand this? P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 18. Konoha Shinobi School, a remote corner. Yes, Yuyu, what are you doing? Obito leaned against the wall, looking at Yuyu dangling with some horror. Today, I was a little happy. The hard days are finally over. But he didn't expect that Yuyu would once again block him in this remote corner. Relax. Don't worry, today I have made all the necessary preparations. I definitely made a cut of 999 and broke out the best equipment. Yuyu burped a drink. Today's Yuyu is so drunk. Because before, no matter how he hacked Obito, he didn't trigger a reward. After Yuyu went back, learned from pain. Suddenly thought, could it be because of not being drunk? So today, Yuyu, who was drunk, came to Obito again. Obito, who was forced into the corner by Yuyu, was almost crying at this time. He didn't understand what Yuyu said. But what $999, this sounds scary. Is Yuyu really going to hack himself to death? Yuyu, here we are. At this moment, a natural sound came into Obito's ears. Lin. Are you here to save me? Obito's tears came down. Hey? You misunderstood Obito. It was Yuyu who asked me to take a look. He was afraid that when he got drunk, he might cut you down. Didn't I learn some medical ninjutsu? Lin gave Yuyu a shy look. This medical ninjutsu was learned for Yuyu. Gah! Obito's touched expression instantly froze on his face. So, are you not here to save me, or Yuyu's accomplice? The red on the side is the knot print on both hands. Obito only felt dizzy for a while, and then the surrounding environment changed drastically. This is illusion. Obito was almost crying. What you have prepared is really complete. Is this really going to hack yourself? Now that Yuyu is fully prepared, Obito understands what it means. Yuyu, go further down the knife, it won't work in that place. Yuyu, control a little bit when you cut. You can cut within 3 centimeters, there will be no problem. On the other side, Lin already held Yuyu's hand and started to gesture towards Obito's body. Don't worry, Obito, I am learning medical ninjutsu very fast, you will definitely be fine. Lin looked at Obito's somewhat horrified eyes and the gauze all over her body. Considering how to be a classmate, this is indeed a little too much. Still comforted. I believe you, Lin. Obito said with tears. But he doesn't believe Yuyu so much. At this time, Yuyu is swaying, and his eyes are a little erratic. Obviously in a state of drunkenness. Relax, rest assured, my kendo is very reliable. Yuyu looked at Obito's pitiful look and comforted him. But this kind of comfort is really not convincing for Obito. Your kendo is reliable, Obito knows it. But that's reliable when you cut people. You, don't move, dangling, what should I do if I cut the wrong position? Yuyu took Kiyoshui's glance twice, and said with some dissatisfaction. I didn't move. Obito was almost crying. Are you the one who moved? That's it. Bah! Ah! Obito screamed. This, cut crooked. Why is there still no reward? Yuyu watched Obito clutching the wound on his left arm and yelled non-stop. Some dissatisfied muttered a few words. Some thoughts faintly appeared in my mind, but Yuyu drank a bit too much at this time, and I couldn't grasp the glimmer of light. Bah! Nothing. After confirming that no matter how you cut Obito, there will be no rewards. After Yuyu spit at Obito, he scabbed Kiyoshui, and with the support of Lin and Hong, he swayed away. As for Obito, for that little injury, just go to the infirmary and bandage it. It's just a little bit of blood, and at best, it's just a little bit of skin and flesh. This is Obito, an idiot who howls very loudly every time. Otherwise, Yuyu wouldn't bring Red to arrange illusions. Yuyu is very measured, otherwise he would have been called to talk. It's nothing, as long as you don't continue to be chopped off. Obito in the corner took a long breath. After this time, the hard days seem to have really ended. As for these injuries, it's not important anyway, because of his physique, he can heal in a few days. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 19. Konoha, Ninja School. Today's course is all over. On the podium, Hidechi Tanaka said cautiously. For fear of awakening the sleeping figure. I actually feel that Yuyu has become better. Seeing Obito's body and gauze tied in many places, Hideo Tanaka trembled. A few days ago, I was a bit drifting. Since that actual test, Tanaka has discovered that Yuyu doesn't seem to be as scary as he thought. At least the start is measured. Originally Tanaka was relieved, and planned to get along with Yuyu to normalize. At least you have to ask Yuyu to give the 3-body technique exam, which has already been given by the previous written exam. I even said Yuyu once. At that time, Hidechi Tanaka was still secretly refreshed for a while, feeling that he, who had always been the only one before, finally stood up. But now Obito's horrible situation makes Hideo Tanaka scared when he thinks about it. Yuyu, you didn't cut yourself off, where did you stand up? That was my luck. Yuyu, just a little devil. Never provoke it. But thinking of his task today, Tanaka felt his mouth twitched. Hong, Lin, can you two call Yuyu? After the class had left, Hideyoshi Tanaka said to Hong Helen very politely. Ah, good teacher. Hong Helen also felt a little amused looking at Tanaka Hideyuki's appearance. In their opinion, Yuyu is so scary, he is obviously a very good person. Yuyu, kun, dot. Hong Helen's little hand shook Yuyu gently. Hell you. It was Yuyu snoring that responded to Hong and Lin. Today, Yuyu really drank a lot of wine in order to get good equipment with one cut. Therefore, the sleep is exceptionally deep. Teacher, Yuyu is too tired today, what is the matter? Hong and Lin yelled twice and found that Yuyu was sleeping extraordinarily deep. She couldn't bear to disturb Yuyu's sleep, so she asked softly. When Tanaka heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched. Too tired? Today Yuyu sleeps besides drinking. Oh, and chopped Obito in the corner. Is it because Obito is tired? Master Naruto wants to see Yuyu. If it were ordinary things, Tanaka would not be so persistent. But Master Naruto wanted to see Yuyu, he took the task, and there was really no way he could do it. Fire, Master Naruto! Hong and Lin exclaimed. Yes, Yuyu-kun will be fine, right? Teacher, Yuyu didn't mean it. He accidentally rubbed Obito. We can prove it. Hong and Lin suddenly became a little anxious, thinking that it was Yuyu who killed Obito in the past 2 days, and Master Naruto learned about it. No, it's not this thing, it should be a good thing. Looking at Hong and Lin's anxious expression, Tanaka waved his hand. The reason for this is that Tanaka knows that Naruto-sama seems to have been paying attention to Yuyu. Even the former colleague was severely injured by Yuyu, and Yuyu is fine. Does anyone who can do this still have to think about it? Yuyu was fine even after he severely injured the teacher. Obito just scratched the skin. How could Hokage-sama trouble Yuyu because of this? That. Seeing Tanaka's repeated assurances, Hong and Lin glanced at each other. Hey! Seeing Hong and Lin skillfully put Yuyu's arm on their shoulders, Tanaka's eyes twitched. Judging from the proficiency of the movements, it is not the first time that Hong and Lin have done this. So, you two didn't even want to call Yuyu up just now. Hideyoshi Tanaka is a little helpless. If it is other students, he can still criticize harshly. But Hong and Lin, because of Yuyu's relationship, he dare not. Let's go, Master Naruto is in the principal's office. Tanaka was leading the way while talking. Naruto is not only the highest leader of the village, but also the honorary principal of the ninja school. Just like that, Hong Helen carried Yuyu and followed Tanaka to the principal's office. Bang boom! Enter. Hearing the voice from the principal's office, Hong and Lin couldn't help feeling a little nervous. This is Naruto, the supreme leader of Konoha village. They only met at the opening ceremony. Crack! Hokage-sama, Yuyu brought it. As soon as Tanaka walked in, he respectfully said to the figure sitting at the principal's desk. Well, Yuyu is here. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was working on the file, showed a kind smile. He raised his head and looked at Yuyu. Then, the expression froze on his face. Yuyu. You brat. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 20. Konoha Shinobi School, Principal's Office. Hey? Who called me? Yuyu, who was awakened by a loud roar from Sarutobi Hiruzen, rubbed his eyes, feeling a little confused. This brat. Seeing Yuyu's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyebrows and began to doubt his decision. This should be regarded as the first official meeting between myself and Yuyu. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had been secretly caring about Yuyu's growth before, he appeared in both Yuyu's enrollment and the incident of slashing the teacher. I have also used transformation technique to admonish Yuyu about drinking. But the face-to-face formal meeting was the first time Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I wanted to give Yuyu a kind impression. Even the kind smile is ready. As soon as I looked up, I saw Yuyu, who was being carried by the two little girls and snoring loudly. With his kind expression, facing a snore Yuyu, taking Sarutobi Hiruzen's castle, he didn't hold back, and roared. "Old man, who are you? You woke me up." Yuyu looked left and right, finally locked on the goal of waking him up. Old man." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched. Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time is not the old-fashioned third Hokage in the original book. At this time, although he is not young, he still has some youthful tail. I've heard that Yuyu's mouth is annoying, but I didn't expect to see it for the first time. Seeing that the name of this stinky boy is taken for his own sake, he is not angry, he is not angry. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted himself in his heart. "Yuyu, this is Lord Third Hokage. You can't talk like that." When Hidechi Tanaka on the side heard Yuyu's words, he was shocked. He hurriedly came to the side of Yuyu and whispered, Third Hokage." Yuyu lowered his hand from Hong Helen's shoulder and dangled in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hello." Yuyu stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time, and when Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost unable to bear it, he stretched out his hand and said hello. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that his face is cramping. You stinky kid stares at him for a long time like an animal, just to say hello? Huo, Hokage-sama, Yuyu didn't mean anything, but today he drank a little too much. Looking at Yuyu's performance, Tanaka quickly explained. When explaining why Yuyu was like this, he felt that he couldn't say it. Ninja school is absolutely forbidden. This reason can only explain his negligence as a teacher. Tanaka was almost crying at this time, feeling that his future was gloomy. Cough, it's okay, Zai and Hong and Lin, right? You go out first, I have something to ask Yuyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen has never seen any big winds and waves. Just now, he yelled because the difference between the meeting and his imagination was too big. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled carelessly and said, Yes, Master Naruto. When Tanaka saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mean to blame him, he was relieved. Hong and Lin looked at Yuyu anxiously, but due to Hokage's majesty and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression at this time was really kind. The two of them also exited the office together with Hidechi Tanaka. Yuyu, right? I'm the shadow of this village, Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuyu, the corners of his mouth twitched, and started a simple self-introduction. For others, does Sarutobi Hiruzen still introduce himself? Who in the village doesn't know him, the supreme leader? The children in the village, who has never had a dream of becoming Hokage. But Yuyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't guarantee that he knows what Naruto is. After all, Yuyu grew up holding a wine bottle since he was a child. I have also done something like Kakashi and the others were almost cut off as spies. After the introduction, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Yuyu a speech of will of fire as usual. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. Hoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking eloquently, and suddenly a faint snoring sound came into his ears. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up. Yuyu actually fell asleep. Yuyu! Get up for me! You brat, how can you fall asleep while standing? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuyu, who was sleeping soundly while standing, and roared. City house? Shifu shit! In the face of this stinky boy, even the deepest city mansion will be PD to death. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 21. Konoha Shinobi School, Principal's Office. If someone is here, they will see this ridiculous scene. I saw the highest leader of Konoha Shinobi Village. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as Ninyo, was staring at each other with a student. Old man, what's the matter with you? Why do you bother me to sleep? Yuyu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen dissatisfiedly and asked. Forget it, what's your anger with a little drunkard? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuyu, somewhat helpless. At the same time, I felt very helpless. The most powerful genius of Konoha's younger generation turned out to be this kid. Hey, it would be great if Yuyu didn't drink. After calming down, Sarutobi Hiruzen patiently introduced Yuyu again. You are Lord Third Hokage. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Yuyu's words, he was immediately relieved. This brat finally understands the greatness of being Hokage, right? But the next sentence from Yuyu almost angered him. The one in the women's bath with a crystal ball. Puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost bit his tongue. Who told Yuyu nonsense? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt that his whole body was not good. This kind of private matter is still about Hokage, how did Yuyu know about it? Yes, Yuyu, who told you this? Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched his mouth and asked. It seems to be, the last time I bought wine in a bar, I heard a white-haired guy, said it. Yuyu tilted his head and said uncertainly. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's teeth are about to be crushed. My own BD disciple, dare to talk nonsense everywhere. Ah, Yuyu, that guy is talking nonsense. As Third Hokage, how could I do such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a dry cough and explained. Stop talking about this, can I ask you a few questions? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw what Yuyu had to say and interrupted quickly. Going on, Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that his heart could not stand it. Well, you can ask. Yuyu's face that I give you face makes Sarutobi Hiruzen a little helpless. Do you love this village? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at Yuyu expectantly. Of course. Yuyu said affirmatively. There is wine and meat here, and people can be chopped down. Can you not love it? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction. The so-called drunk speaking truth, children's words after drinking, then it is more trustworthy. That, Yuyu, there is one thing in the village that needs your help. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuyu who was dangling, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But he still spoke out the purpose of looking for Yuyu this time. Medium, Chunin exam. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Yuyu blinked. Yes, Yuyu, I will tell you. Don't go. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, Yuyu said with a look of disgust. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly froze on his face. The trouble is dead, don't go. Yuyu is a little drunk, but he hasn't become stupid. Yuyu, the village can be said to be perilous now. You don't want your beloved Konoha to have an accident, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to admonish with all his heart. He has already sent the invitation letter to several big shinobu villages. At this time, Yuyu is not participating, so how can you play? Yes, this is what Sarutobi Hiruzen considered before, how to show how powerful Konoha is today. Although the Chunin exam is generally held between the allies. This time, Konoha sent invitation letters to all the big ninja villages that were not allies. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen advocates. Because the recent situation is very unstable, Cloud Shinobi Village will not talk about it. The village has always used military expansion as its main strategy. But even Kirigakuer, who didn't participate in the Second Ninja War at all, started frequent activities. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen full of a sense of crisis. Konoha is in the fire country with the most abundant resources. But at the same time, it is also at the very center of being surrounded by the other four powers. Whether it's the First Ninja World War or the Second Ninja World War, Konoha faced a situation of more than a dozen in the end. Now, shortly after the end of the Second Ninja World War, Konoha suffered a huge loss. The main force in World War II, the Senju clan, and even the young patriarch Nawaka died in the war. After Tsunade left, the Senju clan can be said to have completely retired. Coupled with the death of Konoha's White Fang, it can be said that Konoha's strength is much worse than before in the eyes of outsiders at this time. So Sarutobi Hiruzen is eager to show Konoha's power. And the Chunin exam is the best opportunity. As the cradle of genius, Konoha Village. Countless geniuses were born. Even after the long years since Konoha Village was founded. Kakashi is also one of the top talents. But this is Kakashi, facing Yu is absolutely helpless. As you can imagine, facing genin from other shinobu village, Yu is definitely in a crushing situation. Let the major ninja villages see the strength of Konoha's new generation and converge some actions. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen invited other Dainin villages that are not allies to come to Konoha to take the Chunin exam. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 22. Konoha Shinobi School, Principal's Office. Why doesn't this stinky boy get in? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Yu, feeling helpless. Just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen really knows reason and moves with emotion. The eloquence of being a good politician has been brought to the limit. But Yu's answer is 2 words. Don't go. If you change people, you won't listen to Hokage's orders? But in the face of a drunk person, sensationalism is useless. Where is the use of intimidation? It is counterproductive. Wait a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes rolled. Sensational is not good, what about lure? Ahem, Yu, as long as you take this Chunin exam and win glory for Konoha, I have a good bottle of wine for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and said. As for what you wanted Yu to quit drinking? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. Hey? Really? Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Yu's eyes lit up. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little proud, Yu almost choked him to death in the next sentence. Okay, I'm going to take the test, you give me a house of good wine. Yu's eyes lit up, and he patted the table and said. Ears are so good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched. What did he say to give Yu a house of good wine? It's obviously a bottle. Really treat it as a good wine without money? Although he is 3rd Hokage, he doesn't have much private money. If this is really a good wine for Yu, I'm talking about a bottle, a good bottle of wine, you got it wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained helplessly. Old man, you're in debt. What you said was a house of good wine, but I have been drinking for decades, and I never heard anything wrong after drinking, so I won't go. When Yu heard it, he was immediately annoyed. You have decades of wine age. You have been drinking since your mother's womb, only for 9 years. But thinking that Yu did drink for 7 or 8 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his face helplessly. Okay. As long as you get the first place in the Chunin exam, I will give you a house of good wine. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yu and understood that it was impossible not to bleed. He gritted his teeth and said. Deal. Come on, pull a tick. Yu's somewhat drunk face was full of seriousness right now. A liar must swallow 1,000 needles. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like he was going to smoke his entire face, but finally he couldn't help Yu, and accompanied Yu to complete this contract. Okay, then you have the wine ready, I promise to cut all those who come to take the exam. Yu patted his chest and said confidently. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally relieved, but when he heard Yu's words, he suddenly became nervous again. How did you forget about this? Yu, it's very likely that on the way to the exam, we are not the enemy. Kakashi and the others are bloody examples. What if Yuyu cut all Konoha's people on the way to the exam? Not only did he not reveal Konoha's strength to the outside world, but he became a laughingstock. Well, Yuyu, during the test days, can you stop drinking? Sarutobi Hiruzen persuaded with all his heart. Don't drink? How many days? Not going. When Yuyu heard it, he turned around and left. Wait, wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grabbed Yuyu, his face full of helplessness. If others were like this, he would have been angry as Hokage. But for this, I named myself. Yuyu, who became an orphan because of his decision-making mistake, Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't get angry. Maybe, with a complete family, Yuyu doesn't know how to drink bars at all? Sarutobi Hiruzen sometimes thinks so. Okay, let you drink. But even if you are drunk, you have to recognize Konoha's signs so that you can't accidentally hurt the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. That's it. Yuyu said disdainfully. 1 hour later. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a Cloud Shinobi logo and asked. This is Konoha, right? Yuyu dangled, slapped, and said confidently. Didn't you just say this? How come I have recognized it for half an hour, and haven't recognized it yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen almost collapsed. Considering that Yuyu probably drank too much during the exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen just filled Yuyu with a few more bottles of wine. After all, as Hokage, he must consider all possibilities. As a result, it took Yuyu to recognize it for half an hour, but I still couldn't recognize it. No, you have to think of a way, otherwise Yuyu will really kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, thinking hard. Want, or else, use this. At this moment, Yuyu took out something from his pocket and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, and the corners of his mouth twitched sharply. P.S. Gaikyu Every Reader's Collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 23. Then it's settled, I will recognize this sign, and I will cut off all the others. Yuyu walked slowly to the door of the principal's office and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corner of his mouth, did not speak, and watched Yuyu out of the principal's office. Yuyu-kun, are you okay? How do you feel drinking again? Hong Helen, who had been waiting for a long time at the door, hurriedly helped Yuyu, and at the same time helped Yuyu walk out of the teaching building while asking caringly. In the principal's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the things in front of him, feeling that his entire face was about to cramp. Rubbed his face severely. Forget it, let's lose some people, it's better than letting Yuyu kill yourself. Soon, the news that Yuyu applied to graduate early and was about to take the Chunin exam spread like wildfire in the ninja school. Everyone was talking about it. But no one questioned Yuyu's participation in the Chunin exam. Just kidding, Yuyu is a monster that even Kakashi, who has already become Chunin's genius, has already chopped off. Everyone even thinks that Yuyu should take the Jonin exam. Regarding the news of Yuyu's graduation, everyone has different attitudes. For most people, this is just a conversation. For Obito, the news of Yuyu's graduation is like the new year. Because he finally doesn't have to worry, will Yuyu suddenly see him unpleasantly come over and chop twice? For Hong Helen, it was very hard for Yuyu to graduate early. But for Hidechi Tanaka, the days of suffering have just begun. In the ninja school that is over. Yuyu, do you understand this question? Tanaka asked carefully. Hey? What did you say? Yuyu was awakened suddenly in his sleep and looked at Tanaka with some dissatisfaction. This teacher was not so long-winded before, so why is it so annoying now? Are you tired? Then you can sleep for a while. Seeing Yuyu's dissatisfied eyes, Tanaka was almost crying. Hey, Give Yuyu a theory lesson, what a joke. Yes, Hidechi Tanaka is doing surprise tutoring for Yuyu at this time. After all, the first exam of Chunin was a written exam. If Yuyu can't even pass the written exam, then forget about the second exam. So Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Hidechi Tanaka to give Yuyu a surprise tutoring. Be sure to put up the written test results. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is just one sentence. But for Hidechi Tanaka, how could it be so easy? Yuyu, can't beat or scold. I often drank to fall asleep during tuition. This job is really impossible to do. Yuyu-kun, just listen to it, Mr. Tanaka is not easy. Yet, Yuyu, isn't this our company with you? Hong Helen on the side looked at Tanaka's Iyuyi's crying expression, and she couldn't bear it. In other words, he is also his own teacher, and he takes good care of them. So he persuaded Yuyu. At the sight of it, Hideo Tanaka was so moved that she almost cried. Then learn it, let me tell you, I'm a genius, I learn this kind of thing, and I can learn it soon. When Yuyu heard Hong and Lin say this, he gave them a face. Well, I believe Yuyu-kun. Hong Helen looked at Yuyu admiringly. Yuyu picked up the textbook, opened his eyes wide, and looked at it seriously. That, Yuyu, your book is upside down. Tanaka, who was still pleased, took a closer look, and suddenly his whole body was not well. Yuyu. Even the book is upside down. It turned out to be reversed. Yuyu suddenly realized, no wonder he couldn't understand a word. But then Yuyu reacted. Isn't this embarrassing? You have a mouth. Did I know it on purpose? You can learn it by looking backwards, and you can only get high scores when you are answering the questions. Yuyu snapped the textbook together with a look of anger. Stop learning. Learn a fart. Yuyu cursed the textbook together, and walked away with Hong and Lin. This, how can I deal with this? Tanaka looked at the empty classroom and wanted to cry without tears. Hokage-sama, that's it. In the evening, Hidechi Tanaka came to the Naruto building and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the surprise tutoring these days. Forget it, it's not easy for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hidechi Tanaka, who was full of guilt, his mouth moved, and finally sighed. Don't say Tanaka Hidechi, I was too weak to teach Yuyu before. Yuyu, who had drunk alcohol, couldn't get enough oil and salt. Yes. Hokage-sama. Tanaka let out a sigh of relief and respectfully quit the Hokage office. This, what should I do? As soon as Tanaka left, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows with a headache on his face. Hey, the old man has a problem. Aside, a young man with white hair and 2 tears under his eyes said gleefully. Jiraiya, you fellow, is it that I don't have enough education for you? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya coldly. Last time I was talking nonsense, I was severely taught by myself. It's not a long memory now. Jiraiya's expression froze. I don't know why, the old man has seen himself extremely uncomfortable recently. Even last time I found a reason and beat myself up. Anyway, just let the kid named Yuyu take the written test, right? Jiraiya watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression getting more and more dangerous, and said hurriedly. Hey? Do you have any ideas? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath and said lightly. Hey, why don't you cheat for him? Jiraiya smiled and said warmly. Originally, the first exam was to test each student's ability to obtain information. But Yuyu, although powerful, but the ability to obtain information, Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't guarantee. That's why Hidechi Tanaka gave Yuyu assault training. A crooked way. What are you stinky boy Tenten thinking? We Konoha held the Chunin exam, but we cheated for the people in our village. Shameless. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately annoyed. What a bad idea. This unsatisfactory disciple, is either peeping at the women's bathhouse or going to a small hotel all day long. I don't know how to share the worries and solve problems for the teacher. I even talked nonsense to Yuya before. The more I thought about it, the more angry, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply began to teach this unsatisfactory disciple. Old man, you really fight. Hey, I kindly give you an idea, you will avenge revenge. Jiraiya screamed, and then left Hokage's office as if fled. After Jiraiya escaped, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at Hokage's desk, touched his chin, thinking carefully. It seems, okay. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 24. Kirigakuer. Oh? Konoha sent out an invitation to take the Chunin exam. At Mizukage's position, a figure hidden in the dark said lightly. Yes, Master Mizukage. Mist Shinobi's ninja trembled all over his body when he heard the voice, with a deep fear in his respectful tone. Then go ahead and see what Konoha's tricks are playing. Yagura raised her head in the dark, and the scarlet light flashed in her eyes. Cloud Shinobi Village. What? Konoha invited us to Cloud Shinobi Village to take the Chunin exam. Third Reikage, a rough man, laughed. Master Reikage, are you going? Asked Cloud Shinobi dressed as Jainin. Go, why not? Let Konoha and the weak guys see how good our Cloud Shinobi is. Third Reikage patted the table and said. However, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure did not accept Konoha's invitation because of some things. At this point, Konoha got feedback. There are 3 of the 5 ninja villages in the Chunin exam, Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Konohagakure. The rest are some surrounding small shinobi villages, such as Grass Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi Village. And Konoha also started to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam. Soon, Yuyu's graduation application was passed. After all, 3rd Hokage directly ordered it, and everyone knows Yuyu's strength. Therefore, Yuyu's graduation went smoothly. The next step is to routinely take pictures, register, and send forehead protector and other programs. At this point, Yuyu finally became a glorious Genin. Yuyu, this forehead protector is really suitable for you. Lin watched Yuyu coming out of the Hokage building with Konoha forehead protector, excited. Yuyu-kun, I heard my father say that this time Chunin exam, there are other people from Shinobu village participating. The red on the side bit her red lips, and Qiao's face was full of worry. Don't worry, I must have cut them all. Yuyu patted his chest, his eyes gleaming. In Yuyu's view, those ninjas in the outer village are already a bottle of good wine. As long as it's all cut, it's good wine for a house. Naruto office. Did you give him all the things you gave Yuyu? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the back of Yuyu leaving the Hokage building, and asked. Yes, Master Naruto, I gave it to him personally. Hidechi Tanaka said with an affirmative expression. That's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. What Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Hidechi Tanaka to give Yuyu was the answer to the written part of the Chunin exam this time. Now, there should be no problem, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked helpless. Naruto personally helped the candidates cheat, this was the first time in history. But to ensure that Yuyu can pass the first exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only take this approach. Iwagakure and Tsunagakure did not accept the invitation. It is normal for Iwagakure not to come. After all, the guy Onogi is there. Tsunagakure, did something happen? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he watched the replies from various shinobu villages. Forget it, even without the participation of Tsunagakure and Iwagakure, as long as Yuyu shows strength to Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village in this Chunin exam, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure will know. After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped struggling. As long as Yuyu can show the strength of the new generation of Konoha village in this Chunin exam, It will be enough. Time passed slowly. During this period of time, the villagers of Konoha village found that there were more and more people in the outer village. That's the sign of Cloud Shinobi, these bastards. A group of sturdy ninjas walked on the streets of Konoha. Konoha's villagers stared at the group of people angrily. Now is not the time when the original work begins. Not long after the Second Ninja World War ended. And Cloud Shinobi Village is also a participant in the Second Ninja War. What are they doing? I heard that the Chunin exam is going to be held. These guys are all here to take the exam. And that group of people, which Shinobu village are they from? It's Kirigakure. It's been a long time since I saw a person from this ninja village. Hey, is this Konoha? These weak guys occupy such a good place for nothing. Wearing Cloud Shinobi forehead protector, a Cloud Shinobi genin said disdainfully. Don't be careless, Konoha is the cradle of genius. Jainin, the leader of Cloud Shinobi, glanced at the person who was speaking, and said lightly. I know, isn't it a Kakashi? I heard it is the son of Konoha's white Fanja, but that guy is already Chunin? Except for him, Konoha is not worth mentioning. The genin said dismissively. As the son of Konoha's white Fanja, Kakashi's intelligence has long been known by all major shinobu villages. But this is the Chunin exam, not the Jainin exam. He has become a Chunin guy, but he can't take it. The Cloud Shinobi village Jainin who led the team didn't say anything. In his opinion, Konoha's new generation, it seems that there is only one Kakashi who can look twice. The rest is not worth mentioning. Konoha, it's so dry. A genin with a shark face, cyan skin, and mist shinobi forehead protector, reveals his mouth full of fangs. Kisame, when it's time for the exam, you have to give me your best to let Konoha's group of guys see how terrifying the ninjas that came out of our blood mist are. Mist Shinobi's lead Jainin, one of the watermelon pufferfish ghost of the 7 ninja swordsmen, grinned grinningly. Yes. Kisame's shark eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he quietly looked at the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and said for a while. Naruto office. Everyone, the Chunin exam is about to begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the many Jainin in Konoha, took a cigarette, and said lightly. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 25. Konoha, the teaching building of the ninja school. Here, today was selected as the first exam for the Chunin exam. Ninja school teaching building, in the examination room. The candidates have arrived one after another, and there is not much time left before the test begins. They gathered in their respective ninja villages to observe the situation in other ninja villages. Konoha's ninja school, it's really a warm atmosphere. Kisame cracked the shark's teeth and looked around. This is very different from their Kirigakure. In Kirigakure, you have to be careful to be killed by others at any time, and even your good companion yesterday will pierce your heart with kunao today. Look, Kisame, that's a ninja from the Konoha Hyuga clan. Be careful. Kisame's companion, Mist Shinobi genin named Haneda Kaito, said seriously. Is that Byakugan? One of Konoha's 2 big pupil techniques. Another sturdy physique named Oiwaryo, Vunin, squinted his eyes. Kisame is undoubtedly a seeded player sent by Kirigakure. Therefore, the configuration of the team is also very reasonable. Haneda Kaito is a rare sentient ninja who knows all kinds of information about Konoha and acts as Kisame's size. On the other hand, Oiwaryo is a physique-type ninja who is good at using ninja swords and can use water style for Kisame to create neutral positions. Inyazuka, Abarame, Yamanaka, Akamichi, Nara, have all these famous families come. There are also members of the Sarutobi clan. Konoha is very formal this time. Why, didn't you see the Uchiha clan? A ninja murmured with some doubts. The words of this ninja fell, and many people began to search everywhere. With the Senju clan having retired, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly Konoha, and even the #1 giant in the world of ninja. The Sharingan of their clan is even called the #1 bloodline in the ninja world. This time, every shinobu village came to Konoha, and they told their own candidates to pay attention to the Uchiha clan. People from the Uchiha clan are very easy to recognize. The extremely proud Uchiha clan, every member of the clan can't wait to have the clan emblem printed all over their clothes. However, they didn't seem to see the people of the Uchiha clan. Crack! At this moment, the door that had not been opened for a long time opened again. Oh! A member of the Uchiha clan. It should be, everyone in this clan is proud to go to the sky, and it is not impossible to appear on the finale. Humph! I want to see if Sharingan is as powerful as the legend. Wait, I'll give the Uchiha clan guys first, one of them will get rid of him. Many people's eyes widened, staring at the opening door. Even the people of Kisame and Cloud Shinobi Village were attracted to the past. The reputation of the Uchiha clan in the ninja world is really too great. In the examination room, there was a moment of silence. Tons hiccups. While drinking, Yu opened the door and burped comfortably. Hey? It's quiet, did I go to the wrong door? The look in Yu's eyes was a little blurred because of the excessive drinking. As for why I drink so much? How can you not drink 2 more glasses on such an important day as the exam? Isn't there a lot of people in the exam? Why is it so quiet? Yu turned his neck slowly. Finally, I saw a group of dumbfounded people. Aren't these all there? You bastards, I thought I went to the wrong exam room. Be careful, I cut you guys. Yu suddenly became angry. These bastards must have deliberately made themselves think that they were in the wrong classroom. If something accident happens, Sarutobi Hiruzen promises to give him a house of good wine instead of dwindling it. Well, who is this guy? Not from the Uchiha clan. What an arrogant guy, dare to call us bastards. You want to chop us? Who BD do you mean? You're still drunk, Konoha's genin. The examination room suddenly became a mess. They thought it was a member of the Uchiha clan who came, but a guy holding a wine bottle appeared. Still scolding them bastards? To chop them off? If it hadn't been forbidden to fight in the first game, they would have let this guy know who is the BD. Is he Yu? It's really different. Genin of the Abarame clan, Abarame's Hixing, pushed his sunglasses and said lightly. He is what the teacher said, the core of our Konoha taking the exam this time? What's a joke? Genin of the Inyazuka clan, Inyazuka-chi said unconvinced. Seiki Yu defeated Hitaki Kakashi's super genius. Genin of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Haruki, muttered silently. Interesting, is it really as powerful as the legend, or? Looking at the chaotic scene, Hyaga Haruki secretly said. Naruto office. This brat, so unreliable. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Janin all watched the first exam here. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corner of his mouth when seeing Yu's obvious drunk. Is he Seiki Yu? The super genius who defeated Kakashi? Orochimaru on the side had a look of interest in his eyes. I know this kid, and I often meet him in the bar, he has a nasty mouth. Jiraiya pointed to Yu's face in the crystal ball and shouted. Okay. Watch it quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya coldly, and sure enough, UBD was talking nonsense to Yu in the bar. The old man's eyes are murderous. Jiraiya shut up immediately, but couldn't figure out how he had offended the old man recently. Bang! Shut up, you bastards! Go back to your seats. At this moment, a roar came from the crystal ball. I saw a burst of smoke in the examination room, and Konoha's examiner team appeared. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 26. I'm Janin from Kanahagakur. Yuri is really red. For the first exam, I will be the chief examiner. Now everyone is back to their place. A middle-aged man shouted loudly, with a strong aura that enveloped everyone present. Is this Kanaha's Janin? Very strong, I feel stronger than the teacher. After the examiner team appeared, the scene quickly fell silent. They found their seats one after another and sat down quietly. As for Yuyu, he was helped by an examiner to his seat. Is he Yuyu? The guy Hong has always been thinking of. Yuri Zhenhong looked at Yuyu, her expression a little unkind. Yuri Zhenhong is Hong's father. The moment I saw Yuyu, Yuri Zhenhong understood it all at once. Why, the wine in my own home will disappear inexplicably. The feelings were stolen by the daughter and given to this kid to drink. Yu Imahong stared at Yuyu with a scrutinizing eye. But soon, Yuri Zhenhong returned to his essential work. As Kanaha's Jainin, his duty at this moment is to complete the invigilation of the first exam. Now announce the rules of the examination room. As in the original book, the first exam is to examine the ability to obtain information. Even if caught cheating, there are 4 chances. The smart people in the examination room quickly understood this. Soon, the people in various shinobu villages began to look for targets and began to cheat. Naruto Office. The Byakugan of Hyuga, the ninja dog of the Inyazuka clan, the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, the bug of the Aberame clan. This exam is not the slightest difficulty for our Konoha candidates. A Jainin looked at the scene in the crystal ball with a look of pride. But old man, why didn't you send someone from the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya asked puzzledly. Although Jiraiya does not catch a cold to the people of this clan, the strength of the people of the Uchiha clan really cannot be underestimated. It was beyond Jiraiya's expectation. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be hit by something, his eyes twitched suddenly, and he stared at him murderously. Jiraiya's expression froze suddenly, although she didn't know what she had said wrong, she still closed her mouth obediently. I don't know why, the old man has seen him extremely unpleasant lately. In order to prevent being beaten, it is better to behave. Could I know that the person who sent the Uchiha clan would be more sure? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little helpless. People from the Uchiha clan are too proud. In the second exam, in order to prevent Yuyu from treating the people in his village as enemies, everyone should wear a special item. When I think of that thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that he is not very good. With the pride of the Uchiha clan, I would never accept such an order. So in order to give birth to a branch, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not send the Uchiha clan at all this time. Anyway, this time for the Chunin exam, Yuyu is enough. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's calculations, Yuyu's strength is probably close to the level of Jainin. In the Chunin exam, it was almost a monster. It doesn't matter whether there are people from the Yuyu Chiba clan. By the way, what about the super genius in our village, Kimu Yuyu? Why didn't he see the picture of him answering the questions? At this time, a Jainin asked in a puzzled manner. Hey? That's right, Yuyu guy, why didn't you see him? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a bad feeling. From the perspective of the crystal ball, he immediately looked towards Yuyu's seat. Hell you! At the next moment, a clear grunt came. Yuyu actually fell asleep. Ah, the super genius in our village is really different. It should be that the topic has been completed, right? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was a bit wrong, the Jainin hurriedly said. In his opinion, Yuyu is a super genius who can beat Kakashi. Isn't it normal to be able to do this kind of question? Presumably this genius must have done it. Sleep? That is an expression of self-confidence. But after this Jainin finished speaking, he found that everyone's expressions were very exciting. Take a closer look, Yuyu's curly noodles are blank. Yuyu, UBD. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly angry. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 27. Yuyu doesn't care how angry Sarutobi Hiruzen is at this time. Yuyu at this time, sleeping zhengxiang. To celebrate today's Chunin exam, Yuyu specially brought out a bottle of wine that Hong gave him. Just drinking this bottle of wine, Yuyu's kendo comprehension has increased by more than 10 points. Physique and chakra also increased by 10 points each. And this bottle of wine seems to help sleep. So Yuyu was sleeping very sweetly at this time. Cough cough. 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 Whew. It's so noisy. Yuyu heard a louder and louder cough and opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. You brat, finally woke up. Cough cough cough. Yuri Jinhong looked at Yuyu and opened his eyes, and he was relieved immediately. Then, because of the hot pain in my throat, there was another cough. As the chief examiner, Yuri Zhenhong has a special way to communicate with Third Hokage at any time. Just now, Third Hokage gave him a death order, and quickly get Yuyu up. But this makes Yuri really red embarrassed. In order to reflect the fairness of the examiner is not allowed to remind candidates of any behavior. But Third Hokage ordered to die again. Yuri Zhenhong gritted her teeth and pretended to cough. But unexpectedly, this stinky boy slept so deadly. After coughing for a long time, there are no signs of lucidity. Yuri was really red and couldn't keep coughing, so she had to get a hard shot and coughed a few times with all her strength. The price is his voice, like a fire. This brat, what wine did you drink? Sleeping so soundly. Yuri Zhenhong clutched her hot throat and twitched her cheeks. Fortunately, this brat finally woke up. The candidates answer the questions seriously, don't look around. Seeing Yuyu going to sleep on the ground again, Yuri was really anxious. If this puts you to sleep again, do you want to have your own throat? Hastily yelled. Remind Yuyu, it's an exam now. Don't sleep too much. Exam. Yuyu blinked, looked at the test paper in front of him, and came back to his senses. Yes, after the exam, there is still a room of good wine waiting for me. I love the exam. Yuyu remembered the purpose of his visit this time, and quickly began to look at the test paper in front of him. Then Yuyu found out, nothing. Hey! In the Naruto office. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Yuyu finally start to answer the question, and suddenly let out a long sigh. I gave Yuyu all the answers myself. It should be foolproof now, right? But looking at it, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his expression stiff. Yuyu, the brat. Staring at the test paper, in a daze. Didn't I give you all the answers? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuyu like this, crying without tears. As Hokage, I missed the questions for you in advance. Why are you still not able to? This stinky kid is not a drinker, forget to memorize it. As Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, Hidechi Tanaka mysteriously gave him a file bag and told him that he must read it. But Yuyu forgot in a blink of an eye, that bag, I didn't know where to throw it. What should I do? Yuyu, this stinky kid, didn't remember it at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels a little angry. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking hard, he happened to see the person in front of Yuyu. It seems to be Chunin arranged by Konoha. It can only be this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth fiercely. It's shameful to be ashamed, anyway. Yuyu's subsequent exams will double your face back. In the examination room. Promise to let the candidates behind pass. The candidate in front of Yuyu is named Matsushita Tomiya, and his actual identity is Konoha's Chunin. The task of sitting here is to complete the test papers and let other candidates copy them by means. Now, he has got a new task, which is to let the candidate behind him pass the exam at all costs. So, let's start. Matsushita Chi also put the paper to his right. 10 minutes later. Tomo Matsushita was almost crying too. The examinee behind him didn't even read the paper he had leaked out. Instead, he took out a bottle of wine and started drinking. He was about to put the paper in front of his eyes, and he didn't even look at it. How to do? Matsushita was also very anxious at this time, and there was not much time left for the exam. Looking up at the chief examiner, Yuri was really red, and found that he gave himself a look. Okay. That's the only way. Matsushita also gritted his teeth and pretended to accidentally throw his paper under his feet. Hey! Taking advantage of the gaps in picking up papers, I exchanged my own test papers with Yuyu's test papers directly. FK. At this time, the candidates who were copying Panasonic Yuyu papers were dumbfounded. What is this operation? Then they were surprised to find that the examiners didn't even look here. After Tomo Matsushita also got Yuyu's papers, he began to write swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, all the answers were written up. Then he did another thing that made the audience dumbfounded. Hey! Tomo Matsushita turned his head and blatantly took his test paper on Yuyu's table in front of him. That candidate! What are you doing? An examiner pointed to Matsushita Tomiya's paper and roared. Blazing guy, get out! You are disqualified for the exam and return the paper to the candidate behind you. Tomo Matsushita also breathed a sigh of relief, returned the written paper to Yuyu, and walked out of the examination room without looking back. Is there such an operation? The whole audience was stunned. Do you Konoha treat us as blind? P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 28. The scene of the first exam of Chunin exam. Everyone watched this wave of operations dumbfounded. Guys from Konoha, do you think we are fools? Who is this guy? Is Naruto's son? Provide to the next round? I want to protest. The other candidates in Shinobu village saw this scene and immediately felt that their IQ had been insulted. However, under the suppression of the examiner Yuri Zhenhong, it quickly subsided. Protest? You can skip the exam. Obviously, the candidates cannot decide whether to take the test or not. If you choose not to take the exam without authorization, the village won't let them go easily. This guy utters wild words when he comes on stage. Wait until the next round of exams, he will definitely make him look good. A whole. Many people from the outer village looked at Yuyu's back with unkind expressions. Although I don't know what background this guy is, I can get this kind of special care. But no one can blame them for an accident during the exam. Written exams can be taken care of, so the actual combat can never take care of it, right? Unless Konoha doesn't want the face of the #1 ninja village in the shinobi world at all. This guy, something is wrong. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Yuyu's back, grinning, showing his mouth full of fangs. Just think about it and you can know. Konoha took the initiative to hold this Chunin exam, certainly not for the purpose of ensuring that a powerful kid was promoted to Chunin. But if the drunk guy in front of him is not a powerful boy, why should Konoha protect him so much and enter the next round of exams? It's getting more and more interesting. Chunin takes an exam. Kisame showed his mouth full of fangs. Yuyu didn't care about the thoughts of these people. Looking at the filled test papers in front of him, he was full of joy. Is there such a good thing? After a drink, the test paper is ready? Yuyu, no matter why the people in front of you have to help yourself with the papers, if you have this skill, wouldn't it be good to drink 2 more glasses? The exam is over. Stop the pen. Yuri really red shouted, shocking many people physically and mentally. The candidates are waiting in their positions, and the test results will come out soon. After collecting all the test papers, Yuri Zhenhong said. This is not the time period of the original work. During this period, it is simply a shame to threaten Jnin with what he will never be promoted to. Who knows when everyone's village is fighting again? Can you Konoha still determine the ninja level of Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakuer? Soon, the results of the exam were released. A total of 64 people passed the written test. There are 22 teams. Among them, Yuya himself is a small team. Boom! Suddenly, a cloud of smoke filled the area, and a man with a fair complexion wearing Konoha Jainin vest appeared here. Master Orochimaru, the second exam will be handed over to you. Yuri Zhenhong looked at the figure that appeared, and said respectfully. Don't worry, leave it to me. Orochimaru at this time, not as gloomy and cold as in the future, smiled and said. Big, Orochimaru. One of the legendary Konoha Sunin. Okay, it's scary, just standing there makes me feel like a creepy. Everyone, I am the chief examiner for the second exam, Orochimaru. Then follow me. Orochimaru said while looking at Yuyu. And there was a strong interest in Snake Eyes. Can make the old man not hesitate to break some Konoha's face, but also to be sent to the next round. Then I thought of the things that the old man gave me just now, and what I told him to Konoha's candidates. Even with Orochimaru's character, it is very interesting. I'm really looking forward to the second exam. Orochimaru smiled, this will be an unprecedented Chunin exam. Yuyu carried a big bag and Kyushui in his hand, and followed the army to the location of the second exam. Konoha Exercise Field number 44. Death Forest. It is still divided into the earth coiling axis, and a team of 2 scrolls is put together to enter the next round of exams. And you must first sign the certificate of life and death. Life and death, good stuff. Yuyu looked at the life and death in his hand, his eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that when you hack someone, you finally don't have to worry about it anymore? This guy is in a daze looking at life and death. Haha, I'm probably scared, right? Konoha's powerful son. Wait a minute, I'll take him for surgery. Many people look at Yuyu with unkind expressions, and people with backgrounds are hated. What's more, this BD still yelled at them before. After entering the death forest this time, this guy must know how powerful it is. Something is wrong, Kisame. Kisame's teammate, Haneda Kaito looked at Yuyu, and said with a dignified expression. What? Is there anything weird about this guy? Isn't this kind of drunken guy not worthy of attention? Another Kisame teammate, Ryo Oiwa asked in a deep voice. This guy is a team. Haneda Kaito said solemnly. Soon, the anomaly that Yuyu formed a team by himself was also discovered by some smart people. They have increased their vigilance. Although Yuyu looked drunk and dreaming. But they didn't believe that if Konoha could be sent to the second round, would Konoha let him be sent to death? But there are still a lot of self-righteous guys who are eyeing Yuyu. For example, Cloud Shinobi, whose brains are full of muscles. The candidates from Konoha, come to me together. At this moment, Orochimaru, the chief examiner of the second exam, suddenly raised his voice. What is Konoha going to do? Even Konoha can't be so blatant, right? Damn it! Everyone's eyes were attracted to the past. Just when they thought that Konoha was going to open the back door for themselves, the next scene left them completely stunned. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 29. Master Orochimaru, what's the matter? The people of Konoha looked at Orochimaru with admiration and asked respectfully. At this time, Orochimaru had extremely high prestige in Konoha. It can be said to be third Hokage, the first person under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, the genin of Konoha admired him very much. Come on, paste them all, the most conspicuous spots on your faces. A meaningful smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. Take out a version of the stickers from behind. Everyone at Konoha took a closer look, and they were immediately dumbfounded. Isn't this the Konoha Shinobi School, which rewards outstanding children, the little red flower stickers? Oh, Lord Orochimaru, are you kidding me? Inyazukachi looked at Orochimaru with eyes full of disbelief. Put this thing on the most conspicuous part of your face? Isn't that on the forehead? Sticking to this thing, how can you fight with people from other villages? It makes people laugh out loud. The other Konoha candidates looked wonderful. This is an order, everyone must post the whole process in the second exam, not to take it off. If you accidentally drop it, paste the spare one immediately. As a ninja, do you know what to do? Orochimaru Snake Hitomi looked at Inyazuka's teeth that rebutted him, and said lightly in a hoarse voice. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. After a while of silence, Abaramaze Hixing, who was the most calm, pushed his sunglasses, responded, stretched out his hand, and took what was in Orochimaru's hand. But if you look closely, you can find that Abaramaze Hixing's hands are shaking slightly, which shows that his heart is not so peaceful. Then he gritted his teeth and stuck it on his forehead. I saw a big little red flower, which looked particularly dazzling. What are the Konoha guys doing? Ha 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 ha, I'm so ridiculous, what's that? Little red flower. Is Konoha village going to be renamed Hunghwa village? Guys of Konoha, are you trying to fight with a small red flower on your forehead? It's not that the ninja school hasn't graduated yet, right? The other people in Shinobu village were a little dumbfounded when they saw the situation on Konoha's side. Then burst into laughter. Especially genins of Cloud Shinobi village laughed loudest. They had always seen Konoha's unpleasantness. When they saw such a funny scene, how could they not sneer and ridicule? Listening to the ridicule in the ear, Abaramaze Hixing's face flushed suddenly. Damn it! What's a joke? Hurry up and post it, this is a task, you understand, tooth. Seeing that Inyazuka's teeth were still there, I was a little upset. Hyuga Haruki, who was a teammate, patted him on the shoulder. But looking at Hyuga Haruki's expression is also very exciting. Damn it! Inyazuka gritted his teeth, closed his eyes abruptly, and fiercely stuck the sticker in his hand on his forehead. Ninja dog, also post it. Orochimaru looked at the look of Inyazuka's teeth and said faintly. Wow! Wow! Inyazuka-toothed ninja Shimaru, wagging his tail, looks masculine. Pop! Wow! After being pasted with this sticker, Zuin's momentum suddenly shrugged off, and his dangling tail drooped down, showing a wilting look. The most funny is the few members of the Hyuga clan. As branch houses, they must not leak their foreheads. So I had to put the sticker on the center of my brow. With their Byakugan, it looks very funny. Hearing the ridicule around, everyone in Konoha felt a little hot on their faces. At the same time, there was some complaint in my heart. I don't know what the village really means, and why I put this funny sticker on them. Isn't this embarrassing them? Konoha, in a special room. At this time, all the Jainins who took part in the Chunin exam were all concentrated here. Guys of Konoha, are they unique? Is this your new custom for Konoha? Looking at the picture coming out of the crystal ball, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost showed his mouth full of fangs, and said with a smile. The sarcasm in the words makes no secret. Jainin, the leader of Cloud Shinobi village, laughed and had no scruples. Konoha's Jainin looked a little ugly. Believe it or not, I broke your teeth. Jiraiya, who is in charge of order here, looked ugly, glanced at the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost and Jainin of Cloud Shinobi village, and said faintly. The expressions of watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost and Cloud Shinobi village Jainin froze. Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, is not something they can afford. Humph, then I look forward to your Konoha performance. The watermelon pufferfish ghost gave a cold snort and continued to watch the second exam scene. Kisame, kill all Konoha guys for me. Inside, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost secretly gritted his teeth. Death forest, doorway. Yuyu, right, it has been completed according to your requirements, are you still satisfied? Orochimaru looked at Yuyu, who was holding a knife in his left hand and a wine in his right, with a smile on his pale face. Such an interesting scene, even with Orochimaru's temperament, feels very interesting. Haha, it saves a lot of trouble, except for those with this sign, I saw all the others and cut them all off. Yuyu glanced away, and suddenly felt like a genius. With such obvious signs, you don't have to bother to identify which shinobu village is. Those with little red flowers, avoid death. Yuyu, here we are. Yuyu-kun, hard work. At this moment, two melodious voices came, and only Hong and Lin were walking towards this side. Behind them, Obito and Asuma looked aggrieved. They are holding bottles of wine in their hands. Why is it so slow? You two guys, be careful, I cut you guys. After Lin said hello to Hong, Yuyu looked at Asuma and Obito with a little dissatisfaction, and the exam started at a slower pace. Wouldn't it be a few days before you could drink alcohol? While talking, Yuyu put the wine that the two had brought into the backpack. Yes, I'm sorry. Asuma and Obito heard that they had been cut, their suffocation disappeared instantly. Some trembling. It's too ridiculous, let's paste this kind of thing, it turns out to be to prevent accidental injury by this guy. When Inuzuka-chi heard the conversation between Yuyu and Orochimaru, he looked very ugly when he saw someone coming to bring you wine to Yuyu. The faces of the others are also very wonderful. Feelings they took the Chunin exam this time, and the village believed that the greatest danger they faced was not the elites of other shinobu villages, but one's own person. Puff, look, Asuma, why are there small red flowers on the foreheads of people in our village? Obito turned his head and saw Konoha's funny look, and he burst into laughter. Asuma couldn't help but laughed out loud. Konoha's people immediately looked at Obito and Asuma angrily. But soon they were popularized. Obito belongs to the Uchiha clan, and Asuma is the son of 3rd Hokage. Konoha's people were extremely aggrieved, but there was no way to do it. When I learned that the little red flower was posted, it was to prevent Yuyu from admitting the wrong person and cutting his own person. Then I saw the reluctance of everyone in Konoha, coupled with the ridicule of people from outside the village. Obito and Asuma immediately looked at them like a shameless pen. Is this a little red flower? This is a life-saving talisman. Yuyu, come on. Lin held Yuyu's arm with excitement and waved her small fist. Yuyu-kun, be careful. Honggang Yuyu puts wine in his backpack. Mei looked at Yuyu with some worry. Relax, wait for my good news, come back and have a drink with me. While talking, Yuyu pulled Hong and Lin into his arms. In Yuyu's arms, Hong Helen gave a soft The eyes of Asuma and Obito behind them both turned red. Orochimaru looked at the situation on Yuyu's side, and Snake Hitomi had a keen interest. Not only was it sent to the second round, but Konoha's candidates were also allowed to put up funny stickers, and they were also allowed to bring wine into the examination room. What is so special about this kid if he can make the old man do this? But Orochimaru is not in a hurry. As the chief examiner of the second exam, he has plenty of time to observe. The second exam begins now. Orochimaru announced. Swish. 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 Everyone in Konoha swiftly rushed into the death forest from various entrances. They really couldn't bear the ridicule and strange eyes of people from outside the village, and at this moment they just wanted to quickly enter the forest. Yuyu calmly and Hong, Lin bid farewell, carrying a backpack full of wine, holding autumn water, swaying in from an entrance. Kimu Yuyu, interesting. Orochimaru looked at Yuyu's disappearing back, and the snake pupil narrowed slightly. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 30. Konoha, Exercise Field Number 44, Death Forest. Tons. Yuyu strolled along the path in the forest while drinking the good wine brought by Asuma and Obito. Where did those bastards go? They run really fast. Yuyu hiccups with alcohol, his eyes are a little blurred, and his figure is swaying. Obviously drank too much. Yuyu originally wanted to get rid of everyone quickly, and went to Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask for the wine in that house. As a result, as soon as they came in, 1 and 2 of them were like mice, hiding in the forest and disappearing. It's been almost a long time since I came in now, and I haven't seen a ghost shadow. Instead, I drank too much. Not to mention, the wine that Asuma was ordered to steal from his house tasted really good. Yuyu didn't know that in a shadow, 3 genin from Takanen village were watching him. Brother, that arrogant drinking kid, do it. A Takanen asked with a gloomy look. This stinky kid was so arrogant in the first exam, and now it will finally fall into our hands. The corners of the mouth of the Taki shinobu who was called Big Brother slightly cocked. Big Brother, I always feel that something is wrong. This guy was escorted to the second round. Obviously Konoha had a backstage. Why would he let him take the second test on his own? Another Taki shinobu looked a little dignified and persuaded. Hey, what kind of strength a drunk kid can have? You think too much, so quickly solve him and get his scroll. We might be the first to pass this exam. The Taki shinobu who had just begun to speak, said excitedly. But... okay, ready to do it. The leader Taki shinobu scolded and made a decision. At the same time, the behavior of these 3 Takinobu characters was seen by everyone in the observation room through a special screen. Jainin from Takanen village showed excitement, and now the teams have not started fighting. If the ninjas in their village can get the first kill, and the killer is Konohagakure, then their Takanen village will show their faces this time. Oh? You Konoha drinking kid is being spotted. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish grinned, showing his mouth full of fangs, and glanced at Jiraiya. Seeing his expressionless face, he gave a cold snort, and secretly looked forward to it. Hope to see Yuyu die tragically under Taki shinobu, and then see how wonderful Jiraiya's expression will be. While thinking about it, the arc of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost's grin became even bigger. Tons. Shoo. 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 Yuyu walked leisurely on the forest path, drinking wine and humming a small song. Suddenly, several kunao shot out from the shadows, with detonation charms tied on them. Seeing Yuyu narrowed his eyes, his figure swayed quickly, avoiding all the kunao. Boom. 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 Kyowa was nailed to the big tree, and the dense forest was completely swallowed by the flames of the explosion. Swish. 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 Smelly boy, luck is good, drinking too much is not bad, Kyowa actually passed you by. 3 figures of Takanen appeared in front of Yuyu. One of them, Takinobu, showed sarcasm on his face. In his opinion, Yuyu is simply lucky, because he drank too much and his figure was always swaying, and it happened to have escaped these few sufferings. Yuyu squinted and looked at the 3 people who appeared. Forehead, no. Between the eyebrows, no. There is no small red flower, you can chop it. Yuyu grinned, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. It seems to be the first time to hack people unscrupulously. What shit little red flower, do you think it's a child playing house? Who? With a full face of sarcasm, the Taki shinobu took out kunao and stabbed Yuyu. Go to hell, kid. You shouldn't feel pain after drinking alcohol? Did you drink alcohol for this effect? Seeing the hesitation close at hand, Takanen's eyes showed cruelty, and the kunao in his hand stabbed at Yuyu fiercely. Dead, this kid. The leader of Takinobu showed a sneer on his face, and this smelly kid who uttered wild words was finally about to die in their hands. Takanen on the side looked a little puzzled. Could it be that he really thinks too much? Konoha really sent a drunkard to die? Puff. The sound of the sharp blade passing through the flesh sounded. It's done. The leader of Takinobu smiled with joy. No. The other Taki Shinobu's complexion suddenly changed greatly, extremely pale. Why, how come? Takinen in front of Yuyu suddenly had endless fear in his eyes. Looking at Yuyu, who was full of excitement, his mouth opened. In my mind, I recalled the eyes of the two Konoha imps beside Yuyu at the gate of the Death Forest. It was clearly looking at the eyes of a group of people seeking death. This drunken kid didn't come to die. The little red flowers on the heads of those Konoha shinobi are not funny. It is to prevent this monster from killing the wrong person. Puff. A scary knife mark that pierced through the entire body of this Takinen appeared on the chest of this Takinen. A harsh sound sounded. This Takinobu was cut into 2 pieces. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 31. What? In the Konoha observation room, the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost's excited expression froze on his face. He didn't expect that Konoha, who was about to die in Takinen's hands just now, would actually kill Takinen. Damn it, useless Taki Shinobu, it really depends on Kisame. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost looked at Jiraiya, who was beaming and looked ugly. What a quick knife, worthy of the old man's protection. Jiraiya looked at Yuyu on the screen with a touch of shock in his eyes. With such a quick draw, Jiraiya has only seen it in one person. Konoha's white fang-tooth Hatake Sakumo. But Yuyu is not yet 9 years old at this time. It's really hard for Jiraiya to associate Yuyu, who has such a swordsmanship, with the kid who buys liquor that he often meets in the pub. As expected of Konoha's genius. Seeing the ugly faces of the Jainins in the outer village, Jiraiya's favor with Yuyu has skyrocketed. Don't worry about what Yuyu had said to him before. At the same time, Yuyu looked at the other 2 Taki Shinobu with excitement on his face. In Yuyu's eyes, these 2 guys are going to find Sarutobi Hiruzen to redeem the important weight of a house of wine. You can change the wine again, and you can chop it off. Where can you find such a good thing? How is it possible? The leader of Takinobu was pale, his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked at his companion who had been chopped in half. He didn't see how he and his companion died. The little devil in front of him, the knife was clearly still in its sheath, how could his companion be chopped in half? Weird, monster. The other looked at Yuyu's excited expression, his expression terrified. He could see that the excited expression on Yuyu's face came from the heart. This guy is a monster who kills without blinking. It's time for you too. Yuyu looked at the 2 remaining Taki Shinobu and grinned. This feeling of slashing people unscrupulously after drinking is really good. Who? Before the leader of Takinen could react, the other Takinen had already been so frightened that he crawled and fled away. Shit guy, I already said that this monster has a problem, and I have to provoke it. Taki Shinobu ran away, swearing at his dead companion in his heart. Want to run? Yuyu looked at Taki Shinobu who was running away, and his face suddenly became dissatisfied. Just stand obediently and let yourself chop it. Yuyu suddenly decided to add 2 points when starting. Chong. Chu Shui is out of her sheath. The leader Takinobu, who wanted to escape, felt his body stiff the moment Chu Shui unsheathed. Looking at Yuyu, I only felt that I saw a terrifying Shura. The cold sweat kept dripping, the legs kept trembling, but the body couldn't make the slightest movement. At this moment, his heart is full of fear and regret. Why do you want to provoke this monster? See if it's you running fast or my slashing fast. As Yuyu waved, Chu Shui fell sharply. Hey! A purple-black light flashed, and a slash formed by sword aura, like a behemoth out of trap, slashed towards the fleeing Takinen. The terrifying purple-black slash formed a strong air pressure during its flight. Sword marks appeared on the surrounding big trees, and countless leaves and branches were chopped off by the sword aura. In the process of flying, he was shattered by the sword chi from the slash. The fleeing Takinobu, feeling the terrible sense of oppression behind him, turned his head in horror, and saw a scene that made his soul fly away. A purple-black slash, like Shinigami who is killing her, fly towards him. No! A scream sounded, and a purple-black slash passed through the body of Taki Shinobu. Puff! The bright red blood rose, and the stumps flew. The color of fear in Taki Shinobu's eyes quickly dissipated, and replaced by a dead silence. Then, what the hell is that purple and black? The leader of Takanen's eyes were full of horror, looking at the blood and stumps in the sky. Don't say it's watching, he hasn't even heard of it. Someone could kill someone with a knife from 100 meters away. Everything that happened was beyond his cognition. Ding! After drinking, kill Takinobu, physique +10, chakra +10. Ding! Kill one Takanen after drinking, kendo comprehension +15. Ding! Congratulations to the master for finishing the first kill after drinking. Reward, Conqueror's Haki. After using the slash to kill the fleeing Takanen, the system prompt sounded. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 32. Ding! Congratulations to the master for getting Conqueror's Haki. The system prompt sounded in Yuyu's mind. Conqueror's Haki? Good stuff. Because of the activity just now, Yuyu's head is also a little more sober. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki can greatly enhance the user's attack and defense power. In the world of Naruto, even a Kage-level expert may be killed by an ordinary ninjutsu. But after having Armament Haki, Yuyu can even resist ninjutsu. Armament Haki can also be wrapped around the knife, greatly enhancing the lethality of slashing. Observation Haki, by acquiring breath, can see enemies that are not in the field of vision, and perceive the strength of the enemy's strength, similar to the perception ninja in the Naruto world. However, the scope of application is much larger. Observation Haki can also predict the enemy's next move in advance, practice Observation Haki to ultimate, and even see the future for a short time. Sharingan's proud dynamic vision is simply not worth mentioning in front of ultimate Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki, who owns Conqueror's Haki, are all people who have the wealth of kings. Just through aura, the weak can faint. The weak, in front of the king, do not even have the qualifications to remain sober. Cultivating to ultimate can even cause substantial damage to the surrounding things. Conqueror's Haki combined with Yuyu's swordsmanship, can be said to be even more powerful. These two guys are much better than Obito's useless BD. Yuyu is very satisfied with this first kill reward. At the same time, I was very dissatisfied with Obito. As one of the bosses in the later stage, he only gave such a reward after cutting him. It is simply a shame for the boss class. Where is this great reward for Conqueror's Haki? Although Conqueror's Haki is still in the introductory stage, the potential is endless. I have to practice hard after I go back. Feeling the newly harvested power, Yuyu nodded in satisfaction. I completely forgot how I practiced swordsmanship before. Hey? Did I forget something? Yuyu touches his chin, feeling that he hasn't drunk enough recently and his brain is not enough. Can't see me. Can't see me. The leader of Takanen Mura over there was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Seeing Yuyu in a daze, he prayed inwardly. This monster must never see him, otherwise. Forget about you. The Yugwang of Yuyu saw the leader of Takanen village and suddenly realized. Please, please, don't kill me, I can give you the scroll. Leader Takanen looked at Yuyu in horror and burst into tears. Puff. A blood stain appeared on his neck. The terrified expression of Leader Takinobu froze on his face. Boom. His eyes slowly dispersed, and his body fell weakly. What do I want that scroll for? Yuyu put the autumn water into the sheath. He is here to hack people, not to collect scrolls. Ding. The master killed one Takinobu after drinking, and his physique is +10. Armament haki +10. Yuyu paused when he heard the system prompt in his mind. Slashing people, can you still add armament haki? Yuyu's eyes shined. Since hacking people, armament haki can also be strengthened. What about observation haki, conqueror's haki? Practice? Practice a fart. Isn't he fragrant to hack someone? Yuyu carried Kiyoshui and walked towards the dense forest. Konoha observation room. There was silence here at this time. Jainin from each village stared at this special screen. Yes, a flying slash. Jainin, led by Rain Shinobi village, swallowed fiercely. There was unspeakable fear in his eyes. The land of Rain is the main battlefield of the Second Ninja War. There, witnessed the rise of a peerless power in the ninja world. Konoha's terrifying killer. Konoha's White Fang. Saying the name, Rain Shinobi led Jainin's lips trembling. This name is the nightmare of Rain Shinobi village. The slash that killed a person 100 meters away reminded this Rain Shinobi Jainin of that unbearable history. It's amazing, no wonder the old man protects him so hard. There was a touch of shock in Jiraiya's eyes. Yuyu's information, he has been specifically to find out. Over the years, I have never heard of someone teaching Yuyu swordsmanship. This shows that this terrifying swordsmanship was taught by Yuyu himself. Genius. Apart from these two words, Jiraiya has no other words to describe Yuyu. Even his friend Orochimaru, at this age, does not have such an exaggerated strength. Konoha's BD, it's hidden deep enough. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked at Konoha Jainin with joyful faces, and secretly gritted their teeth. Kisame, there should be no problem, right? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost secretly compared, and finally grinned. Kisame, that's a real monster. Konoha's offspring, let you be proud of it for a while. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 33. Swish. 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 Inyazuka-chi, Hyuga Haruki, and Abaramaze Hixing's three-person team are galloping in the woods. I'm so fed up with this broken sticker. Inyazuka's teeth grinned and said angrily. Teeth, talked all the way. Hyuga Haruki heard Inyazuka's complaint, and his cheek twitched. To be ashamed, he is the most ashamed. Inyazuka-chi and Abarame Shiko, at least sticking to their foreheads, although a little funny, they are not weird. But as a branch house of the Hyuga clan, Haruki Hyuga stuck to the center of his eyebrows. Between the two Byakugan, there is a small red flower. It's simply discrediting the Hyuga clan. Haruki, you. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Inyazuka-chi turned his head and looked at Hyuga Haruki, trying to say something, but looking at the current image of Hyuga Haruki, he couldn't hold back his breath and smiled. Teeth. You fellow. Hyuga Haruki suddenly became angry. Lightning style go. Ba. A thunder light flashed, and a thunder and lightning followed the trees and slammed into the Konoha trio. Get out of the way. Abaramaze Hixing reacted the fastest, pulling Inyazuka-chi and Hyuga Haruki, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Bang! 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 The three smashed to the ground in embarrassment, and Inyazuka's tooth screamed in pain. Konoha's choppy, hide very quickly. One of the three genin from Cloud Shinobi village came to the not far from the three of Inyazuka-chi and looked at them sarcastically. A hole. How dare to attack my uncle? Inyazuka Tooth climbed up, grinning painfully, and glared at the three cloud shinobi angrily. Abarame Shihyung and Hyaga Haruki looked ugly. As a perception class, with the bloodline of Byakugan, he was even attacked. Abarame Shihyung and Hyaga Haruki have been entangled with the stickers on their heads just now, leading to neglect of reconnaissance. But for the ninja, this is not a reason at all. This time the mistake caused the three people who slammed into the ground from the tree to have different injuries. Fortunately, Inyazuka Teeth, the Inyazuka clan is already strong. But Hyaga Haruki had no time to protect in an emergency, which caused several ribs to be fractured. And Abaramaze Hicksing's right arm is also a little difficult to move at the moment. This time, their mistakes plunged them into crisis. Ha 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 ha, Konoha guys, can you stare at us with your funny stickers? You shouldn't come to Jnin for the exam, you should go home to find your mother. Cloud Shinobi looked at the little red flower on Konoha's foreheads and suddenly laughed. A hole. Inyazuka Toga had cared about it, but now he is being ridiculed again. His face flushed suddenly, and angrily attacked the three of Cloud Shinobi. Wait, Tooth. Abarame Shihyung and Hyaga Haruki's complexion changed, and they quickly tried to stop Inyazuka Chi. But because the action involved the injury, the action was half a beat slow. Purple pills. Let's go. Wow. Beast-like forbearance. Teeth through teeth. Inyazuka's teeth whispered, and one person and one dog quickly rotated in the air, like two drills, strangling towards the three cloud shinobi. Damn it, go on. Tooth this guy. Hyaga Haruki and Abarame Shihyung did not stop Inyazuka Chi, cursed inwardly, endured the pain, and rushed forward. Lightning-style thunder knife. Ba-ba. The two cloud shinobi took out the shinobi swords behind them. And the strong current flickered continuously on them. Lightning-style go. The leader of cloud shinobi showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and slapped his hands to the ground. Bah! A dazzling lightning bolt slashed along the ground towards the rushing Konoha trio. Boom! Last bottle of wine. Yuya walked on the path in the forest, looking at the wine in his hand, secretly annoyed. After cutting off the three bastards of Takinobu, he never met anyone else. Yuya couldn't find anyone, so he decided to drink a little more wine. Then, I drank, billion points. Only the last bottle of wine was left. The last bottle, save it. The two bastards, Asuma and Obito, brought such a little wine. Yuyu, who was drunk, was immersed in his own world. Finally, we are about to get out of this dense forest. Teeth. Are you okay? P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 34. Teeth. Are you okay? Cough. Cough. Damn it. Hyaga Haruki looked at Inyazuka's teeth licking all over his body, and asked, staring warily at the three cloud shinobi not far away. He and Abaramaze Hicksing had already suffered serious injuries. Coupled with Inyazuka Kai's unauthorized attack, it was even more downwind. These genins of Cloud Shinobi Village are obviously the elites of Cloud Shinobi Village. Everyone has a not-so-weak lightning style in their hands. And the techniques of the three of them, no matter it was the physical technique or the Abarame clan's worm secret technique, were restrained by lightning style. The result can be imagined, there is no suspenseful fiasco. On the side, Abaramaze Hicksing's condition is not very good either. In front of them, there are corpses of worms scorched by lightning. Hyaga clan guy, just that level. Haha, that little red flower is a perfect match for you. I will slaughter that dog and eat dog meat later. The Cloud Shinobi looked at the badly injured Konoha 3 cruelly. They didn't plan to keep the slightest hand. Yes, damn it. This broken sticker. Inyazuka's teeth were sore, and listening to the sarcasm next to his ears, he threw the little red flower on his forehead to the ground and stomped his feet severely. It's all these broken stickers, which affected my performance. Inyazuka spoke hard, but saw the eyes of two teammates looking at him, and he was a little bit ridiculous. The current situation can be said to be caused by him. The most sensible situation just now should be to retreat quickly and find a place to recuperate. But because of his impulse. Wow! Just when the three Inyazuka-chi were desperate, a figure walked out in the dense forest. That's... Hyaga Haruki and Aberame Chihung were surprised. Who? The three of Cloud Shinobi turned their heads abruptly. What they saw was Yuya's dangling figure. Hey, who am I? It turned out to be the drunk stinky kid. Haha, it just happened to solve you together, and it can be regarded as the person who reunited you Konoha. Boy, aren't you going to chop us? The Cloud Shinobi laughed louder when they saw it. There is nowhere to look for it through the iron shoes, this drunken kid actually brought it to the door by himself. The three of them had long seen this guy displeased. The three of them didn't know that in Konoha's observation room, their guide, Jainin, stopped breathing a bit. Kimu-Yuyu, help us. Hyaga Haruki gritted his teeth and asked for help. Yuyu heard the sound and glanced at Konoha, but didn't respond at all. Just a few rubbish, is it comparable to this bottle of wine of yours? Drink? No. Yuyu continues to be immersed in his own world. Looking at the last bottle of wine in his hand, his face was full of entanglement, thinking about whether or not to drink it altogether. But after drinking, there is no more alcohol. Kimu Yuyu! Hyaga Haruki yelled twice, only to find that Yuyu was completely immersed in his own world and ignored him. Forget it, Haruki, a guy who knows drinking all day long, what can I do? Zuin and I have recovered a little bit. Let's take you out. Inyazuka Tooth resisted the pain, gritted his teeth and said. Wait a minute. Hyaga Haruki stopped Inyazuka's movement. He doesn't believe that if Yuyu is really a guy who can only drink, the village will make arrangements like this. Haha, let me do it. Brother. A Cloud Shinobi grinned while holding a shinobi braving thunder. Wait, this kid seems to care about the wine in his hand. Chief Cloud Shinobi stretched out his hand to stop the movement of his men, his eyes were a little joking. Let me destroy his wine first. Chief Cloud Shinobi took out a kunao, his eyes jokingly. Decided. Have a good drink first. After struggling for a long time, Yuyu finally made up his mind. I have wine now, I am drunk now, if I have wine, drink it first. Open the wine and pour it into your mouth. Shoo! Just as Yuyu made up his mind, a kunao flew toward the bottle. Hey! Yuyu came back abruptly, and subconsciously hid without passing by. Tick! But because of Yuyu's actions, some of the drinks spilled and fell on the ground. Yuyu looked at the liquor falling on the ground, slowly narrowing his eyes. Ha 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 ha! Look at that kid! Big brother is really wise. What a fun! Cloud Shinobi in the distance laughed loudly, with a strong joke in his eyes. Although it's a pity that I didn't hit it directly, but it doesn't matter. It's time to solve him. The leader of Cloud Shinobi narrowed his smile and looked at Yuyu cruelly. At the same time, Konoha's observation room. These three idiots, are they all muscles in their heads? Why do you want to mess with this guy? The three Cloud Shinobi's guides, Jainin, have already scolded in their hearts. Just these three people, or the elites in your own village. Do you have a brain? The only guy in Konoha village who works in one team, would it be that simple? As for he himself didn't take Yuyu seriously before, he changed his opinion after seeing Yuyu beheading Taki Shinobu. He selectively forgot. If you run away, you should be able to do it. Cloud Shinobi Jainin secretly said, according to the previous situation where Yuyu killed Takanen, although it was powerful. But these three people in their own village are also elites. Everyone is not weak in lightning style, and the speed of lightning-style ninja is well known in the ninja world. The current cloud shinobi Jainin only hopes that the three guys in his village can escape safely. But in an instant, the situation suddenly changed. Dare to touch my last bottle of wine. Yu Yu's eyes slowly turned scarlet. Reason, slowly receding. Ding. I noticed that the master's anger reached a critical point. Ding. Enter the violent state of wine. Yu Yu, furious. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 35. Ding. I noticed that the master's anger reached a critical point. Ding. Enter the violent state of wine. The violent state of wine, after drinking, you will fall into a state of anger and get a special blessing, no sequelae. Kendo comprehension times 10, temporary. Constitution times 10, temporary. Chakra times 10, temporary. Armament Haki, Grand Master, General Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level, temporary. Observation Haki, Grand Master, General Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level, temporary. Current Swordsmanship level, Top Swordsman. Temporary. Current Strength Evaluation, Cage level. Temporary. Yu Yu felt the terrifying power that suddenly appeared in his body, and looked at the three of Cloud Shinobi with cold eyes. OM. A terrifying sword intent radiated from Yu Yu's body. OM Jiang. Yu Yu held Kiyoshui's arm and was suddenly covered by a burst of purple-black energy, as dazzling as steel. OM. Suddenly countless purple-black air currents appeared on Yu Yu's arms, and the purple-black air currents completely covered the autumn water in Yu Yu's hands. The purple-black blade became more and more dazzling, and you could feel the amazing cold light on the blade just by looking at it from a distance. Armament Haki entangling. OM. The black sword Kiyoshui, the black and purple blade began to scream, shaking lightly. The black knife is alive, and an emotion of excitement is constantly emanating. Qiu Shui was originally a peerless swordsman, using armament Haki to continuously temper him. It turned into a black knife that countless swordsmen dream of. In other words, only by using armament Haki can Qiu Shui exert its greatest power. After the countless purple-black air currents completely enveloped the black knife autumn water, there was no sign of stopping. After fusing with a mysterious sword intent, it turned into purple-black arcs, running around Yu Yu. A purple-black terrifying Shura slowly appeared around Yu Yu. Shura Jianyi. Start. Boom. Boom. Va. 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 Countless purple-black arcs ran across the purple-black Shura. Every time the current flows, the terrifying Shura around Yu Yu becomes more solid and huge. Hoo. For a time, the wind was strong, and the sky was covered by dark clouds. The tree was trembling, and the leaves were dancing in the squally wind. The earth is crying, and the sky is shaking. A terrifying Shura, come. Why, what's the matter? Wow! Inyazuka Toga looked at the dramatic changes in the surrounding environment in disbelief, his eyes were full of fear, and his whole body trembled. His ninja dog Zuin whimpered in a low voice, and his entire fur stood upside down, trembling. The instinct of the beast made Inyazuka Chi and Zimaru scared to ultimate. From Yu Yu, they felt an extremely terrifying threat. It seems that if you move, you will die tragically on the spot. Okay, it's scary. What is this? Hyuga Haruki trembled all over, and Byakugan looked at Yu Yu, his eyes filled with horror, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. My bugs are shaking and even dying. Abarame's eyes under the sunglasses of Zhixing were shocked and terrified at this moment. The worms in his body were frightened collectively. Even because of this huge horror, they are dying in large numbers. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it is that it can scare the worms in his body to death. And this is just the aftermath of Shura's sword intent. Those three cloud shinobi are directly facing the terrifying Shura. Then, what is that? I can't move. No, no, no. The three cloud shinobi didn't have the joking and cruelty just now. At this moment, they trembled all over, looking at the terrifying Shura in front of them in horror. Boundless fear breeds in their hearts, and countless scenes of their own tragic deaths are constantly changing in their minds. In an instant, they seemed to have been killed countless times. The fear of death, and the desire to survive in their hearts, tortured them to collapse. They wanted to cry out for help, but their necks seemed to be pinched by something, and they could only let out a scream. Finally, the next moment, the greatest horror came. There is no little red flower, you three, you can go to death. Yu, who was so angry that he was ultimate, still had the last trace of sanity at the moment. Observation Haki completely wrapped the three cloud shinobi and found no Konoha marker. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a cruel color emerged. A sword stream scarlet light flickered in Yuyu's eyes. The moment Yuyu lifted Kyushui, countless electric arcs gathered in front of Yuyu, forming a dazzling train of tens of meters high. Ashura. Boom. P.S. I'm very sorry, dear readers, some things in the past 2 days have really made my younger brother a little tired, and the update is a bit late. This book, really written by the younger brother, is not the same type at all. It can be said that it is a huge challenge. In the previous book, you only need to think about how cool it is, but the younger brother of this book should also consider how to write something interesting and more relevant to the theme. Every manuscript has to be edited several times or more than a dozen times after he finishes writing it, and even read it with friends to find out the problems, so that the readers will be more happy to read it. The younger brother still has to go to work during the day, so he can only work overtime at night with the code words, and his hair fell out in a handful. Fortunately, the data in this book is still good. I will adjust it as soon as possible, with more updates and more exciting content, to return the support of the readers. Finally, the little brother is cheeky, begging for the collection of the readers. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask Kui for more votes. Ask for a reward. Chapter 36. One sword flow. Scarlet light flickered in Yuyu's eyes. The purple-black electric current that formed that huge Shura, followed the fall of autumn water. In front of Yuyu, an extremely bright match was formed. The purple-black pike, as high as tens of meters, roared out like thunder rolling in the clouds. Ashura. The purple-black light, at this moment, was shining to ultimate. Between heaven and earth, it seems that there is only one light left. Hey! A/tens of meters high, roared out like a beast out of trouble. Boom! The earth is shaking. The earth is torn apart. Boom! The terrifying slash and the terrifying wind pressure brought about the dark clouds that gathered together in the sky, disappeared in an instant. The three people in Cloud Shinobi Village watched the violent slash that was crushing them, their pupils shrank violently, with indescribable fear. Little red flower. The three of them heard Yuyu's words. It turns out that the little red flower sticking to the heads of Konoha Shinobi who was ridiculed by them is actually a life-saving talisman. At this moment, they regretted so much, why didn't they grab a little red flower and put it on their forehead? Seeing the terrifying slash that came to them in an instant, the breath of the three of them suddenly stopped. Puff! An impenetrable voice sounded, and the three cloud shinobi disappeared in an instant. The three of them were disintegrated, and even the raised blood was completely shattered by the terrifying slash in the next instant. Boom! The slashes tens of meters high did not stop at the slightest, and the three cloud shinobi were like ants in front of this terrorist slash. This extremely violent purple-black slash, like an angry giant elephant, crushed everything in front of it violently. Ba-ba! Countless giant trees that stood in front of this slash were uprooted and mutilated in the air. The scattered branches and leaves were completely shattered by the terrifying sword aura. Fragments of the earth continue to flutter in the air. A huge rock tens of meters high was chopped into 7 or 8 segments, and it floated powerlessly in the air. Boom! The terrifying slash made the earth scream and began to shake violently. I don't know how long it took. That violent purple-black slash finally destroyed everything it wanted to destroy, turned into a purple-black light, and slowly disappeared. A scary knife mark several meters wide, tens of meters deep, and several kilometers long appeared on the ground. Like a giant, using an extremely sharp sword to cut the whole earth apart. This. The 3 Inuyasukatooth fell to the ground in embarrassment, grasping the raised stones on the ground. Their eyes were full of fear. A crack that was tens of meters deep, several meters wide, and several kilometers long was in their eyes like an abyss cut out by a terrifying Shura. And those who cut out of this abyss are right in front of them at this moment. A whole thing, dare to touch my last bottle of wine. Tons. Yuyu carried Kiyoshui on his shoulders, put the wine bottle in his mouth, and started drinking. The furious mood was relieved because of drinking, and the scarlet light in his eyes receded a little. Ding! Master kills 3 Cloud Shinobi, Kendo Comprehension plus 30. Ding! The master is in the violent state of wine, get a crit reward. Kendo Comprehension plus 300. Ding! Congratulations to the master for reaching the critical point in his Kendo Comprehension, and he is promoted to the rank of swordsman. The continuous sound of the system made Yuyu feel better again. Unexpectedly, under the violent state of this wine, there would be a double bonus. Just when Yuyu's angry mood was about to be relieved, he found that the wine is gone. This is the last bottle of wine. Yuyu looked at the wine bottle in his hand, eyes full of sadness. This means that during the rest of the exam, I will never drink any more. And some of the precious liquor was ruined by the 3 Cloud Shinobi chopsticks. Suddenly, a clear equation appeared in Yuyu's mind. I have no alcohol to drink equals Cloud Shinobi spilled his own wine equals the bastards who took the exam spilled their own wine. So I don't have any alcohol to drink. Quant is because of the group of bastards from the village who took the exam. Thinking of this, Yuyu was suddenly angry. Ding! While the master's mood continues to be angry, the violent state of wine continues. The system prompt sounded again. Assholes in the outer village, I'm going to cut you all down. Yuyu roared, with a terrifying aura, causing the 3 people at the side to tremble. Hey! Yuyu's eyes narrowed, an observation haki caught the Inuyasukatooth 3 people on the side. Suddenly, Yuyu looked over here dangerously. After seeing Yuyu's eyes, the 3 Inuyasukakai's eyes suddenly felt that their breathing was stagnant. Well, Xiao Honghua, yes, don't cut it. This one also has a small red flower, don't cut it. Hey? No little red flowers. Yuyu muttered while counting. When seeing Inuyasukatooth who threw the little red flower on the ground just now, Yuyu's eyes suddenly became dangerous. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 37. Hey? No little red flowers. Yuyu's eyes suddenly became dangerous. I have. Don't kill me. Looking at Yuyu's eyes slowly becoming dangerous, Inuyasukatoga was frightened and quickly begged for mercy. While wailing, while looking for the little red flower that he had lost. But under the terrible slashing fluctuations just now, that little red flower hadn't known where it went. Tooth, put it on. Just when Inuyasukatooth was about to despair, Hyuga Haruki took out a spare version of the small red flower from the ninja kabuto and handed it to Inuyasukatooth. Looking at the little red flower, Inuyasukachi was almost crying, and quickly picked up one and stuck it on his forehead fiercely. Pop! Because of excessive force, a clear red mark appeared on Kanuzuka's forehead. But Inuyasukachi realized that Yuyu was still staring at him, as if thinking about something. This horrified him immediately. Wouldn't Yuyu fail to see it clearly? The terrified Inuyasukachi picked up this version of the little red flower, and put it on his face fiercely. Slap! 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 One flower after another, directly covered his entire face. Because of the desperation, too hard, one red mark after another appeared on Inyazuka Kai's face. It's like being slapped countless times. I really have a little red flower. Looking at Yuyu, Inyazuka's tone was full of crying. Next time, don't lose it. Yuyu's voice came into Inyazuka Kai's ears, making him limp to the ground. Yes, I'm saved. Inyazuka Tooth was panting, his eyes filled with gratefulness. Pop. After taking a few breaths, Inyazuka Tooth slapped his face with both hands fiercely. Absolutely can't fall again. This little red flower is my life. Yuyu looked at Inyazuka Chi strangely. Isn't this person crazy? Why do you keep flapping your mouth? But the next moment Yuyu moved his attention away. The current Yuyu is going to cut down all the bastards from the outer village who caused him to drink. Wow! Yuyu's eyes were red, and he disappeared in the same place with murderous aura. Hoo. After Yuyu left, Hyaga Haruki and Abarame Shihyung also collapsed. Sitting on the ground embarrassedly, they glanced at each other, and they all felt like a survivor. Looking at the other's face, the little red flower that originally thought it was funny is so beautiful in their eyes at this moment. Konoha, observation room. At this moment, there is silence here. Everyone stared at the screen in front of them, with a strong incredible color in their eyes. Then, that slash, how is it possible? Jainin, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, stretched out his fingers and pointed tremblingly at the screen, with terrible fear in his eyes. This slash no longer reminded him of that terrifying existence. Rather, I feel that the existence of that horror, Konoha's White Fang, is resurrected. How can this power? The watermelon puffer fish ghost, who was very calm just now, has his mouth wide open at the moment, showing his mouth full of fangs. His expression is dull, and he looks very funny. This power, S level forbidden technique. Looking at the cut open land and forest on the screen, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost looked incredible. And Jainin, the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village, looked pale at the moment. The 3 elites in their village just died here. Even the forbidden technique of S rank. The power is too exaggerated. Jiraiya was also a little sluggish at the moment. A slash of tens of meters high can cut out a huge abyss several kilometers long. Even his dead predecessor, Konoha's White Fang's knife skills, perhaps a single point of power, Konoha's White Fang is even stronger. But when it comes to scope killing, it is definitely not so scary. This kind of momentum is several times exaggerated compared to the general S-level forbidden technique. Fire, the power of fire cage level. Jiraiya's cheek twitched. Yuyu, seems to be less than 9 years old, right? This made Jiraiya feel that he, a strong man known as one of the Sunin, seemed to have lived on a dog for the rest of his life. Genius is not enough to describe Yuyu. It's just a monster. Wait, what did he say just now? Yes, do you want to kill all the ninjas out of the village? At this time, Jainin, the leader of Kushinin village, suddenly remembered something and screamed in panic. If a monster of this level concentrates on hunting genin, isn't it a slaughter? Suddenly, everyone's expressions were shocked, and then changed drastically. Yes, something has happened. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 38. Hoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sleeping in the Hokage office. Yesterday, he stayed up for another night and didn't go home at all. He slept in the Hokage office for one night. Boom. 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 Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. It's not so much knocking on the door as it is smashing the door. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen woke up, his face a little unhappy. This is the Hokage office, who would dare to smash the door like this? Crack! When Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door, he saw a Konoha Jonin who was about to cry. What's the matter? Seeing this Konoha Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart stunned. Huo, Master Naruto, yes, it's Chunin's exam. This Jonin was a little out of breath because of running too fast. It stands to reason that with Jonin's strength, such a thing would not happen, but that incident has already made him gloomy. Oh? Did Yuya shine? Haha, it really is the genius I have high hopes for. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up and he burst out laughing. Yesterday's Sarutobi Hiruzen was too busy. There are several important things that require him to make a decision. Coupled with the confidence in Yuya's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not use the crystal ball to check the second exam. But it does not prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen, and imagine Yuya's performance in the second exam. Then, it will be very exciting. This Jonin is so anxious, I'm afraid he is in a hurry to announce the good news, right? After all, with Yuya's strength, it is normal for you to shine in the Chunin exam. This kid, it's worthwhile to help him cheat secretly for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very pleased. I feel that my decision is too wise. Come on, how is Yuya's performance? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and wanted to listen to the good news and relax. Chi, Kimu Yuyu. The Jonin was holding back the pain of his chi, and stammered. Oh? Yuyu him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became brighter, and the smoke lit up. Chi mu Yuyu, he is about to kill all the people in other villages. Jonin's voice made a cry. Patter. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Konoha observation room. There has been a mess here. What to do? Who can stop him? Guys of Konoha, you are too much. Let such a monster take this exam. Stop him. This is no longer an exam, this is a slaughter. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen reached the door, he heard a fierce quarrel in the observation room. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard the words and pushed the door open. Master Third Hokage is here. A Konoha Jonin, who was a little distressed, was overjoyed when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. Third Hokage, you have to give us an explanation. Why are there cage-level guys taking this exam? Are you trying to start a war? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure, the Jonin from the outer village immediately surrounded him. At this moment they no longer have the identity of Sarutobi Hiruzen Third Hokage. The elites in their village are being hunted down. For every minute of delay, you may die on the spot. This time Konoha took the initiative to initiate the Chunin exam. Even if some villages and Konoha are not in alliance, they can safely bring the elites in their own villages. Because they all knew that Konoha initiated the Chunin exam definitely not to cause a war. Therefore, the elites in their own village will be safe outside of the exam. But who knows, Konoha's bastards have arranged for a monster to take the Chunin exam. The elites in their own village are being chased by a monster at this moment. It is very likely to be discovered in the next second and die tragically on the spot. How can this keep them in a hurry? Especially the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost who was extremely confident before, he was the most excited at this moment. The saliva stars almost sprayed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Everyone, calm down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched constantly as he listened to Jonin from each village. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not yet fully understood the situation, and was a little confused by the words and sentences. Cage level? When did you let cage level people take the exam? Calm down. Calm down. The people in our village will all be killed. Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village said angrily, other shinobi villages dare not say serious things, he dare. Cloud Shinobi Village is not afraid of Konoha. The people in our village have already died. Jonin, the leader of Takanan Village, was already crying. First, let me know the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyebrows and let out a roar, spreading out as Hokage's aura. The scene suddenly became quiet. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly one of the most powerful people in the ninja world. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really gets angry, maybe they will stay in Konoha. Old man, take a look, do you want Orochimaru to intervene in the exam? Jiraiya brought Sarutobi Hiruzen to the screen. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked quickly to the screen and stared at it. At this look, my eyes suddenly went dark. You kid, overdoing it. P.S. The younger brother didn't sleep all night, and finally wrote 4 chapters. I have gone to work. For the sake of my hard work, please ask for a little support. Gaiku, the collection of the readers. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for more votes. Chapter 39. Konoha, Dead Forest. The candidates from the outer village who entered here before were not surprised by the name. Instead, he sneered in secret, Konoha just likes to exaggerate. But now, they thoroughly understand the meaning of the word death. Boom. Va. Rumble. Countless terrifying slashes raged mercilessly in the death forest. The dark purple slash, the small one is several meters high, and the big one is tens of meters high. The earth wailed continuously, and the dark purple slashes hit the earth, tearing out scars one after another. Countless large trees in the sky were uprooted by the sword chi and dismembered in the air. Countless scattered branches and leaves were chopped into huge boulders. In the terrifying boundless sword chi, they were cut into several dozens of pieces. Then he fell feebly into the abyss that was cut out. At this moment, the death forest of Nyodai, looking down from above, is already a mess. Countless horrible slashes have cut this unknowingly long forest out of countless abysses. Outer village bastards? Where did they go? Yuyu slashed again and roared. The violent state of wine does not have any sequelae. But Yuyu found that in this state, he really wanted to drink. Just like ants scratching their hearts. The less alcohol you have, the more angry Yuyu is at this moment. They are all bastards from the outer village, so I don't have any alcohol to drink now. But in a state of extreme anger and violent wine. Yuyu's observation haki has a slight deviation. It can only sense a range of breath. So Yuyu simply used the slash to plow the death forest. Assholes from the outer village. Come out. Let me chop you all. I'm so tired of chopping. Yuyu roared, another slash of several meters. The dark purple violent slash, raging unscrupulously on the ground. Rumble. The violent slash raged mercilessly on the ground. The earth quaked like an earthquake. The terrible air pressure brought by the sword aura destroys everything. In the sky, there are all the remains of huge trees that have been cut apart and huge rocks that have been cut into countless sections. A scene of purgatory. In a cave. Cough, cough, cough. Kisame, are you okay? Haneda Kaito watched Kisame coughing up a pool of blood in pain, and asked anxiously. Oh, damn monster! I saw Kisame at this moment, a scar of horror pierced his entire chest. Blood constantly overflowed from the gauze and dripped to the ground. If an ordinary person had such an injury, he would have been killed already. Kisame clutched his chest, and blood flowed from his sharp teeth. The shark's eyes are full of bloodshot eyes, revealing the ferocity of the beast when it is on the verge of crisis. But if you look closely, you can find that there is a sense of fear hidden in the deepest part of the shark's eyes. This terrifying scar was cut out by Yuyu. Not long ago, they encountered Yuyu. Originally, Kisame was a little excited, and wanted to see what kind of strength this guy who was recommended for the second round of exams had. But the nightmare began. The terrible monster just said, "There is no little red flower, go to hell. Bastards from the outer village." Then he waved his knife in his hand, a horrible slash of several meters high, and rushed towards them violently. Kisame hurriedly used all his strength and used B-level water-style ninjutsu to burst the water. You know, this is comparable to the amount of water in a lake. That monstrous water can destroy everything that is blocking the front. But in front of that terrifying dark purple slash, it was like fragile white paper. Was cut open directly. The lake was cut open by a knife. If it hadn't been for Dian Liang to push him away, I'm afraid he would have already died under that terrifying slash. However, Dian Liang died under that slash. Kisame and Haneda Kaito also hurriedly fled for their lives. But in the process of being hunted down, Kisame was still brushed past by a slash. Just passing by, the spilled sword energy almost cut Kisame's upper body in half. Fortunately, the monster walked a bit awkwardly, obviously drinking too much. That's why Kisame has time to perform water-style ninjutsu. Kisame's huge chakra played a role at this time. Kisame used all the water styles that can be used. After submerging a small piece of forest for a moment, Kisame has a special physique and can breathe in the water. Haneda Kaito, as a ninja of Kirigakuer, also has a good breath-holding technique. Kisame was in the water, clutching Haneda Kaito, and fleeing like crazy in the water. This allowed them to escape. Kisame has never been so embarrassed. Without the slightest strength to fight back, he could only flee desperately. Haneda Kaito was silent on the side. For the word monster mentioned by Kisame, if it were before, Hato Haneda would definitely disagree. After all, Kisame is the most terrifying monster Haneda Kaito has ever seen. Born to be comparable to the terrifying chakra of Jinkraki. At such a young age, you can use grade A water-style ninjutsu. It can be said that Kisame's combat power at this time is absolutely no less than that of ordinary Jainin. Coming to Konoha to take the Chunin exam is definitely an overkill. But now, Haneda Kaito knows what is called a monster. Rumble. Damn bastards outside the village. Get out. A roar of thunder came from afar. A dark purple light tens of meters high penetrated the entire forest, and the terrifying noise resounded through the world. The earth began to shake violently like an earthquake. Again, here again. Boom. Under Haneda Kaito's expression of fear, that terrifying dark purple light passed by the cave where they were. But the terrifying air pressure caused the cave where they were to start shaking violently. The rock in the cave, under this terrifying force, kept falling. Ghost, Kisame, go. The cave is about to collapse. Haneda Kaito yelled in panic, raised Kisame, and ran outside. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 40. Boom. After Haneda Kaito supported Kisame and ran out of the cave, there was a loud noise, and this cave, which had existed for so many years, completely collapsed. This. Haneda Kaito turned his head and looked at the cave with lingering fears, but the scene in front of him made him completely foolish in place. Weird, monster. Kisame was clutching the wound, cold sweat slowly dripping down his cheeks. They chose to hide here because there is a small mountain range. But at this moment, this small mountain is already scarred. Especially the hill where they were, was penetrated by the dark purple light just now. The whole hill was divided into two from the middle. Mountain was cut open. Thinking of the dark purple light just now, it was only a few meters away from them. Kisame and Haneda Kaito were in cold sweats. If you are hit directly, there is no doubt that you will definitely die on the spot. There is no possibility of escape. Too exaggerated. Well, that was cut from a few kilometers away. Haneda Kaito's lips were trembling. This kind of power and coverage has completely exceeded his cognition. Even the real ninjutsu issued by Jainin is definitely not so exaggerated. That's not Jainin's words, that's Shad. There was a strong fear in Haneda Kaito's eyes. In the face of this kind of existence, he was no different from Kisame. They are all ants. Ghost, Kisame, this can't work. He is obviously capable of sensing, otherwise the attack can't cover us continuously. It should be because he was drunk and couldn't get an accurate location. But if we can only gamble on luck with him, betting that every slash he makes will not hit us. Under the fear of death, Haneda Kaito's mind quickly turned. It has to be said that Haneda Kaito can be used as a supporter of Kisame. He is also very intelligent and capable, and analyzes the situation very thoroughly. Can you bet with him? At the end, Haneda Kaito's lips trembled. Kisame was silent when he heard this. Yes, how do they bet against Yuyu? Yuyu chopped it crookedly, so it's a big deal to swing the knife again. But every time they swing their swords, they are betting their lives with Yuyu. Bet Yuyu cut it crooked. But as long as you make a wrong bet, you are dead. No one wants to try this desperate bet. Then what do you say? Kisame was clutching the wound, severe pain and a lot of blood loss, leaving his brain a little blank at this time. Can't find a solution at all. But he was unwilling to just wait for death like this. Kisame at this time was not as good as Xiao Zhong later, Zaya's Hainan who was able to die calmly. He is still young now, there are still many things to do, how can he die here? Was hacked to death by a drunkard. That's too awkward, right? Haneda Kaito was also anxious at this time. After all, no one knows when the next terrifying slash will arrive. Every second of time is very urgent. Suddenly, Haneda Kaito's eyes lit up. Little red flower, Kisame, little red flower. Haneda Kaito yelled in surprise. What little red flower, Konoha group, that funny sticker on the forehead. Kisame endured the pain and didn't understand why Haneda Kaito was so excited. Do you remember what the monster said when he shot us? There was excitement in Haneda Kaito's eyes, as if he saw the hope of survival. He said, there is no little red flower, go to hell. Haneda Kaito had memories in his eyes. Well, indeed, he said so. Kisame resisted the pain, thought about it carefully, and affirmed. The ninjas of Konoha are not funny, and that little red flower is not funny either. That is, in order to prevent this monster from killing the wrong person after getting drunk. Haneda Kaito felt a little cold in his hands and feet at this time. It's ridiculous, they are still there laughing at Konoha's people, sticking to the little red flower. It turned out that it was a life-saving talisman. Kisame, I have the ability to perceive. I will take you to Konoha's people. Only when we get the little red flower can we survive. A strong light burst out of Haneda Kaito's eyes. This is the hope for life. Little red flower, put it on your forehead. When Kisame heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. It's not that the wound hurts. He, Kisame, was treated like a monster since he was a child because of his looks. It looks very much like a shark, and even the skin is similar to that of a shark. Now, you want to put a small red flower on your shark's forehead? Thinking of that scene, Kisame felt a little stomachache. Kisame, this is the only way to survive, face, is it important to survive? Looking at Kisame's appearance, Haneda Kaito, who understood, was suddenly anxious. If you don't find Xiao Honghua, you will only gamble with Yuyu again and again. How can they have so much good luck, every time they pass by slashing? Hey! Rumble! Just when Kisame was struggling with his heart, a horrible dark purple light flashed again, and the dark purple light penetrated the earth again. Go! Kisame watched the dark purple violently slashing several meters high, shivering fiercely, gritted his teeth, and roared. Go find Xiao Honghua! Kisame, shameless! Terrible! P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 41. At this time, Konoha's observation room. Third Hokage, we must give us an explanation. Why would such a monster take the Chunin exam? Is this the power that genin should have? Sarutobi Hiruzen was surrounded by groups, and Jainin, the leader of each village, pointed to the screen and kept questioning. This level of power, even the Jainin of them, is a dead word. Don't talk about the elites in your own village. Elites are just elites, and it takes time to grow. Letting them face this monster at this time is simply dying. Rumble. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the screen, and another dark purple slash tens of meters high rose into the sky, and the corner of his eyes jumped fiercely. Yu, how did you become so strong? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's estimation, Yu is probably the strength of ordinary Jainin. And Daishu has the ability to attack from a distance. Able to cut a slash that can fly. This kind of strength is definitely the best in the Chunin exam. It is sure to let people in the outer village see the power of the new generation of Konoha. Let Yu give Konoha a good face. Let Ninja know that even if you lose Konoha's white fang tooth, Konoha is still the biggest shinobu village. The problem is, Yu, this kid, has so much uplifted face. The people in the outer village are all there now, shivering. There may be a death crisis at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about killing a few people in other villages. It doesn't matter even if you kill half of it. But you can't kill it. If this is really all killed, it is not to avoid war, it is to provoke war. That's where Genin in our village is. Jainin, the leader of Kushinin village, turned pale as he watched the dark purple violent slash on the screen. Boom! Everyone looked up, and saw the terrifying dark purple slash, which actually penetrated a hill in front of them. Crack! The hill let out a mournful cry, and was chopped in two by a dark purple slash. Third Hokage. Is this Genin? You Konoha are holding the Chunin exam this time, what are you going to do? How many slashes has this monster cut? For every slash, the weakest is comparable to A-level ninjutsu. I don't know if this tired monster was disguised by the hidden powerhouse in your village using the transformation technique. Look at the death forest. The terrain has been flattened. Are you trying to bury all the elites in our village? Seeing this terrifying slash, Jainin in each village suddenly became anxious. This monster doesn't know exhaustion at all. Several meters, dozens of meters of slashing, continue to wreak havoc. Although that monster, because he drank too much, he was not very accurate. But once or twice, their genin can escape. Dozens of times, hundreds of times. What's so special when the death forest is gone, the people in their village, don't they even have scum left? But they didn't know that Yu in the violent state of wine, after beheading the people in their village, will get crit rewards. The increase in basic attributes will also give you temporary blessings in the violent state of wine. And this temporary blessing is 10 times that. It is in the true sense, the more you cut, the stronger. Hearing the words of Jainin in each village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's skin twitched constantly. In principle, the death consent form was signed in the second exam. Even if they all die, it has nothing to do with Konoha. However, if you really kill all the people in the village, that is no longer a matter of killing a few elites. That's you Konoha, hit all the faces of the village. At that time, the entire ninja world knew that a genin from Konoha had killed all the ninjas from the outer village who came to take the Chunin exam. At that time, which country will find their village to do the task? The people in your village, such rubbish, were killed by Konoha alone. Then let's go find Konoha to complete the task. For each village, this is a matter of life and death. Without a mission, what do people in their village rely on for food? So if everyone in the village is killed, then the villages must be desperate. You swore to tell the world that our village is better than Konoha. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also in a dilemma. If he is now under pressure to cancel the second exam, Konoha's face will also suffer some losses. Assholes in the outer village, I have no alcohol to drink, I want to kill you all. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little tangled, Yuyu's roar came on the screen. Hey! Boom! Immediately afterwards, several dark purple rays of light lit up. More violent slashes continued to destroy that piece of death forest. Why is it getting stronger and stronger? Seeing the more solid dark purple rays of light rising into the sky on the screen, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen now thinks Yuyu is a monster. It stands to reason that with so many shocking slashes, Yuyu should have been tired long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen also hopes Yuyu will be too tired to chop, so that he doesn't have to intervene. But, how come the more you cut it, the stronger it is? No, you have to stop Yuyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. If no measures are taken, the people in the outer village will really be killed by Yuyu. Maybe it can really cause a war. At that time, it was not a bit of face loss that could be made up for. You should be able to contact the real elites in your village. Tell them where Konoha is. Let them get the little red flowers and stick them on their faces. After Yuyu perceives the little red flower, he will naturally let them go. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the anxious Jainin in the outer village, and said lightly, Little red flower. It turns out that Konoha's people posted small red flowers for this purpose. Damn it! Hurry up! Each village Jainin quickly began to use various means to contact the elites in his village. Turn the screen off. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. The screen dimmed. No matter how the group of outlying village Jainin protested, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained indifferent. He has done his best to intervene in the exam and stop Yuyu. How could it be possible for people from outside the village to read jokes? Jiraiya, let Orochimaru intervene to stop Yuyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen took Konoha along with Jainin and left here, and said with a bit of heartburn. Although the method has been stated, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still afraid of accidents. He just wanted Yuyu to raise his face, but he accidentally rose too much. Now, he has to clean up the mess. Understood. Jiraiya nodded and quickly contacted Orochimaru. By the way, let Orochimaru bring a good bottle of wine. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered something and said quickly. Good. Jiraiya was stunned. And then reacted and responded quickly. What if, even Orochimaru can't stop Yuyu? P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 42. At this time, in a hidden cave in the Death Forest. Compared with the place that was devastated by violent slashing outside, this place was simply a pure land. All Konoha stayed here. Rumble. Another dark purple light rose into the sky. Even if it was so far away, everyone in Konoha could still see clearly. I'm going, Yuyu is too good. Tisk tusk, look at this slash, it's 12 meters high, right? I think it's 15 meters. Oh my god! Higher than a building. A dark purple light raged in the distance, and Konoha's people slapped their hands, as if watching a big movie, constantly marveling. Tooth, what are you doing? Hyuga Haruki came to the side of Inyazuka-chi, watched his movements, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hey? The glue of these little red flowers is a little bit open, I will make it firmer. Inyazuka, whose face was full of red flowers, turned his head and glanced at Hyuga Haruki. In Hyuga Haruki's black-lined expression, Inyazuka unexpectedly licked the little red flower, and then once again fiercely stuck to a blank spot on his face. How is it? Not bad, right? Inyazuka-chi said with a proud face, but it was a pity that Hyuga Haruki could no longer see his proud expression. This guy has little red flowers all over his face, not even a piece of skin is exposed. You, just like it. Hyuga Haruki felt that her face was getting cramped. Since that day, Inyazuka-chi has been like a demon, plastering his face with small red flowers. If anyone falls, then he must do everything possible to post it back. Rumble. Outside, the sound of violent slashing and raging resounded constantly, and after hearing this sound, Hunazuka's body trembled unconsciously. Fortunately, we belong to Konoha. Looking outside, the violent slashes that continue to raging, a Baramaze hixing on the side pushed his sunglasses and exclaimed. After Yuya made a plan to plow the death forest with slash. They found 3 of them again. Ask them to gather all Konoha's candidates. Fortunately, because each team led the teacher to explain the reasons. The people of Konoha are scattered in a dense forest. Although Yuyu's observation haki can only find one range. But with the existence of Byakugan and insect secret art, Konoha's people were quickly found. When Konoha's people knew that the shocking slash was when Yuyu slashed it out. Suddenly they gathered together obediently, and hid in this cave with Inyazuka Chi 3. Then, when Yuyu slashed the entire death forest, everyone in Konoha was immediately thankful that they were born in Konoha. Otherwise, they are not here to watch Yuyu slash as a blockbuster. Instead, he went out and faced those horrible slashes of several meters. When they watched here, they all felt scary at first, shivering, for fear that Yuyu would kill them if they were to be hacked. Not to mention, the people in the outer villages have to face the scene like a natural disaster. Hey? No. Why did the slash start to deviate in our direction? Hyuga Haruki's expression was quite normal at first, but suddenly his complexion changed abruptly. He found that several newly appeared dark purple slashes, although they did not directly attack them. But the direction is getting closer and closer to them. As soon as Hyuga Haruki's words fell, the Konoha people who were happily discussing how high they were to slash, their expressions suddenly became sluggish. Then, completely exploded the pot. Yes, Yuya won't forget that we are here, right? It's over, if this kind of slash comes, are we still alive? Quick, run! Everyone was a little flustered, but when one said to run fast, everyone looked at him like an idiot. Run? Now the entire death forest is now ravaged by Yuyu's violent slash. Here, it is barely safe. It's all you idiots. It must be that you have fewer red stickers, Yuyu can't even feel it. Inyazuka Chi suddenly became angry. He had already said that everyone should be like him, with all their faces covered. As a result, none of these idiots moved. Is it all right now? Yuyu can't perceive it anymore, right? Come here. Post them one by one. Everyone in Konoha lined up obediently. Inyazuka Chi took a plate of small red flowers and pressed them on their faces fiercely. Slap! 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 Hyuga Haruki looked at the Konoha people, as they were in the ninja school, lined up with small red flowers on Inyazuka's teeth, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The strength of Inyazuka's toothpaste is not light. Said it is a post, it is almost the same as the fan. Is it really not perceptible? Shouldn't it? Hyuga Haruki thought secretly. If this is the reason, then it is impossible that Yuyu hadn't swiped a slash in this direction in such a long time. In any case, it doesn't make sense. Difficult, can it be said? As if suddenly remembering something, Hyuga Haruki's complexion changed. Byakugan. The green veins became prominent, and Hyuga Haruki hurriedly used Byakugan to look into the dense forest in front of him. No, it's not good. Swish. 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 Hyuga Haruki's complexion changed drastically, and before he could speak, countless cracking sounds came. Look, I found it, Konoha's. About 12 people arrived at the same time, and they looked in the direction of Konoha. Hey? What's the matter? At this time, Inyazuka Chi was busy posting pictures to the people of Konoha, and looked up a little puzzled. That, what is it? When I saw the face of Inyazuka Tooth, there was not a trace of skin exposed, and it was all covered with small red flowers. Their eyes immediately turned red. Konoha, hand over the little red flower. That's all dog-smelling, hand over the little red flower on your face. Even Kisame's eyes are a little red. This is their hope of life. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 43. Hand over the little red flower on your face. Everyone in the outer village who arrived here stared at Inyazuka Kai's face. For them, this is little red flower, that is their fate. With this, there is no need to worry that the monster will hack and kill them. When I think of this, almost everyone's eyes are red. Hey, it's a bit bad. Inyazuka's teeth turned around to guard, his eyes a little serious. The instinct of the beast told him that these people are very dangerous now. Indeed, be careful. Hyuga Haruki also had a serious face. Although these people look very embarrassed. Many people don't even have a good place in their bodies. Looking at them, the spirits are on the verge of collapse. Think about it, after all, I have been facing Yuyu's terrifying slash. That is a kind of horror that you will die if you don't know when. Compared to dying immediately, Yuyu's hacking is even more torture. But at the same time, they are the most dangerous at this time. It was like a beast on the verge of death, seeing a straw for life. That kind of wild burst of power will be terrifying. Are you sure you want to take it? We have his contact information. Abaramaze Hicksing pushed his sunglasses, pretending to be calm and said. As soon as the words fell, the scene suddenly became quiet. Genin from the outer village, the red light in his eyes quickly dissipated. Instead, there is a deep-seated fear. Kisame, what should I do? Haneda Kaito looked at Kisame and asked tremblingly. Kisame was silent when he heard the words. Now, they have to face another bet. Bet, this group of Konoha people, can you get in touch with Yuyu? If it can, then it will be desperate to meet them. Konohas, give us some of your little red flowers. We are all in peace, how about? A genin from Cloud Shinobi village said with horror on his face. This time to take the Chunin exam, Cloud Shinobi village sent a total of 3 teams. One of them was completely destroyed by Yuyu. He is the only one left in his branch. The other one, better luck, there are 2 others. Haven't experienced it, and don't understand his fear and despair at this time. That kind of knife rests on the neck, I don't know when, there will be a terrifying slash coming, it is even more torturing than killing him directly. We just want to survive. As time went by, I don't know when Yuyu would find them, but someone finally broke down and screamed. We can exchange reels with you, all of our reels. Suddenly, Haneda Kaito's eyes widened, his whole body trembled, and he shouted loudly. Please, give it to us quickly, that monster is coming. Haneda Kaito shouted in despair. In his perception, an extremely terrifying chakra was approaching here quickly. What to do? Inyazuka-chi looked at the crying ninjas from the outer village, and someone even knelt down at them and asked. Give it to them, or get the scroll. Abaramaze Hicksing pushed his sunglasses, and his brain started thinking quickly. There is only one possibility for these people to know their location at the same time. That is Konoha. I don't want these people to die in Yuyu's hands. Abaramaze Hicksing quickly explained it to the Konoha people, and everyone was suddenly stunned. You put the scroll on the ground. Inyazuka's teeth were raised with a face full of red flowers, and he exclaimed. It was in stark contrast to how he disliked Xiao Honghua when he first started the exam. Thanks, thank you. The ninjas in the outer village were almost crying at this time. He hurriedly searched for the scrolls and threw them all on the ground, looking at Konoha's people with great expectation. At this time, the results of Chunin's examination have long been forgotten by them. At the moment, the only thing they want is to live. Here you are. Inyazuka-chi took out a small red flower and threw it directly under the red eyes of the ninjas in the outer village. Hurry up! That's mine. Damn it, give me one. The ninja from the outer village suddenly became a mess and began to snatch the little red flowers. Even Kisame endured the pain and joined the battle group. Who? Assholes from the outer village, I came here. At this moment, a voice that made the ninjas of the outer village, scared to the bone marrow, sounded slowly. They grabbed the little red flower and turned their heads mechanically. As if seeing the greatest horror in the world, their eyes suddenly widened, cold sweat continued to drip, and their whole bodies trembling. Cut you all, and you can end this damn exam. The corners of Yuyu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an extremely cruel smile in the eyes of the outer village ninja. Hey! A bright dark purple light lit up. Boom! No! The ninjas from the outer village looked desperately at the dark purple slash that was violently crushing them. Obviously, it is only the last step to be saved. Summoning technique Rashomon. Boom! P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 44. Boom! The violent dark purple slash was 10 meters high and 3 meters wide. A slash that was bigger than a normal house, like an angry giant, plowed a terrifying scar on the ground. The Konoha people on the side hurriedly flashed away, with a trace of fear in their eyes. Only after such close contact did they clearly feel what despair the ninjas from the outer village faced before. Seeing that terrifying slash, Kisame's face changed sharply, gritted his teeth, resisting the pain, and began to make a quick seal. Damn it! But helpless, the speed of slashing was too fast. There was no time for Juin to complete ninjutsu. There was also a touch of despair in Kisame's shark eyes. Is it about to die here? Summoning technique Rashomon. At this moment, a huge door with a ghost face rose from the ground to the sky and stood in front of the ninja from the outer village. Bah! The violent dark purple slash slammed into this terrifying giant gate fiercely. Boom! The loud sound of terror resounded through the world. With such a violent impact, the earth began to shake violently. The ninjas from the outer village sat on the ground embarrassedly, looking at the giant gate in front of them, and their eyes were full of rejoicing for the rest of their lives. Have you caught up? Konoha's Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is watching the scene here with a group of Konoha Jonin through the crystal ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sarutobi Hiruzen's hearts stopped for half a beat when they saw Yuyu's horrible dark purple slash. If this is hit directly, those genins in the outer village will definitely not even have scum left. At that time, Konoha will be in trouble. Fortunately, Orochimaru arrived in time. Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly lit a cigarette. He knew the power of Rashomon. This is a giant gate known as Absolute Defense. This wave is stable. Hey? No. Orochimaru, standing on top of Rashomon, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, thought Rashomon had already resolved Yuyu's slash. But then, his pale complexion suddenly changed. Ba. The dark purple slash that collided with Rashomon seemed to be irritated, and the light suddenly flourished. Boom! A more terrifying wave is constantly coming from the place where the two collide. Even Orochimaru, who was standing on top of Rashomon, began to lose control of his figure. Finally, the dark purple slash, as if consumed all the energy, slowly dissipated. But Orochimaru's expression was not at all relaxed. Crack! A dazzling light lit up, and a white light ran through the entire Rashomon. Orochimaru hurriedly flashed and landed on the ground, his complexion changed. Kaka. In the shocking eyes of everyone, the Rashomon, which was more than 100 meters high, was cut open from the middle. Boom! The wreckage of Rashomon fell on the ground feebly, stirring up dust in the sky. In the Naruto office, Sarutobi Hiruzen froze when he lit the cigarette. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it was stable just now, but turned over again. Even Rashomon was cut open. Jiraiya widened his eyes, looked at the picture coming from the crystal ball, and said in disbelief. Also, from his appearance, this is just a casual blow. On the side, as the chief examiner of the first game, Yuri was really red, and she was also shocked. With just a single blow, Rashomon can be cut open. At the same time, he smiled secretly in his heart. He originally wanted to give Yuyu a note of Mai later. Let Yuyu know that his daughter Yi Kurane has a strong backing and can never be bullied. As a result, he is embarrassed now. He seems to be unable to beat Yuyu. It's an exaggeration, Kimu Yuyu. Orochimaru's snake pupil, looking at Yuyu's figure slowly emerging in the dust, glowed with intense interest. Although Orochimaru got the task from Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was to deliver the wine directly to Yuyu, to see if you could stop the crazy Yuyu. But Orochimaru did not intend to do so at this time. Rather, try it a little bit. I have a strong interest in Yuyu and Orochimaru. Hey? Another one appears. Yuyu's observation haki locked Orochimaru, and when the marker was not seen, the scarlet light in his eyes flourished. So, it's okay to be cut by me obediently. Yuyu was very angry, thinking that this slash would be able to solve all the bastards in the outer village. This way, I can end this damn exam and drink some fine wine. As a result, ABD turned out. At this time, Yuyu, in a state of rage and drunkenness, did not recognize Orochimaru at all. All I know is that it is ABD outside the village who has not posted a small red flower, who has interfered with this slash of his own. Then, let me test it out first. Orochimaru's snake eyes shrank slightly, and his hands quickly began to seal. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. His. Swish. 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 Dozens of terrifying lion majesty opened their mouths, exposing sharp fangs over Yuyu, and bite away. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 45. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. Hiss. Dozens of lion majesty opened their horrifying mouths, and their fangs flashed with a strange color of cold light. There is no doubt that these snakes are highly venomous. Bang! What is this guy Orochimaru doing? Didn't he try to stop Yuyu with alcohol first? In the Naruto office, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the table and said angrily. Orochimaru might want to see what level of Yuyu's current strength is. This is also good for Konoha. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya became angry, and suddenly coughed, explaining to his good friend. 1 or 2, I don't know how to share my worries for your teacher. Jiraiya, you too. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. The old man had nowhere to send the fire, and it spread on his head. Hey, Orochimaru, don't play, or the old man will have to trouble you. Jiraiya looked at the picture in the crystal ball and prayed secretly. Jiraiya has already understood the relationship between the old man and Yuyu. If Orochimaru really did something to Yuyu because of his private actions, the old man must have been with Orochimaru. As for the possibility that Orochimaru could not beat Yuyu, Jiraiya never thought about it. Orochimaru, but one of the Sunin, participated in the Second Ninja World War, the strong man killed from the corpse Yamanaka. At this time, Konoha, Orochimaru's reputation is limited to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is no exaggeration to say that he is Konoha's number 2 person. No matter how heaven-defying Yuyu is, it is absolutely impossible to be Orochimaru's opponent. Jiraiya is very confident. When Sarutobi Hiruzen got angry and Jiraiya prayed, Yuyu looked at the dozens of lion majesty leaping at him, and the hairs stood up. Slashed 3 times in a row, the dazzling pike flickered in front of Yuyu. Bang! 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 The dozens of lion majesty that came from the bite, like fragile white paper, were cut into pieces by Yuyu's 3 knives. Falling feebly. You snake BD! Are you here to disgust me? Yuyu took Kyushui, pointed at Orochimaru, and said angrily. In his previous life, the most annoying thing was the snake. Few people would like this cold animal. Playing snake BD? Disgusting. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and snake pupils stood up. Yuyu's mouth smells bad. Orochimaru has heard about Yuyu's information these days. But as soon as we met, I was so insulted by Yuyu, really when Orochimaru has no temper. Orochimaru, who wanted to test Yuyu, suddenly changed his mind. He wants to teach this kid who doesn't know the height of the sky. Let him know that the seniors should be respected. Who? Orochimaru threw a shuriken towards Yuyu. With Orochimaru cage-level strength, the shuriken suddenly turned into an afterimage, heading towards Yuyu at a terrifying speed. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken in the air started to clone. Like a split, it turned into tens of thousands of shurikens in an instant. Thousands of shurikens, like a rain of shurikens, immediately covered the sky, turning into afterimages in the sky with a whistling sound, and shot towards Yuyu. Hey! In Yuyu's eyes, the light was bright. Observation Haki, start. Hoo. What? Orochimaru was going to continue his attack, but he froze suddenly. Looking at Yuyu incredulously. I saw it in the middle of the tens of thousands of shurikens. Yuyu's figure is like falling leaves, twisting freely. The shuriken rain formed by tens of thousands of shurikens, logically speaking, has completely blocked all the gaps in which Yuyu can move. But in front of Yuyu, the shuriken rain that covered the sky and the earth seemed to have countless loopholes. Those tens of thousands of shurikens, Kakuzu didn't even touch his clothes. Even if Yuyu slashed tens of thousands of shurikens, Orochimaru would not be surprised. This was originally used for holding down. But Yuyu, as if walking in the garden, shuttled in the rain of shuriken, really scared him. Because Orochimaru himself can't do this. Not to mention Orochimaru himself, even the Uchiha clan, who has the most perfect dynamic vision in the world of ninja and turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan, can't do it. What the hell is going on? Orochimaru looked at Yuyu, thinking inwardly. Playing snake BD, watch me cut you off. Who? Before Orochimaru could come up with the result, Yuyu over there roared and turned into an afterimage, and killed him. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 46. Who? Yuyu's figure turned into an afterimage, heading towards Orochimaru. For this kind of guy who disgusts himself with playing snakes, Yuyu is going to cut it with his own hands. Anyone who slashed and slashed would not understand their hatred. Hey! With a flat cut, Chu Shui turned into a dark purple phantom, covering Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru's snake pupil stood upside down, this seemingly unremarkable slash, but it gave Orochimaru a feeling of completely blocking all his movements. Orochimaru felt a little suffocated. Orochimaru has a good relationship with Hotaki Sakumo while still alive. Naturally, I also discussed with Hotaki Sakumo. But even in the face of Konoha's white fang Hotaki Sakumo, Orochimaru has never felt such a suffocating sword technique. Body replacement technique. Hey! Orochimaru's figure was cut in half, but immediately, it turned into a dead tree and fell to the ground. There! Even in the violent state of wine. But at such a close distance, the Grand Master level observation haki still locked Orochimaru firmly. Yuya raised his hand and hit in a big tree as a slash. Hey! As Yuya waved the autumn water down, a dark purple pike roared out, and in a flash it turned into a 10-meter high dark purple slash, spreading towards Orochimaru. Hoo! Orochimaru's complexion changed, the body flicker technique was activated and appeared in the distance. Boom! Kika. That dense forest was suddenly shattered by the violent dark purple slash. Hey! Before Orochimaru could breathe, Yuya's figure appeared in front of him. A dazzling cold light lit up, and Chu Shui once again sealed off all the space in Orochimaru. Damn it, don't give me any chance to breathe. Orochimaru was slightly angry, as if all his actions were seen through by this kid. Even facing the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru has never been so passive. But Orochimaru, as a cage-level powerhouse, is not a vegetarian. Taking out a handful of kunao, Chakra wrapped the kunao and waved it fiercely towards the autumn water falling towards him. Chong! Under Orochimaru's somewhat shocked gaze, the kunao in his hand was cut in half. You know, he is on the top of suffering, infused with chakra. And his chakra attribute is the wind attribute. Arguably the sharpest chakra attribute. But in front of Yuya's sword, without the slightest obstacle, the wind attribute chakra and Nakuna were cut off. This kid's knife is weird. Orochimaru looked at the black and purple knife and secretly said. His instinct told him that this knife is weird. It seems to be entwined with a mysterious energy. However, Orochimaru took advantage of this gap and launched a counterattack. The evil snake meanders. Orochimaru gave a low voice. Bang! Hiss hiss hiss. A horrible giant snake over 100 meters long appeared out of thin air, making a frightening hiss, and its huge head slammed toward Yuya fiercely. Chong! In Orochimaru's surprised eyes, Yuya returned the knife to its scabbard. One sword flow. Yuya looked at the 100-meter giant snake that hit him, and his eyes were red. Lion Elegy. Hey! A bright knife light lit up. The action of the giant snake hitting suddenly froze. Puff! In the next instant, a dazzling light lit up on the giant snake. The giant snake, which was 100 meters long, was cut into two halves from the head. It's so sharp. Orochimaru looked at the giant snake that had been cut in half, and the eyes of the snake shrank. Damn playing snake BD! Yuya stared at Orochimaru, the angry red glow in his eyes becoming more intense. For this snake playing BD, just get some lion majesty. I also got such a huge snake, which made myself feel uncomfortable. Yuya looked at Orochimaru, how unpleasant he looked, and he had to be chopped off to calm his anger. Yuya slammed forward and came to Orochimaru again, slashing at Orochimaru fiercely. The evil snake meanders. Hey! The 100-meter giant snake was chopped in half. Snake stepping. Hey! As soon as the two terrifying giant snakes appeared, they were cut in half. Kill the chaos, damn it! Orochimaru's snake eyes shrank sharply, and the speed at which he summoned the giant snake could not keep up with the speed at which Yuya slashed the snake. The third move of ninjutsu to destroy the chaotic snake has not been released, and a sharp knife is slashed at him. Orochimaru had no choice but to avoid it in embarrassment. Naruto office. At this time, it was extremely quiet. Suddenly, everyone took a breath and looked at the picture in the crystal ball in disbelief. Orochimaru was suppressed. Jiraiya stared at the crystal screen, muttering in disbelief. Konoha's second character, Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, was actually suppressed by Yuyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were also full of shock. As his most proud disciple, Orochimaru's strength is obvious to all. As early as the Second Ninja World War, he won the title of Sunin. Today's strength is even more terrifying, with Kage-level strength. But at least in the current fight, every move of Orochimaru seems to be completely seen by Yuyu. It's completely downwind. This kid, won't you be tired? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuyu's increasingly sharp sword skills and cursed inwardly. Yuyu, but first almost plowed the death forest. I don't know how many huge rocks and trees were chopped into pieces by Yuyu. But Yuyu seems to be totally ignorant of fatigue. Instead, the more you cut, the stronger. A bad idea appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Orochimaru, you can't beat Yuyu, right? That's a joke, but it's a big deal. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 47. Bang. 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 The white mist was filled, and countless ferocious giant snakes kept appearing, biting. Among the giant snakes, the two figures are constantly intertwined. The bright light of the sword kept flickering, and I don't know how many summonings giant snakes were cut in half by the light of the sword. The people around had already been scared to stay in place by this horrible scene. No, it's worthy of being one of the legendary Sunin. A cloud shinobi trembled and his lips were shaking. He hadn't even seen the giant snake over 100 meters. Even if there is only one such monster over 100 meters, if he meets, there will be no more scum left to be eaten. But that monster, it seems, has the upper hand. Haneda Kaito watched the extremely fierce battle scene in disbelief. That is, the legendary Sunin. In the Second Ninja World War, he fought against Hanzo, who is known as a demigod. In the war broke out the most prestigious top powerhouse in the ninja world. In terms of strength, perhaps Orochimaru is already comparable to the shadows in their village. But what did they see? This kind of existence, comparable to the shadow in the village, was actually suppressed by a guy who took the Chunin exam with them. It's a miracle that we can survive. Everyone shivered suddenly. Had it not been for this monster to be drunk and unable to find their specific location, they would have been all over. Even so, their participants still only survived less than half. There are even a few small ninja villages that have been completely wiped out. It's really luck for them to survive. Damn it, is the gap so big? Kisame was clutching the wound, where blood continued to overflow. The shark's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the two in the battle. Almost beheaded by Yuyu, for the first time in his life, he flees like a bereaved dog. After suffering such a big loss, Kisame had made up his mind long ago, and after returning to Kirigakure, he must practice hard. In the future, avenge this big revenge. However, seeing Yuyu and Orochimaru kill is inextricably difficult, and even has the upper hand. Even if it was Kisame, he was a little unconfident in his heart at this time. Is it really possible for him to defeat this monster? Hey! Puff! With another knife, Yuyu slashed the two giant snakes that came at him in half, his face full of irritation. Snakes, don't you have any other tricks? Yuyu picked up Kyushui, pointed at Orochimaru, and gasped. Who? Orochimaru called this neutral position a dodge and opened the distance from Yuyu. Who? Well, this kid, won't you be tired? Orochimaru gasped for a while, and Snake Hitomi stared at Yuyu who was only gasping, and couldn't believe it. Yuyu, but already used so many slashes to plow the death forest almost once. After this time, I am afraid that Konoha's important exercise site will be scrapped and repaired for a while. After all, the forest is almost destroyed by Yuyu. But even so, fighting against myself, I feel a little tired, and chakra consumes a lot of money, but Yuyu is only gasping for breath? And Orochimaru discovered something that made him feel incredible. That is, on Yuyu's slash, there is not much chakra fluctuation. This simply makes Orochimaru unable to understand. Even if it is Konoha's White Fang Hotaki Sakumo. To cut out the terrible swordsmanship, it also requires a high cost of chakra. But Yuyu's slashes hardly consume chakra, as if they were slashed out of thin air. This has touched Orochimaru's knowledge blind zone. He is Orochimaru, but one of Sunan, Konoha's number 2 character. Now Orochimaru is beginning to wonder, who is Sunan anyway? This brat should be Konoha's number 2 person, right? Use that trick. See if it works. After Orochimaru thought for a moment, he gritted his teeth and began to form a quick seal. This trick, even him, will consume a lot of chakra. Konoha Hokage office. Bang. The seal is, Orochimaru this guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru's Kyuin on the screen, patted the table and stood up. As soon as this seal appears, it means that Orochimaru has begun to exert all his strength. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru was pushed to this point. Jiraiya looked at the battlefield in the crystal ball, feeling a little unconscious in his head. Don't talk about Jiraiya, even Sarutobi Hiruzen feels like dreaming at this time. Yuyu, and Orochimaru is inseparable, and has the upper hand. Ninfa. Array of 10,000 snakes. At this moment, Orochimaru yelled, and his whole body was lying on the ground like a snake. Open your mouth to the maximum. The next second, a scene that horrified everyone, happened. P.S. Let me explain in a unified way. In island countries, there is no distinction between swords and swords. A sword is a sword, and a sword is a sword. So don't worry about it. Why do you use a sword, but you say it's kendo? Because of the island country, that's how it is called. Finally, I beg for monthly tickets from the readers. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 48. Ninfa, the array of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru let out a low drink, shaped like a snake, lying on the ground with his mouth open. Hiss hiss hiss. Swish. 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 Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru's mouth was like a nest of snakes, and countless ferocious lion majesty rushed out of Orochimaru's mouth. Lion majesty is like the tide, endless. Hiss hiss hiss. Lion majesty made a chilling hiss, and soon, the number of snakes accumulated to a terrible situation. This group of snakes actually piled up together, forming a wave of snakes. The tide is nearly 100 meters high. These snakes can no longer be counted in tens of thousands, but in hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of lion majesty formed a huge wave made up of snakes, and hundreds of thousands of lion majesty's blood basins had big mouths, biting towards Yuyu. This is Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes. The hundreds of thousands of lion majesty summoned can swallow everything that is blocked in front of them. This, what is this? Everyone looked at this picture trembling, like hell. Some people even fainted directly. Even Kisame, the shark's eyes were a little scared at this time. Hundreds of thousands of lion majesty formed a sea of snakes of nearly 100 meters. Such a visual impact is indescribable. If he faced such a sea of snakes, he would definitely be swallowed by these hundreds of thousands of lion majesty, with no scum left. Hey, can he stop an attack like this? Kisame, watching Yuyu getting closer and closer to the snake sea, the shark's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. Such a terrifying snake sea, even if it were him, should he be defeated? It's disgusting. Can you do a little bit of personnel? Yuyu looked at Orochimaru with disgust in his eyes. Such a scene made Yuyu feel very uncomfortable. I hate snakes, and after having been entangled with this snake playing BD for so long, I have been very uncomfortable. As a result, this snake playing BD went even further and created a sea of snakes. Personnel is really not done at all. Yuyu decided to use the strongest slash he just obtained to bury these disgusting things. Hiss hiss hiss. Listening to the breathing of the snake approaching, Yuyu's eyes suddenly became black as ink. Chong. The crisp sound of a knife sounded, and Yuyu held Kyushui horizontally, the cold light in his eyes flourished. Armed. OM. A dark black energy enveloped Yuyu's right arm, and Yuyu's right hand suddenly became like steel. Immediately after that, the dark black energy did not stay, and turned into dark black air currents, completely enveloping the autumn water. Armament haki. Entangled. OM. Chu Shui kept crying, and then, a strong sword intent radiated from Yuyu's body. What? Orochimaru, who was constantly summoning the snake sea, raised his eyes and his complexion changed. In his perception, Yuyu, who is being quickly approached by the sea of snakes, is exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Soon after, Orochimaru heard this sentence. Snake BD, with this cut, I will let you and your snake be buried together. Yuyu, who is full of dark black air currents, is full of black light in his eyes. OM. Hu. With the fall of Yuyu's voice, the dark black airflow around Yuyu seemed to have been ordered, like a wild horse that had run off, and became completely violent. In just a moment, the dark black airflow spread all over this forest, but it has not stopped yet, it continues to spread far away. What is this? Orochimaru's snake pupils only felt dizzy for a while, and then, they couldn't see anything. Hiss hiss hiss. The snake sea of nearly 100 meters, composed of hundreds of thousands of lion majesty, suddenly stopped. Suddenly fell into a manic state. Because of them, nothing can be seen or perceived. What's wrong? Hey, why is it dark? I can't see it. Everyone present suddenly began to panic and screamed in panic. Their world was plunged into a boundless darkness at this time. There was not a trace of light, and even the companions close at hand could not see the slightest shadow of them. The neigh of the snake that almost pierced their ears made them even more terrified. Konoha, Hokage office. Why, what's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the suddenly dark crystal ball, his face suddenly changed. The crystal ball at this time was as black as ink. No. Darker than Mo. Hokage-sama, look at that direction. At this moment, Yuri Zhenhong suddenly trembled and pointed out the French window. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Janin turned their heads, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Then, what is that? Jiraiya came to the French window and looked in the direction of the Death Forest. There, it turned out to be isolated from the surrounding world, plunged into the boundless darkness. That kind of darkness, just looking at it, makes people feel desperate. It was as if all the light had been swallowed by the darkness. Is this swordsmanship? Jiraiya is not stupid, Orochimaru has no such tricks at all. Then it can only be done by one person. One sword flow. At this moment, Yuyu's voice suddenly came from the crystal ball. Everyone hurriedly came to the crystal ball. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the crystal ball, trying to see exactly what happened. OM. Yuyu's eyes are as black as ink at this time, like a Uzumaki, swallowing all the light. Playing snake BD, with this knife, bury it. OM. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 49. OM. The terrifying sword intent continuously radiated from Yuyu's body. This terrifying sword intent formed a dark black air current with sword intent, which continued to spread. The light in the forest was continuously swallowed by this dark black air current with sword intent. In just a moment, all the light in the forest was swallowed by this dark black air current. Immediately afterwards, under Yuyu's control, all the light was concentrated on the black knife autumn water. Qiu Shui began to tremble violently. If it were an ordinary knife, it would be crushed by this energy at the moment of the light. But as a black sword, Qiu Shui can fully withstand this energy. An extremely strange thing happened. At the moment when all this light was concentrated on the body of Qia Shui's blade, it was assimilated by Qia Shui into the same color as its blade, black and purple. At the same time, everyone here, because all the light was swallowed, plunged into darkness. One sword flow. Yuyu's eyes are as black as ink at this moment, like a black hole, capable of swallowing all the light. Lifting Qiu Shui, the terrifying sword intent continued to radiate. This, what is this? Orochimaru's snake pupil stings, and he looks up at the sky in disbelief. There, a pair of huge eyes are slowly opening. It was like a demon, staring at him. This. Konoha Hokage's office. There was silence at the moment, and everyone was staring at the sky, and a flash of light suddenly appeared. That is, a pair of extremely huge eyes. That eyeball was extremely dark, like a black hole. But the weird thing is that everyone can clearly see the existence of this pair of huge eyes. What the hell is? Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his face was full of shock. As the first ninja war, the second ninja war, Konohagakure's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's knowledge can definitely be said to be the best in the ninja world. But such a weird scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen has never seen it. Swordsmanship can actually deprive the light. Oh, Orochimaru, there will be no accidents, right? Jiraiya looked at the terrifying giant eyes that slowly opened, and said in a somewhat unconfident manner. He was full of confidence in Orochimaru before. But seeing such a weird scene, even Jiraiya is a little unconfident. Jiraiya's words immediately shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure. You stinky boy, don't make a big deal for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the crystal ball, and kept talking in his heart. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very regretful. Why let Yuyu take the Chunin exam this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I really just want Yuyu to make him face up. But he is so special, I really don't know Yuyu is so strong. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already begun to explode in his heart. At the same time, the huge eyes in the sky finally, completely opened. Play the snake BD, you and your snake, let's bury it together. The dark light in Yuyu's eyes is booming, and the sword intent has reached its peak at this moment. At the same time, the terrifying giant eyes in the sky and the darkness in the eyes have also reached their peak. The swallowed light formed a dazzling training in front of Yuyu. In the world, there is only this one light left. Hey! With the fall of Qiu Shui, this training, like silk being thrown out by the devil, turned into a terrifying black and purple slash. One sword flow dark sky demon god. Cut it out of the world with a single sword. This slash formed by the swallowed light, like a beast that has escaped from its trap, uttered a shocking sword blast. A terrifying black and purple slash of nearly 100 meters came out. Rumble. This violent slash of nearly 100 meters suddenly cut the whole earth apart. A scary scar was torn out. Feeling the astonishing fluctuation of that violent slash, the sea of snakes, which was nearly 100 meters away, began to agitate uncomfortably. Puff! 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 As if cutting a piece of white paper, this sea of snakes, which was nearly 100 meters away, had no resistance at all in the face of this violent slash. All Lion Majesty were cut to pieces in this violent slash. Then was crushed by that terrifying sword, all shattered. Damn it! Orochimaru looked at this like a sword that opened up the world, and the eyes of the snake turned into a vertical line. The intense crisis caused Orochimaru's hair to stand upside down. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Without the slightest hesitation, Orochimaru slammed into seals, and ignoring Chakra's huge consumption, his hands were severely covered on the ground. Bang! 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 3 giant gates over 100 meters high, pulled up from the ground, straight through the sky. As huge as a mountain. There is a difference between the triple Rashomon and the Rashomon cut by Yu. Divided into acceptance, extinction, and expansion. Third gate. The first door is used to directly withstand the incoming attack. The second door reduces the power of the attack to a minimum. The third door will spread the attack. The third gate unity is called the strongest defense, the ultimate defense ninjutsu. Triple Rashomon. In the Naruto office, the crystal ball is bright again. Seeing the 3 giant gates that rose, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart gradually settled down. This is the triple Rashomon. An attack. After experiencing 3 gates, the power has already been weakened, I don't know how many times. Even if Yu is heaven-defying, it should not be possible to break through the defense of the triple Rashomon. Coming soon. Jiraiya stared at the crystal ball. That violent black and purple slash of nearly 100 meters, at this moment, slammed into the first Rashomon. Boom! P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 50. OM. With a violent slash of nearly 100 meters, it slammed into the first Rashomon that was over 100 meters high. Boom! The terrifying loud noise exploded like thunder. Everyone at the scene covered their ears in pain, and some even had blood spilled from their ears. Puff! Without the slightest obstacle, the first Rashomon did not have the slightest resistance to this shocking slash. In an instant, he was cut in half. Boom! The giant gate over 100 meters, was thrown in 2 halves, weakly fell to the ground, arousing dust in the sky. Is it useless? Orochimaru looked at the first Rashomon that was cut in half, and the corner of his eyes jumped fiercely. He didn't expect that the first Rashomon would be able to defend against this shocking slash. But the first Rashomon was like a fragile piece of white paper, and it was cut open without the slightest blocking power, which was also beyond Orochimaru's expectation. The power of this violent slash is probably beyond my imagination. But before Orochimaru could think about anything, the black and purple slash slammed into the second Rashomon. Boom! The thunderous sound resounded again. On the second Rashomon gate, a mysterious power emerged, and this power was trying to weaken the power of this slash. Did it succeed? Orochimaru looked at the second Rashomon that hadn't been breached immediately, the snake pupil narrowed slightly. OM! Just when Orochimaru thought he was going to succeed, that violent black-purple slash seemed to be provoked, and the black light flourished. Crack! In the next instant, that mysterious power, along with the second Rashomon, was cut in half. What? Orochimaru's snake pupil shrank like a needle at this time. Looking at the violent slash that did not shrink much, a bad premonition slowly appeared in his heart. However, the existence of the third Rashomon still gave Orochimaru a little confidence. Since he became famous, the triple Rashomon has never broken through. The key lies in this last Rashomon. Expand. Able to spread all the incoming attacks. If it is said that the attack power it withstands is 100, then after the spread, the power of the third Rashomon may only be 10. That's why this triple Rashomon is called the strongest defense. The third Rashomon is absolutely impossible to break through. In the Hokage office, everyone's breathing seems to have stagnated at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya stared at the crystal ball. Staring at the third Rashomon who is about to encounter this violent slash. Orochimaru's triple Rashomon, no one has ever broken through, there is absolutely no problem. Jiraiya looked serious and kept talking. It seems like this can bring him a sense of security. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is also extremely solemn at this time. This triple Rashomon can be said to be Orochimaru's strongest defensive ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very confident of his proud disciple. No one has ever been able to break through this triple Rashomon. Finally, the violent black-purple slash slammed into the last door. OM. At this moment, the light of heaven and earth seemed to disappear. The roar caused by the slashing disappeared, and the silence made people feel flustered. But in the face of this silence, Orochimaru's face suddenly changed. This is the tranquility before the storm. Boom. Finally, a loud thunderous noise came. And the earth shook the mountains. Boom. Va. Va. The third Rasho slash continued to spread the black and purple slashes elsewhere, and the terrifying sword pressure and sword energy continued to escape. The earth and giant tree were chopped into pieces under this terrifying sword aura and sword pressure. The wreckage of the earth and the remnants of the giant tree floated feebly in the air. In the center of the sword chi, whether it is a huge rock or a 100-meter-high giant tree, they are all chopped to pieces by the terrifying sword chi. Boom! Under such terrifying sword aura and sword pressure, the earth was flattened by countless layers, like being cut by a giant, continuously shattering and collapsing. OM! Orochimaru's snake pupil suddenly stood up. I saw countless rays of light, suddenly flashing continuously on the third Rashomon. Kika. Countless cracks, along these countless rays of light, spread quickly. Soon, the third Rashomon gate was covered with dense cracks. Under Orochimaru's incredible gaze, the third Rashomon, known as the strongest defense, is like a broken mirror, shattered. Bang! The result of the failure of diffusion is this Rashomon, the sword energy that has been spilled has been chopped into countless pieces. Damn! Orochimaru's snake eyes stood up, and his hair stood up as he watched the violent slashing attack unabated. A strong sense of crisis spread all over Orochimaru's body. Yes, do you want to use this trick? Orochimaru gritted his teeth and prepared to activate the forbidden technique. This forbidden technique has not yet been completely completed, but Orochimaru at this moment has no room for choice. Ninfa. Orochimaru's hands quickly formed seals, and following his movements, the bottle brought by Orochimaru rolled to the ground under this terrible fluctuation, with a crisp sound. That, what is it? Yuyu stared at the wine bottle rolling down from Orochimaru. Wine. Ding. Perceive the master's desire to reach ultimate emotionally. Ding. Achieve ultimate desire after drinking and get special blessings. Kendo comprehension ×5. Temporary. Current Kendo comprehension, Great Swordsman. Temporary. Who? Just when Orochimaru gritted his teeth to activate the forbidden technique, a figure, like a ghost, appeared before his eyes. In Orochimaru's incredible eyes, the black and purple blade fiercely blocked the slash that was nearly 100 meters high. Chong! That cut open the triple Rashomon, nearly 100 meters high, violently slashing. Unexpectedly, it was impossible to move forward. That is, the bar. Yuyu's eyes are red. P.S. Gaikyu every reader's collection. Seeking flowers. Seek evaluation votes. A new month has begun, ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass.